I imagined a finger tracing slowly down all the lines written after 0500 on the morning of the 5th. "We haven't logged him out again, sir," the guy said. "Not as of right now, so he must be on post somewhere." "Okay," I said. "Thanks, soldier." I hung up. Summer looked at me. "He got back at 0500, I said, 3.5 hours after Brubaker's watch stopped."
3-hour drive, she said.
"And he's here now."
"Who is he?"
I called post headquarters, asked the question. They told me who he was. I put the phone down and looked straight at Summer. "He's Delta," I said. "He was a defector from Bulgaria. They brought him in as an instructor. He knows stuff our guys don't." I got up from my desk and stepped over to the map on the wall, put my own fingers on the pushpins. Little finger on Fort Byrd, index finger on Columbia. It was like I was validating a theory by touch alone. 150 miles, 3 hours and 12 minutes to get there, 3 hours and 37 minutes to get back. I did the math in my head. An average speed of 47 miles an hour going and 41 coming back. At night, on empty roads, in a Chevrolet Corvette. He could have done it with the parking brake on.
"Should we have him picked up?"
Summer said. I shook my head. "No," I said. "I'll do it myself. I'll go over there."
"Is that smart?"
"Probably not, but I don't want those guys to think they got to me." She paused.
"I'll come with you,"
she said. "Okay," I said. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, exactly 36 hours to the minute since Trifonov arrived back on post. The weather was dull and cold. We took sidearms and handcuffs and evidence bags. We walked to the MP motor pool and found a Humvee that had a cage partition bolted behind the front seats and no inside handles on the back doors. Summer drove. She parked at Delta's prison gate. The sentry let us through on foot. We walked around the outside of the main block until I found the entrance to their NCO club. I stopped, and Summer stopped beside me.
"You going in there?" she said.
"Just for a minute."
"Alone?"
I nodded. "Then we're going to their armory."
"Not smart," she said. "I should come in with you."
"Why?" She hesitated.
"As a witness, I guess."
"To what?"
"To whatever they do to you."
I smiled, briefly. "Terrific," I said. I pushed in through the door. The place was pretty crowded. The light was dim and the air was full of smoke. There was a lot of noise. Then people saw me and went quiet. I moved onward. People stood where they were, stock still. Then they turned to face me. I pushed past them, one by one, through the crowd. Nobody moved out of my way. They bumped me with their shoulders, left and right. I bumped back in the silence. I stand 6 feet 5 inches tall, and I weigh 230 pounds. I can hold my own in a shoving competition. I made it through the lobby and moved into the bar. Same thing happened. The noise died fast. People turned towards me, stared at me. I pushed and shoved and bumped my way through the room. There was nothing to hear except tense breathing and the scrape of feet on the floor and the soft thump of shoulder on shoulder. I kept my eyes on the far wall. The young guy with the beard and the tan stepped out into my path. He had a glass of beer in his hand. I kept going straight, and he leaned to his right, and we collided, and his glass slopped half its contents on the linoleum tile. "You spilled my drink," he said. I stopped, looked down at the floor. Then I looked into his eyes. "Lick it up," I said. We stood face to face for a second. Then I moved on past him. I felt an itch in my back. I knew he was staring at me, but I wasn't about to turn around. No way. Not unless I heard a bottle shatter against a table behind me. I didn't hear a bottle. I made it all the way to the far wall, touched it like a swimmer at the end of a lap, turned around and started back. The return journey was no different. The room was silent. I picked up the pace a little, drove faster through the crowd, bumped harder. Momentum has its advantages. By the time I was 10 paces from the lobby, people were starting to move out of my way. They were backing off a little. I figured we'd communicated effectively. So in the lobby, I started to deviate slightly from a purely straight path. Other people returned the compliment. I made it back to the entrance like any other civilized person in a crowded situation. I stopped at the door, turned around, scanned the faces in the room, slowly, one group at a time. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Then I turned my back on them all and stepped out into the cold, fresh air. Summer wasn't there. I looked around, and a second later saw her slip out of a service entrance 10 feet away. It had gotten her in behind the bar. I figured she'd been watching my back. She looked at me.
Now you know,
She said. Know what?
how the first black soldier felt. And the first woman.
She showed me the way to the old airplane hangar where their armory was. We walked across 20 feet of swept concrete and went in through a personnel door set in the side. She hadn't been kidding about equipping an African dictatorship. There were arc lights blazing high in the roof of the hangar, and they showed a small fleet of specialist vehicles and vast stacks of every kind of man-portable weapon you could imagine. I guess David Brubaker had done a very effective lobbying job up at the Pentagon.
Over here.
Summer said. She led me to a wire pen. It was about 15 feet square. It had 3 walls and a roof made out of some kind of hurricane fencing, like a dog run. There was a wire door standing open, with an open padlock hung on the chain link by its tongue. Behind the door was a stand-up writing table. Behind the writing table was a man in BDUs. He didn't salute, didn't come to attention. He didn't turn away, either. He just stood there and looked at me neutrally, which was as close to proper etiquette as Delta ever got. "Help you?" he said, like he was a clerk in a store and I was a customer. Behind him, on racks, were well-used sidearms of every description. I saw 5 different submachine gun models. There were some M16s, A1s, and A2s. There were handguns. Some were new and fresh, some were old and worn. They were stored neatly and precisely, but without ceremony. They were tools of a trade, nothing less, nothing more. In front of the guy on the desk was a logbook. "You check 'em in and check 'em out?" I asked. "Like valet parking," the guy said. "Post regulations won't allow personal weapons in the accommodations areas." He was looking at Summer. I guessed he'd been through the same question and answer with her when she was looking for Carbone's new P7. "What does Sergeant Trifonov use for a handgun?" I asked. "Trifonov? He favors a Steyr GB." "Show me." He turned away to the pistol rack and came back with a black Steyr GB. He was holding it by the barrel. It looked oiled and well-maintained. I had an evidence bag out and ready, and he dropped it straight in. I zipped the bag shut and looked at the gun through the plastic.
9mm,
Summer said. I nodded. It was a fine gun, but an unlucky one. Steyr Daimler Puch built it with the prospect of big orders from the Austrian army dancing in its eyes. But a rival outfit named Glock came along and stole the prize, which left the GB an unhappy orphan like Cinderella. And like Cinderella, it had many excellent qualities. It packed 18 rounds, which was a lot, but it weighed less than 2.5 pounds unloaded, which wasn't. You could take it apart and put it back together in 12 seconds, which was fast. Best of all, it had a very smart gas management system. All automatic weapons work by using the explosion of gas in the chamber to cycle the action, to get the spent case out and the next cartridge in. But in the real world, some cartridges are old or weak or badly assembled. They don't all explode with the same force. Put an out-of-spec weak load in some guns and the action just wheezes and won't cycle at all. Put a too heavy load in and the gun can blow up in your hand. But the Steyr was designed to deal with anything that came its way. If I was a Special Forces soldier taking dubious quality ammunition from whatever ragtag bunch of partisans I was hanging with, I'd use a Steyr. I would want to be sure that whatever I was depending on would fire, 10 times out of 10. Through the plastic, I pressed the magazine catch behind the trigger and shook the bag until the magazine fell out of the butt. It was an 18-round magazine, and there were 16 cartridges in it. I gripped the slide and ejected one round from the chamber. So he'd gone out with 19 shells, 18 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. He'd come back with 17 shells, 16 in the magazine and the 1 in the chamber. Therefore, he had fired 2. "Got a phone?" I said. The clerk nodded at a booth in the corner of the hangar, 20 feet from his station. I walked over there and called my sergeant's desk. The Louisiana guy answered, the corporal. The night shift woman was probably still at home in her trailer, putting her baby to bed, showering, getting ready for the trek to work. "Get me Sanchez at Jackson," I said. I held the phone by my ear and waited. 1 minute. 2. "What?" Sanchez said. "Did they find the shell cases?" I said. "No," he said. "The guy must have cleaned up at the scene." "Pity. We could have matched him for a slam dunk." "You found the guy?" "I'm holding his gun right now. Steyr GB, fully loaded, less 2 fired." "Who is he?" "I'll tell you later. Let the civilians sweat for a spell." "One of ours?" "Sad but true." Sanchez said nothing. "Did they find the bullets?" I said. "No," he said. "Why not? It was an alley, right? How far could they go? They'll be buried in the brick somewhere." "Then they won't do us any good. They'll be flattened beyond recognition." "They were jacketed," I said. "They won't have broken up. We could weigh them at least." "They haven't found them." "Are they looking?" "I don't know." "They dug up any witnesses yet?" "No." "Did they find Brubaker's car?" "No." "It's got to be right there, Sanchez. He drove down and arrived at midnight or 1 o'clock in a distinctive car. Aren't they looking for it?" "There's something they're not sharing. I can feel it." "Did Willard get there yet?" "I expect him any minute." "Tell him Brubaker's all wrapped up," I said, "and tell him you heard the other thing wasn't a training accident after all. That should make his day." Then I hung up. Walked back to the wire cage. Summer had stepped inside, and she was shoulder to shoulder with the armory clerk behind the stand-up desk. They were leafing through his logbook together.
"Look at this,"
she said. She used both forefingers to show me 2 separate entries. Trifonov had signed out his personal Steyr GB 9mm pistol at 7:30 in the evening of January 4th. He had signed it back in at 5:15 on the morning of the 5th. His signature was big and awkward. He was Bulgarian. I guessed he'd grown up with the Cyrillic alphabet and was new to writing with Roman letters. "Why'd he take it?" I said. "We don't ask for a reason," the clerk said. "We just do the paperwork." We came out of the hangar and walked towards the accommodation block, past the end of an open parking lot. There were 40 or 50 cars in it. Typical soldiers' rides. Not many imports. There were some battered plain vanilla sedans, but mostly there were pickup trucks and big Detroit coupes, some of them painted with flames and stripes, some of them with hiked back ends and chrome wheels and fat raised leather tires. There was only one Corvette. It was red, parked all by itself on the end of a row, 3 spaces from anything else. We detoured to take a look at it. It was about 10 years old. It looked immaculately clean, inside and out. It had been washed and waxed, thoroughly, within the last day or 2. The wheel arches were clean. The tires were black and shiny. There was a coiled hose on the hangar wall 30 feet away. We bent down and peered in through the windows. The interior looked like it had been soaked with detailing fluid and wiped and vacuumed. It was a 2-place car, but there was a parcel shelf behind the seats. It was a small space. Small, but probably big enough for a crowbar hidden under a coat. Summer knelt down and ran her fingers under the sills. Came up with clean hands.
"No grit from the track," she said. "No blood on the seats."
"No yogurt pot on the floor," I said.
"He cleaned up after himself."
We walked away. We went out through their main gate and locked Trifonov's gun in the front of our Humvee. Then we turned around and headed back inside. I didn't want to involve the adjutant. I just wanted to get Trifonov out of there before anyone knew what was going down. So we went in through the mess kitchen door, and I found a steward and told him to find Trifonov and bring him out through the kitchen on some kind of a pretext. Then we stepped back into the cold and waited. The steward came out alone 5 minutes later and told us Trifonov wasn't anywhere in the mess. So we headed for the cells. Found a soldier coming out of the showers, and he told us where to look. We walked past Carbone's empty room. It was quiet and undisturbed. Trifonov bunked 3 doors further down. We got there. His door was standing open. The guy was right there in his room, sitting on the narrow cot reading a book. I had no idea what to expect. As far as I knew, Bulgaria had no special forces. Truly elite units were not common inside the Warsaw Pact. Czechoslovakia had a pretty good airborne brigade, and Poland had airborne and amphibious divisions. The Soviet Union itself had a few Vyzhotniki tough guys. Apart from that, sheer weight of numbers was the name of the game in the eastern part of Europe. Throw enough bodies into the fray and eventually you win, as long as you regard 2/3 of them as expendable. And they did. So who was this guy? NATO's special forces put a lot of emphasis on endurance in selection and training. They have guys running 50 miles, carrying everything, including the kitchen sink. They keep them awake and hiking over appalling terrain for a week at a time. Therefore, NATO elite troops tended to be small, whippy guys, built like marathon runners. But this Bulgarian was huge. He was at least as big as me, maybe even bigger, maybe 6'6", maybe 250. He had a shaved head. He had a big square face that would be somewhere between brutally plain and reasonably good-looking, depending on the light. At that point, the fluorescent tube on the ceiling of his cell wasn't doing him any favors. He looked tired. He had piercing eyes set deep and close together in hooded sockets. He was a few years older than me, somewhere in his early 30s. He had huge hands. He was wearing brand-new Woodland BDUs. No name, no rank, no unit. "On your feet, soldier," I said. He put his book down on the bed next to him, carefully, face down and open, like he was saving his place. We put handcuffs on him and got him into the Humvee without any trouble. He was big, but he was quiet. He seemed resigned to his fate, like he knew it had been only a matter of time before all the various logbooks in his life betrayed him. We drove him back and got him to my office without incident. We sat him down and unlocked the handcuffs and redid them so that his right wrist was cuffed to the chair leg. Then we took a second pair of cuffs and did the same thing with his left. He had big wrists. They were as thick as most men's ankles. Summer stood next to the map, staring at the pushpins, like she was leading his gaze towards them, and saying, "We know." I sat at my desk. "What's your name?" I said, "for the record." "Trifonov," he said. His accent was heavy and abrupt, all in his throat. "First name?" "Slavy." "Slavy Trifonov," I said. "Rank?" "I was a colonel at home. Now I'm a sergeant." "Where's home?" "Sofia," he said, "in Bulgaria." "You're very young to have been a colonel." "I was very good at what I did." "And what did you do?" He didn't answer. "You have a nice car," I said. "Thank you," he said. "A car like that was always a dream to me." "Where did you take it on the night of the 4th? He didn't answer. "There are no special forces in Bulgaria," I said. "No," he said, "there are not." "So what did you do there?" "I was in the regular army." "Doing what?" "Three-way liaison between the Bulgarian army, the Bulgarian secret police, and our friends in the Soviet Vyzhotniki." "Qualifications?" "I had 5 years training with the GRU." "Which is what?" He smiled. "I think you know what it is." I nodded. The Soviet GRU was a kind of a cross between a military police corps and Delta Force. They were plenty tough, and they were just as ready to turn their fury inwards as outwards. "Why are you here?" I asked. "In America," he said. "I'm waiting." "For what?" "For the end of the communist occupation of my country. It will happen soon, I think. Then I'm going back. I'm proud of my country. It's a beautiful place, full of beautiful people. I'm a nationalist." "What are you teaching Delta?" "Things that are out of date now.
how to fight against the things I was trained to do. But that battle is already over, I think. You won.
You need to tell us where you were on the night of the 4th. He said nothing. Why did you defect?
Because I was a patriot,
He said. Recent conversion?
I was always a patriot. But I came close to being discovered.
How did you get out?
Through Turkey. I went to the American base there.
Tell me about the night of the 4th. He said nothing. We've got your gun, I said. You signed it out, you left the post at 11 minutes past 10 and got back at 5 in the morning. He said nothing. You fired 2 rounds. He said nothing. Why did you wash your car?
Because it's a beautiful car. I wash it twice a week, always. A car like that was a dream to me.
You ever been to Kansas?
No.
Well, that's where you're headed. You're not going home to Sophia. You're going to Fort Leavenworth instead.
Why?
You know why, I said. Trifonov didn't move. He sat absolutely still. He was hunched way forward, with his wrists fastened to the chair down near his knees. I sat still, too. I wasn't sure what to do. Our own Delta guys were trained to resist interrogation. I knew that. They were trained to counter drugs and beatings and sensory deprivation and anything else anyone could think of. Their instructors were encouraged to employ hands-on training methods. So I couldn't even imagine what Trifonov had been through in 5 years with the GRU. There was nothing much I could do to him. I wasn't above smacking people around, but I figured this guy wouldn't say a word even if I disassembled him limb by limb. So I moved on to traditional policing techniques. Lies and bribery. Some people figure Carbone was an embarrassment, I said. You know, to the army. So we wouldn't necessarily want to pursue it too far. You spill the beans now, we could send you back to Turkey. You could wait there until it was time to go home and be a patriot.
It was you who killed Carbone, he said. People are talking about it.
People are wrong, I said. I wasn't here, and I didn't kill Brubaker, because I wasn't there either.
Neither was I, he said. Either.
He was very still. Then something dawned on him. His eyes started moving. He looked left and then right. He looked up at Summers' map, looked at the pins, looked at her, looked at me. His lips moved. I saw him say Carbone to himself. Then Brubaker. He made no sound, but I could lip-read his awkward accent.
Wait,
he said. For what?
No,
he said. No what?
No, sir,
he said. Tell me, Trifonov, I said.
You think I had something to do with Carbone and Brubaker?
You think you didn't? He went quiet again, looked down. Tell me, Trifonov, I said. He looked up.
It wasn't me,
he said. I just sat there, watched his face. I'd been handling investigations of various kinds for 6 long years, and Trifonov was at least the 1,000th guy to look me in the eye and say, it wasn't me. Problem was, a percentage of those 1,000 guys had been telling the truth. And I was starting to think maybe Trifonov was too. There was something about him. I was starting to get a very bad feeling. You're gonna have to prove it, I said.
I can't.
You're gonna have to, or they'll throw away the key. Oh, they might let Carbone slide, but they sure as hell aren't gonna let Brubaker slide. He said nothing. Start over, I said. The night of January 4th, where were you? He just shook his head. You were somewhere, I said, that's for damn sure, because you weren't here. You logged in and out, you and your gun. He said nothing, just looked at me. I stared back at him and didn't speak. He went into the kind of desperate, conflicted silence I'd seen many times before. He was moving in the chair, almost imperceptibly. Tiny, violent movements from side to side, like he was fighting 2 alternating opponents, one on his left, one on his right. Like he knew he had to tell me where he'd been, but like he knew he couldn't. He was jumping around like the absolute flesh-and-blood definition of a rock and a hard place. "The night of January 4th, I said. Did you commit a crime?" His deep-set eyes came up to meet mine. Locked on. "Okay," I said. "Time to choose up sides. Was it a worse crime than shooting Brubaker in the head?" Trifonov said nothing. "Did you go up to Washington, D.C. and rape the president's 10-year-old granddaughters one after the other?" "No," he said. "I'll give you a clue," I said. "Where you're sitting, that would be about the only worse crime than shooting Brubaker in the head." He said nothing. "Tell me." "It was a private thing," he said. "What kind of private thing?" He didn't answer. Summer sighed and moved away from her map. She was starting to figure that wherever Trifonov had been, chances were it wasn't Columbia, South Carolina. She looked at me, eyebrows raised. Trifonov moved in his chair. His handcuffs clinked against the metal of the legs. "What's going to happen to me?" he asked. "That depends on what you did," I said. "I got a letter," he said. "Getting mail isn't a crime." "From a friend of a friend." "Tell me about the letter." "There's a man in Sofia," he said. He sat there, hunched forward, his wrists cuffed to the chair legs, and he told us the story of the letter. The way he framed it, he made it sound like he thought there was something uniquely Bulgarian about it. But there wasn't, really. It was a story that could have been told by any of us. There was a man in Sofia. He had a sister. The sister had been a minor gymnast and had defected on a college tour of Canada and had eventually settled in the United States. She'd gotten married to an American. She'd become a citizen. Her husband had turned out bad. The sister wrote about it to the brother back home. Long, unhappy letters. There were beatings and abuse and cruelty and isolation. The sister's life was hell. The communist censors had passed the letters because anything that made America look bad was okay with them. The brother in Sofia had a friend in town who knew his way around the city's dissident network. The friend had an address for Trifonov at Fort Byrd in North Carolina. Trifonov had been in touch with the dissident network before he skipped to Turkey. The friend had packaged up a letter from the man in Sofia and given it to a guy who bought machine parts in Austria. The machine parts guy had gone to Austria and mailed the letter. The letter made its way to Fort Byrd. Trifonov received it on January 2nd, early in the morning at mail call. It had his name on it in big Cyrillic letters, and it was all covered in foreign stamps and Luftpost stickers. He had read the letter alone in his room. He knew what was expected of him. Time and distance and relationships compressed under the pressure of nationalist loyalty, so that it was like his own sister who was getting smacked around. The woman lived near a place called Cape Fear, which Trifonov thought was an appropriate name given her situation. He had gone to the company office and checked a map to find out where it was. His next available free time was the evening of January 4th. He made a plan and rehearsed a speech, which centered around the inadvisability of abusing Bulgarian women who had friends within driving distance. "Still got the letter?" I asked. He nodded. "But you won't be able to read it, because it's written in Bulgarian." "What were you wearing that night?" "Plain clothes. I'm not stupid." "What kind of plain clothes?" "Leather jacket, blue jeans, shirt, American. They're all the plain clothes I've got." "What did you do to the guy?" He shook his head. Wouldn't answer. "Okay," I said. "Let's all go to Cape Fear." We kept Trifonov cuffed and put him in the back of the MP Humvee. Summer drove. Cape Fear was on the Atlantic coast, south and east maybe 100 miles. It was a tedious ride in a Humvee. It would have been different in a Corvette. Although I couldn't remember ever being in a Corvette. I'd never known anyone who owned one. And I'd never been to Cape Fear. It was one of the many places in America I had never visited. I'd seen the movie, though. Couldn't remember where exactly. In a tent, somewhere hot, maybe. Black and white, with Gregory Peck having some kind of a major problem with Robert Mitchum. It was good enough entertainment, as I recalled, but fundamentally annoying. There was a lot of jeering from the audience. Robert Mitchum should have gone down early in the first reel. Watching civilians dither around just to spin out a story for 90 minutes had no real appeal for soldiers. It was full dark before we got anywhere near where we were going. We passed a sign near the outer part of Wilmington that billed the town as an historic and picturesque old port city, but we ignored it because Trifonov called through from the rear and told us to make a left through some kind of swamp. We drove out through the darkness into the middle of nowhere and made another left towards a place called Southport.
Cape Fear's off Southport,
Summer said.
It's an island in the ocean. I think there's a bridge.
But we stopped well short of the coast. We didn't even get to Southport itself. Trifonov called through again as we passed a trailer park on our right. It was a large, flat, rectangular area of reclaimed land. It looked like someone had dredged part of the swamp to make a lake and then spread the fill over an area the size of a couple of football fields. The land was bordered by drainage ditches. There were power lines coming in on poles and maybe 100 trailers studded all over the rectangle. Our headlights showed that some of them were fancy double-wide affairs with add-ons and planted gardens and picket fences. Some of them were plain and battered. A couple had fallen off their blocks and were abandoned. We were maybe 10 miles inland, but the ocean storms had a long reach.
"Here,"
Trifonov said.
"make a right."
There was a wide center track with narrower tracks branching left and right. Trifonov directed us through the maze, and we stopped outside a sagging lime-green trailer that had seen better days. Its paint was peeling and the tar-paper roof was curling. It had a smoking chimney and the blue light of a television behind its windows.
"Her name is Elena,"
Trifonov said. We left him locked in the Humvee, knocked on Elena's door. The woman who opened it could have stepped straight into the encyclopedia under B for battered woman. She was a mess. She had old yellow bruises all around her eyes and along her jaw, and her nose was broken. She was holding herself in a way that suggested old aches and pains and maybe even newly broken ribs. She was wearing a thin house dress and men's shoes. But she was clean and bathed, and her hair was tied back neatly. There was a spark of something in her eyes. Some kind of pride, maybe, or satisfaction at having survived. She peered out at us nervously from behind the triple oppressions of poverty and suffering and foreign status.
Yes,
she said.
Can I help you?
Her accent was like Trifonov's, but much higher pitched. It was quite appealing.
We need to talk to you,
Summer said gently.
What about?
About what Slavy Trifonov did for you, I said.
He didn't do anything,
she said. But you know the name. She paused.
Please, come in,
she said. I guessed I was expecting some kind of mayhem inside. Maybe empty bottles strewn about, full ashtrays, dirt and confusion. But the trailer was neat and clean. There was nothing out of place. It was cold, but it was okay. And there was nobody else in it. Your husband not here, I said. She shook her head. Where is he? She didn't answer.
My guess is he's in the hospital,
Summer said.
Am I right?
Elena just looked at her. Mr. Trifonov helped you, I said. Now you need to help him. She said nothing. If he wasn't here doing something good, he was somewhere else doing something bad. That's the situation. So I need to know which it was. She said nothing. This is very, very important, I said.
What if both things were bad?
She asked. The two things don't compare, I said. Believe me, not even close. So just tell me exactly what happened, okay? She didn't answer right away. I moved a little deeper into the trailer. The television was tuned to PBS. The volume was low. I could smell cleaning products. Her husband had gone, and she'd started a new phase in her life with a mop and a pail, and education on the tube.
I don't know exactly what happened,
she said.
Mr. Trifonov just came here and took my husband away.
When?
The night before last, at midnight. He said he had gotten a letter from my brother in Sofia.
I nodded. At midnight. He left Bird at 2211, He was here an hour and 49 minutes later. 100 miles, an average of dead-on 55 miles an hour, in a Corvette. I glanced at Summer. She nodded. Easy. How long was he here?
Just a few minutes. He was quite formal. He introduced himself, and he told me what he was doing and why.
And that was it? She nodded. What was he wearing?
A leather jacket, jeans.
What kind of a car was he in?
I don't know what it's called. Red and low. A sports car. It made a loud noise with its exhaust pipes.
Okay, I said. I nodded to Summer and we moved towards the door.
Will my husband come back?
Elena said. I pictured Trifonov as I'd first seen him. 6'6", 250, shaved head, the thick wrists, the big hands, the blazing eyes, and the 5 years with GRU. I seriously doubt it, I said. We climbed back into the Humvee. Summer started the engine. I turned around and spoke to Trifonov through the wire cage. Where'd you leave the guy? I asked him.
On the road to Wilmington, he said.
When?
3 o'clock in the morning. I stopped at the payphone and called 911. I didn't give my name.
You spent 3 hours on him? He nodded slowly.
I wanted to be sure he understood the message.
Summer threaded her way out of the trailer park and turned west and then north towards Wilmington. We passed the tourist sign on the outskirts and went looking for the hospital. We found it a quarter-mile in. It looked like a reasonable place. It was mostly 2-story and had an ambulance entrance with a broad canopy. Summer parked in a slot reserved for a doctor with an Indian name, and we got out. I unlocked the rear door and let Trifonov out to join us. I took the cuffs off him, put them in my pocket. What was the guy's name? I asked him.
Pickles,
he said. The 3 of us walked in together, and I showed my special unit badge to the orderly behind the triage desk. Truth is, it confers no rights or privileges on me out in the civilian world, but the guy reacted like it gave me unlimited powers, which is what most civilians do when they see it. Early morning of January 5th, I said. Sometime after 3 o'clock, there was an admission here. The guy riffed through a stack of aluminum clipboards and a stand to his right, pulled 2 of them part way out.
Male or female?
He said. Male. He dropped one of the clipboards back in its slot, pulled the other one all the way out.
John Doe,
he said.
Indigent male, no ID, no insurance, claims his name is Pickles. Cops found him on the road.
That's our guy, I said.
Your guy?
He said, looking at my uniform. We might be able to take care of his bill, I said. He paid attention to that, glanced at his stack of clipboards like he was thinking, 1 down, 200 to go.
He's in post-op,
he said. He pointed towards the elevator.
2nd floor.
He stayed behind his counter. We rode up, the 3 of us together, got out and followed the signs to the post-op ward. A nurse at a station outside the door stopped us. I showed her my badge. Pickles, I said. She pointed us to a private room with a closed door across the hallway.
5 minutes only, she said. He's very sick.
Trifonov smiled. We walked across the corridor and opened the private room's door. The light was dim. There was a guy in the bed. He was asleep. Impossible to tell whether he was big or small. I couldn't see much of him. He was mostly covered in plaster casts. His legs were in traction, and he had big GSW bandage packs around both knees. Opposite his bed was a long light box at eye level that was pretty much covered with X-ray exposures. I clicked the light and took a look. Every film had a date and the name Pickles scrawled in the margin. There were films of his arms and his ribs and his chest and his legs. The human body has more than 210 bones in it, and it seemed like this guy Pickles had most of them broken. He'd put a big dent in the hospital's radiography budget all by himself. I clicked the light off and kicked the leg of the bed, twice. The guy in it stirred, woke up, focused in the dim light, and the look on his face when he saw Trifonov was all the alibi Trifonov was ever going to need. It was a look of stark, abject terror. You 2 wait outside, I said. Summer led Trifonov out the door, and I moved up to the head of the bed. "How are you, asshole?" I said. The guy called Pickles was all white in the face, sweating and trembling inside his casts.
"That was the man," he said. "Right there. He did this to me."
"Did what to you?"
"He shot me in the legs."
I nodded, looked at the GSW packs. Pickles had been kneecapped. 2 knees, 2 bullets. 2 rounds fired. "Front or side?" I said.
"Side,"
he said. Front is worse," I said. "You were lucky. Not that you deserve to be lucky."
"I didn't do anything."
"Didn't you? I just met your wife."
"Foreign bitch."
"Don't say that."
"It's her own fault. She won't do what I tell her. Man needs to be obeyed, like it says in the Bible."
"Shut up," I said.
"Aren't you gonna do something?"
"Yes," I said. "I am. Watch." I swung my hand like I was brushing a fly off his sheets. Caught him with a soft backhander on the side of his right knee. He screamed, and I walked away and stepped out the door. Found the nurse looking over in my direction. "He's very sick," I said. We rode down in the elevator and avoided the guy at the triage desk by using the main entrance. We walked around to the Humvee in silence. I opened the rear door for Trifonov, but stopped him on the way in. I shook his hand. "I apologize," I said.
Am I in trouble?
He said. "Not with me," I said. "You're my kind of guy. But you're, very lucky. You could have hit a femoral artery. You could have killed him. Then it might have been different." He smiled briefly. He was calm.
I trained 5 years with GRU, he said. I know how to kill people. And I know how not to.
We gave Trifonov his Steyr back and let him out at the Delta gate. He probably signed the gun back in and then legged it to his room and picked up his book. Probably carried on reading right where he left off. We drove on and parked the Humvee in the MP motor pool. Walked back to my office. Summer went straight to the copy of the gate log. It was still taped to the wall next to the map.
"Vassal and Kuma," she said. "They were the only other people who left the post that night."
"They went north," I said. "If you want to say they threw the briefcase out of the car, then you have to agree they went north. They didn't go south to Columbia."
"Okay," she said. "So the same guy didn't do Carbone and Brubaker. There's no connection. We just wasted a lot of time."
"Welcome to the real world," I said. The real world got a whole lot worse when my phone rang 20 minutes later. It was my sergeant, the woman with the baby son. She had Sanchez on the line calling from Fort Jackson. She put him through. "Willa's been and gone," he said. "Unbelievable." "Told you so. He pitched all kinds of hissy fits. But you're fireproof."
Thank God.
I paused. "Did you tell him about my guy?" He paused.
You told me to. Shouldn't I have?
"It was a dry hole. Looked good at first, but it wasn't in the end."
Well, he's on his way up to see you about it. He left here 2 hours ago. He's gonna be very disappointed."
"Terrific," I said.
"What are you gonna do?"
Summer asked. "What is Willard?" I said. "Fundamentally."
"A careerist,"
she said. "Correct," I said. Technically, the Army has a total of 26 separate ranks. A grunt comes in as an E1 private, and as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he's automatically promoted to an E2 private after a year, and to an E3 private first class after another year, or even a little earlier, if he's any good. Then the ladder stretches all the way up to a 5-star general of the Army, although I wasn't aware of anyone except George Washington and Dwight David Eisenhower who had ever made it that far. If you count the E9 Sergeant Major grade as 3 separate steps to acknowledge the Command Sergeant Majors and the Sergeant Major of the Army, and if you count all 4 warrant officer grades, then a major like me has 7 steps above him and 18 steps below him, which gives a major like me considerable experience of insubordination, going both ways, up and down, given and taken. With 1,000,000 people on 26 separate rungs on the ladder, insubordination was a true art form. And the canvas was one-on-one privacy. So I sent Summer away and waited for Willard on my own. She argued about it. In the end, I got her to agree that one of us should stay under the radar. She went to get a late dinner. My sergeant brought me a sandwich. Roast beef and Swiss cheese, white bread, little mayo, little mustard. The beef was pink. It was a good sandwich. Then she brought me coffee. I was halfway through my second cup when Willard arrived. He came straight in. He left the door open. I didn't get up, didn't salute, didn't stop sipping my coffee. He tolerated it, like I knew he would. He was being very tactical. As far as he knew, I had a suspect that could take Brubaker's case away from the Columbia PD and break the link between an elite colonel and drug dealers in a crack alley. So he was prepared to start out warm and friendly. Or maybe he was looking for a bonding experience with one of his staff. He sat down and started plucking at his trouser legs. He put a man-to-man expression on his face, like we'd just been through some kind of a shared experience together. "Wonderful drive from Jackson," he said. "Great roads." I said nothing. "Just bought a vintage Pontiac GTO," he said. "Fine car. I put polished headers on it, big bore pipes, goes like shit off a shiny shovel." I said nothing. "You like muscle cars?" "No," I said. "I like to take the bus." "That's not much fun." "Okay, let me put it another way. I'm happy with the size of my penis. I don't need compensation." He went white. Then he went red. The same shade as Trifonov's Corvette. He glared at me like he was a real tough guy. "Tell me about the progress on Brubaker," he said. "Brubaker's not my case." "Sanchez told me you found the guy." "False alarm," I said. "Are you sure?" "Totally." "Who were you looking at?" "Your ex-wife." "What?" "Someone told me she slept with half the colonels in the army, always had, like a hobby. So I figured that might include Brubaker. I mean, it was a 50-50 chance." He stared at me. "Only kidding," I said. "It was nobody, just a dry hole." He looked away, furious. I got up and closed my office door, stepped back to my desk, sat down again, faced him. "Your insolence is incredible," he said. "So make a complaint, Willard. Go up the chain of command and tell someone I hurt your feelings. See if anyone believes you. Or see if anyone believes you can't fix a thing like that all by yourself. Watch that note go in your file. See what kind of an impression it makes at your one-star promotion board." He squirmed in his chair, hitched his body from side to side and stared around the room, fixed his gaze on Summers' map. "What's that?" he said. "It's a map," I said. "Of what?" "Of the eastern United States." "What are the pins for?" I didn't answer. He got up and stepped over to the wall, touched the pins with his fingertips, one at a time. D.C., Sperryville, and Green Valley, then Raleigh, Fort Byrd, Cape Fear, and Columbia. "What is all this?" he said. "They're just pins," I said. He pulled the pin out of Green Valley, Virginia. "Mrs. Kramer," he said, "I told you to leave that alone." He pulled all the other pins out, threw them down on the floor. Then he saw the gate log, scanned down it, and stopped when he got to Vassal and Coomer. "I told you to leave them alone as well," he said. He tore the list off the wall. The tape took scabs of paint with it. Then he tore the map down. More paint came with it. The pins had left tiny holes in the sheetrock. They looked like a map all by themselves, or a constellation. "You made holes in the wall," he said. "I won't have Army property abused in this way. It's unprofessional. What would visitors to this room think?" "They'd have thought there was a map on the wall," I said. "It was you that pulled it down and made the mess." He dropped the crumpled paper on the floor. "You want me to walk over to the Delta station?" he said. "Want me to break your back?" He went very quiet. "You should think about your next promotion board," he said. "You think you're going to make lieutenant colonel while I'm still here?" "No," I said. "I really don't. But then I don't expect you'll be here very long." "Think again.
This is a nice niche. The Army will always need cops.
But it won't always need clueless assholes like you.
You're speaking to a senior officer.
I looked around the room. But what am I saying? I don't see any witnesses. He said nothing. You've got an authority problem, I said. It's going to be fun watching you try to solve it. Maybe we could solve it man-to-man in the gym. You want to try that?
Have you got a secure fax machine? He said.
Obviously, I said. It's in the outer office. You passed it on your way in. What are you? Blind as well as stupid?
Be standing next to it at exactly 900 hours tomorrow. I'll be sending you a set of written orders.
He glared at me one last time. Then he stepped outside and slammed the door so hard that the whole wall shook and the air current lifted the map and the gate log an inch off the floor. I stayed at my desk, dialed my brother in Washington, but he didn't answer. I thought about calling my mother, but then I figured there was nothing to say. Whatever I talked about, she'd know I had called to ask, "Are you still alive?" She would know that was what was on my mind. So I got out of my chair and picked up the map and smoothed it out, taped it back on the wall. I picked up all 7 pins and put them back in place, taped the gate log alongside the map. Then I pulled it down again. It was useless. I balled it up and threw it in the trash. Left the map there all on its own. My sergeant came in with more coffee. I wondered briefly about her baby's father. Where was he? Had he been an abusive husband? If so, he was probably buried in a swamp somewhere, or several swamps in several pieces. My phone rang and she answered it for me, passed me the receiver.
Detective Clark, she said, up in Virginia.
I trailed the phone card around the desk and sat down again.
We're making progress now, he said. The Sperryville crowbar's our weapon for sure. We got an identical sample from the hardware store and our medical examiner matched it up.
Good work, I said.
So I'm calling to tell you I can't keep on looking. We found ours. So we can't be looking for yours anymore. I can't justify the overtime budget.
Sure, I said. We anticipated that.
So you're on your own with it now, bud. And I'm real sorry about that.
I said nothing.
Anything at your end? You got a name for me yet?
I smiled. You can forget about a name, I thought. Bud. No quo, no quid. Not that there ever was a name in the first place. I'll let you know, I said. Summer came back after 30 more minutes, and I told her to take the rest of the night off. Told her to meet me for breakfast in the O Club, at 9 o'clock exactly, when Willard's orders were due. I figured we would have a long, leisurely meal, plenty of eggs, plenty of coffee, and we could stroll back over about 10:15.
You moved the map, she said.
Willard tore it down. I put it back up.
He's dangerous.
Maybe, I said. Maybe not. Time will tell. She went back to her quarters, and I went back to mine. I was in a room in the bachelor officers' row. It was pretty much like a motel. There was a street named after some long-dead Medal of Honor winner, and a path branching off from the sidewalk that led to my door. There were posts every 20 yards with streetlights on them. The one nearest my door was out. It was out because it had been busted with a stone. I could see glass on the path. And 3 guys in the shadows. I walked past the first one. He was the Delta sergeant with the beard and the tan. He tapped the face of his watch with his forefinger. The second guy did the same thing. The third guy just smiled. I got inside and closed my door. Didn't hear them walk away. I didn't sleep well. They were gone by morning. I made it to the O Club okay. At 9 o'clock, the dining room was pretty much empty, which was an advantage. The disadvantage was that whatever food remained had been stewing on the buffet for a while. But on balance, I thought it was a good situation. I was more of a loner than a gourmet. Summer and I sat across from each other at a small table in the center of the room. Between us, we ate almost everything that was left. Summer consumed about a pound of grits and 2 pounds of biscuits. She was small, but she could eat. That was for damn sure. We took our time with our coffee and walked over to my office at 10:20. There was mayhem inside. Every phone was ringing. The Louisiana corporal looked harassed.
"Don't answer your phone," he said. "It's Colonel Willard. He wanted immediate confirmation that you'd gotten your orders. He's mad as hell."
"What are the orders?" He ducked back to his desk and offered me a sheet of fax paper. The phones kept on ringing. I didn't take the sheet of paper. I just stood there and read it over my corporal's shoulder. There were 2 closely spaced paragraphs. Willard was ordering me to examine the quartermaster's inward delivery note file and his outward distribution log. I was to use them to work out on paper exactly what ought to be there in the on-post warehouse. Then I was to verify my conclusion by means of a practical search. Then I was to compile a list of all missing items and propose a course of action in writing to track down their current whereabouts. I was to execute the order in a prompt and timely fashion. I was to call him to confirm receipt of the order immediately it was in my hand. It was a classic make-work punishment. In the bad old days, they ordered you to paint coal white, or fill sandbags with teaspoons, or scrub floors with toothbrushes. This was the modern-day MP equivalent. It was a mindless task that would take 2 weeks to complete. I smiled. The phones were still ringing. "The order was never in my hand," I said. "I'm not here."
"Where are you?"
"Tell him someone dropped a gum wrapper in the flower bed outside the post commander's office. Tell him I won't have Army real estate abused in that way. Tell him I've been on the trail since well before dawn." I led Summer back out onto the sidewalk, away from the ringing phones. "Asshole," I said.
You should lie low,
She said.
he'll be calling all over.
I stood still, looked around. Cold weather, gray buildings, gray sky. "Let's take the day off," I said. "Let's go somewhere."
We got things to do.
I nodded. Carbone, Kramer, Brubaker. "Can't stay here," I said. "So we can't do much about Carbone."
Want to go down to Columbia?
"Not our case," I said. "Nothing we can do that Sanchez isn't doing."
Too cold for the beach,
Summer said. I nodded again. Suddenly wished it wasn't too cold for the beach. I would have liked to see Summer on the beach. In a bikini. A very small one, for preference.
We have to work,
she said. I looked south and west, beyond the post buildings. I could see the trees, cold and dead against the horizon. I could see a tall pine, dull and dormant, a little nearer. I figured it was close to where we'd found Carbone. Carbone. "Let's go to Green Valley," I said. "Let's visit with Detective Clark. We could ask him for his crowbar notes. He made a start for us, so maybe we could finish up. A 4-hour drive might be a good investment at this point."
and 4 hours back.
We could have lunch, maybe dinner. We could go AWOL.
They'd find us.
I shook my head. "Nobody'd find me," I said. "Not ever." I stayed there on the sidewalk, and Summer went away and came back 5 minutes later in the green Chevy we'd used before. She pulled in tight to the curb and buzzed her window down before I could move.
Is this smart?
She said. "It's all we've got," I said.
No, I mean you're going to be on the gate log. Time out, 10:30. Willard could check it.
I said nothing. She smiled.
You could hide in the trunk,
she said.
You could get out again when we're through the gate.
I shook my head. "I'm not going to hide. Not because of an asshole like Willard. If he checks a log, I'll tell him the hunt for the gum wrapper guy suddenly went interstate, or global even. We could go to Tahiti." I got in beside her and racked the seat all the way back and started thinking about bikinis again. She took her foot off the brake and accelerated down the main drag. Slowed and stopped at the gate. An MP private came out with a clipboard. He noted our plate number and we showed him ID. He wrote our names down. Glanced into the car, checked the empty rear seat. Then he nodded to his partner in the guard shack and the barrier went up in front of us, very slowly. It was a thick pole with a counterweight, red and white stripes. Summer waited until it was exactly vertical, and then she dropped the hammer and we took off in a cloud of blue government-funded smoke from the Chevy's rear tires. The weather got better as we drove north. We slid out from under a shelf of low-gray cloud into bright winter sunshine. It was an Army car, so there was no radio in it, just a blank panel where the civilian model would have had AM and FM and a cassette slot. So we talked from time to time and whiled the rest away, riding in aimless silence. It was a curious feeling to be free. I'd spent just about my whole life being where the military told me to be, every minute of every day. Now I felt like a truant. There was a world out there. It was going about its business, chaotic and untidy and undisciplined, and I was a part of it, just briefly. I lay back in the seat and watched it spool by, bright and stroboscopic, random images flashing past like sunlight on a running river. "Do you wear a bikini or a one-piece?" I asked.
Why?
"Just checking," I said. "I was thinking about the beach."
Too cold.
"Won't be in August."
Think you'll be here in August?
"No," I said.
Pity, she said. You never know what I wear.
"You could mail me a picture."
Where to?
"Fort Leavenworth, probably," I said. "The maximum security wing."
No. Where will you be, seriously?
"I have no idea," I said. "August is 8 months away."
Where's the best place you ever served?
I smiled, gave her the same answer I give anyone who asks that question. "Right here," I said. "Right now."
Even with Willard on your back?
"Ah, Willard's nothing. He'll be gone before I am."
Why is he here at all?
I moved in my seat. "My brother figures they're copying what corporations do. Know-nothings aren't invested in the status quo."
So a guy trained to write fuel consumption algorithms winds up with 2 dead soldiers in his first week, and he doesn't want to investigate either one of them?
"Oh, because that'd be old-fashioned thinking. We have to move on. We have to see the big picture." She smiled and drove on. Took the Green Valley ramp, going way too fast. The Green Valley Police Department had a building north of town. It was a bigger place than I'd expected, because Green Valley itself was bigger than I'd expected. It encompassed the pretty center we'd already seen, but then it bulged north through some country that was mostly strip malls and light industrial units, almost all the way up to Sperryville. The police station looked big enough for 20 or 30 cops. It was built the way most places are where land is cheap. It was long and low and sprawling, with a 1-story center core and 2 wings. The wings were built at right angles, so the place was U-shaped. The facades were concrete, molded to look like stone. There was a brown lawn in front and parking lots at both sides. There was a flagpole dead center on the lawn. Old Glory was up there, weather-beaten and limp in the windless air. The whole place looked a little grand and a little bleached in the pale sunlight. We parked in the right-hand lot in an empty slot between 2 white police cruisers. We got out into the brightness. Walked over to the front doors and went in and asked the desk guy for Detective Clark. The desk guy made an internal call and then pointed us towards the left-hand wing. We walked through an untidy corridor and ended up in a room the size of a basketball court. Pretty much the whole thing was a detective's bullpen. There was a wooden fence that enclosed a line of 4 visitor chairs, and then there was a gate with a receptionist desk next to it. Beyond the gate was a lieutenant's office way off in one corner, and then nothing else except 3 pairs of back-to-back desks covered with phones and paper. There were file cabinets against the walls. The windows were grimy, and most of them had skewed and broken blinds. There was no receptionist at the desk. There were 2 detectives in the room, both of them wearing tweed sport coats, both of them sitting with their backs to us. Clark was one of them. He was talking on the phone. I rattled the gate latch. Both guys turned around. Clark paused for a second, surprised, and then he waved us in. We pulled chairs around and sat at the ends of his desk, one on each side. He kept on talking into the phone. We waited. I spent the time looking around the room. The lieutenant's office had glass walls from waist height upward. There was a big desk in there. Nobody behind it. But on it, I could see 2 plaster casts, just like the ones our own pathologist had made. I didn't get up and go look at them. Didn't seem polite. Clark finished his call, hung up the phone and made a note on a yellow pad. Then he breathed out and pushed his chair way back so he could see both of us at the same time. He didn't say anything. He knew we weren't making a social call. But equally, he didn't want to come right out and ask if we had a name for him, because he didn't want to look foolish if we didn't. "Just passing through," I said. "Okay," he said. "Looking for a little help," I said. "What kind of help?" "Thought you might give us your crowbar notes, now that you don't need 'em anymore, now that you found yours." "Notes?
Well, you listed all kinds of hardware stores. I figured it could save us some time if we picked up where you left off. I could have faxed them, he said. There's probably a lot of them. We didn't want to cause you the trouble. I might not have been here. We were passing by anyway. Okay, he said again. Crowbar notes. He swiveled his chair and got up out of it and walked over to a file cabinet. Came back with a green folder about a half-inch thick. He dropped it on his desk. It made a decent thump. Good luck, he said. He sat down again, and I nodded to Summer, and she picked up the folder. Opened it. It was full of paper. She leafed through, made a face, passed it across to me. It was a long, long list of places that stretched from New Jersey to North Carolina. There were names and addresses and phone numbers. The first 90 or so had check marks against them. Then there were about 400 that didn't. You have to be careful, Clark said. Some places call them crowbars and some call them wrecking bars. You have to be sure they know what you're talking about. Do they have different sizes? Oh, lots of different sizes. Ours is pretty big. Can I see it? Or is it in your evidence room? It's not evidence, Clark said. It's not the actual weapon. It's just an identical sample on loan from the Sperryville store. We can't take it to court. But it fits your plaster casts. Like a glove, he said. He got up again and walked into his lieutenant's office and took the casts off the desk, carried them back, one in each hand, and put them down on his own desk. They were very similar to ours. There was a positive and a negative, just like we had. Mrs. Kramer's head had been a lot smaller than Carbone's in terms of diameter. Therefore, the crowbar had caught less of its circumference. Therefore, the impression of the fatal wound was a little shorter in length than ours. But it was just as deep and ugly. Clark picked it up and ran his fingertip through the trench. Very violent blow, he said. We're looking for a tall guy, strong, right-handed. You seen anyone like that? Every time I look in the mirror, I said. The cast of the weapon itself was a little shorter than ours, too. But other than that, it looked very much the same. Same chalky section, pitted here and there with microscopic imperfections in the plaster, but basically straight and smooth and brutal. Can I see the actual crowbar? I said. Sure, Clark said. He leaned down and opened a drawer in his desk, left it open like a display, and moved his chair to get out of my way. I leaned forward and looked down and saw the same curved black thing I'd seen the previous morning. Same shape, same contour, same color, same size, same claws, same octagonal section. Same gloss, same precision. It was exactly identical in every way to the one we'd left behind in Fort Bird's mortuary office. We drove 10 miles to Sperryville. I looked through Clark's list to find the hardware store's address. It was right there on the 5th line, because it was close to Green Valley. But there was no checkmark against its phone number. There was a penciled note instead. No answer. I guessed the owner had been busy with a glazier and an insurance company. I guessed Clark's guys would have gotten around to making a second call eventually, but they'd been overtaken by the NCIC search. Sperryville wasn't a big place, so we just cruised around looking for the address. We found a bunch of stores on a short strip, and after driving it 3 times, we found the right street name on a green sign. It pointed us down what was basically a narrow dead-end alley. We passed between the sides of 2 clapboard structures, and then the alley widened into a small yard, and we saw the hardware store facing us at the far end. It was like a small 1-story barn, painted up to look more urban than rural. It was a real mom-and-pop place. It had a family name painted on an old sign. No indication that it was part of a franchise. It was just an American small business, standing alone, weathering the booms and busts from one generation to the next. But it was an excellent place for a dead-of-night burglary. Quiet, isolated, invisible to passers-by on the main street. No living accommodation on the 2nd floor. In the front wall, it had a display window on the left, set next to an entrance door on the right, separated only by the width of the door frame. There was a moon-shaped hole in the window glass, temporarily backed by a sheet of unfinished plywood. The plywood had been neatly trimmed to the right size. I figured the hole had been punched through by the sole of a shoe. It was close to the door.
I figured a tall guy could put his left arm through the hole up to the shoulder and get his hand around to the door latch easily enough. But he would have had to reach all the way in first and then bend his elbows slowly and deliberately to avoid snagging his clothes. I pictured him with his left cheek against the cold glass, in the dark, breathing hard, groping blindly. We parked right in front of the store, got out and spent a minute looking in the window. It was full of items on display. But whoever had put them there wasn't about to move on to Saks Fifth Avenue any time soon. Not for their famous holiday windows. Because there was no art involved, no design, no temptation. Everything was just lined up neatly on hand-built shelves. Everything had a price tag. The window was saying, "This is what we've got. If you want it, come in and get it." But it all looked like quality stuff. There were some strange items. I had no idea what some of them were for. I didn't know much about tools. I'd never really used any, except knives. But it was clear to me that this store chose what it carried pretty carefully. We went in. There was a mechanical bell on the door that rang as we entered. The plain neatness and organization we'd seen in the window was maintained inside. There were tidy racks and shelves and bins, a wide plank wooden floor. There was a faint smell of machine oil. The place was quiet. No customers. There was a guy behind the counter, maybe 60 years old, maybe 70. He was looking at us, alerted by the bell. He was medium height and slender and a little stooped. He wore round eyeglasses and a gray cardigan sweater. They made him look intelligent, but they also made him look like he wasn't accustomed to handling anything bigger than a small screwdriver. They made him look like selling tools was a definite second-best thing to being at a university teaching a course about their design and their history and their development. "May I help you?" he asked. "We're here about the stolen wrecking bar," I said. "Or the stolen crowbar, if that's what you prefer to call it." He nodded. "Crowbar," he said. "Wrecking bar's a little uncouth, in my opinion." "Okay, we're here about the stolen crowbar," I said. He smiled briefly. "You're the Army. Has martial law been declared?"
We have a parallel inquiry.
Summer said.
"You military police?"
Yes,
Summer said. She told him our names and ranks. He reciprocated with his own name, which matched the sign above his door. "We need some background," I said, "about the crowbar market." He made a face like he was interested, but not very excited. It was like asking a forensics guy about fingerprinting instead of DNA. I got the impression that crowbar development had slowed to a halt a long time ago.
"Where can I start?"
he said. "How many different sorts are there?"
"Dozens," he said. "There are at least 6 manufacturers that I would consider dealing with myself, and plenty of others I wouldn't."
I looked around the store. "Because you only carry quality stuff."
"Exactly," he said. "I can't compete with the big chains on price alone, so I have to offer absolutely top quality and service."
"Niche marketing," I said. He nodded again.
"Low-end crowbars would come from China," he said. "Mass-produced, cast iron, wrought iron, low-grade forged steel. I wouldn't be interested."
"So what do you carry?"
"I import a few titanium crowbars from Europe," he said. "Very expensive, but very strong. More importantly, very light. They were designed for police and firefighters, or for underwater work where corrosion would otherwise be an issue, or for anyone else that needs something small and durable and easily portable."
"But it wasn't one of those that was stolen." The old guy shook his head.
"No, the titanium bars are specialist items. The others I offer are slightly more mainstream."
"And what are those?"
"As a small store," he said, "I have to choose what I carry very carefully, which in some ways is a burden, but which is also a delight because choice is very liberating. These decisions are mine and mine alone. So obviously, for a crowbar, I would choose high-carbon chromium steel. Then the question is, should it be single-tempered or double-tempered? My honest preference would always be double-tempered for strength, and I would want the claws to be very slim for utility and therefore case-hardened for safety. That could be a lifesaver in some situations. Imagine a man on a high roof beam whose claws shattered. Well, he'd fall off."
"I guess he would," I said. "So, the right steel, double-tempered with the hard claws. What did you pick?"
Well, actually, I compromised with one of the items I carry. My preferred manufacturer won't make anything shorter than 18 inches, but I needed a 12-inch, obviously.
I must have looked blank.
Well, for studs and joists, the old guy said. If you're working inside 16-inch centers, you can't use an 18-inch bar, can you?
I guess not, I said.
So I take a 12-inch with a half-inch section from one source, even though it's only single-tempered. I think it's satisfactory, though, in terms of strength. With only 12 inches of leverage, the force a person generates isn't going to overwhelm it.
Okay, I said.
Apart from that particular item and the titanium specialties, I order exclusively from a very old Pittsburgh company called Fortis. They make two models for me, an 18-inch and a 3-footer. Both of them are 3/4-inch section. High carbon, double-tempered chromium steel, case-hardened claws, very fine quality paint.
And it was the 3-footer that was stolen, I said. He looked at me like I was clairvoyant. Detective Clark showed us the sample you lent him, I said.
I see, he said.
So is the 36-inch 3/4 section Fortis a rare item? He made a face, like he was a little disappointed.
I sell one a year, he said. 2, if I'm very lucky. They're expensive, and appreciation for quality is declining shamefully. Pearls before swine, I say.
Is that the same everywhere?
Everywhere?
He repeated. You know, the stores, regionally, with the Fortis crowbars.
Oh, I'm sorry, he said. Perhaps I didn't make myself quite clear. They're made for me, to my own design, to my own exact specification. They're custom items.
I stared at him. They're exclusive to this store? He nodded.
The privilege of independence.
Literally exclusive. He nodded again.
Unique in all the world.
When did you last sell one?
About 9 months ago.
Does the paint wear off?
I know what you're asking, he said. The answer's yes, of course. You find one that looks new. It's the one that was stolen on New Year's Eve.
We borrowed an identical sample from him for comparative purposes, the same way Detective Clark had. It was dewed with machine oil and had tissue paper wrapped around the center shaft. We laid it like a trophy across the Chevy's back seat. Then we ate in the car, burgers from a drive-thru 100 yards north of the tool store. Tell me 3 new facts, I said.
1, Ms. Kramer and Carbone were killed by the same individual weapon. 2, we're going to drive ourselves nuts trying to find a connection between them.
And 3?
I don't know.
3, the bad guy knew Sperryville pretty well. Could you have found that store in the dark in a hurry, unless you knew the town? We looked ahead through the windshield. The mouth of the alley was just about visible. But then we knew it was there. And it was full daylight. Summer closed her eyes.
Focus on the weapon, she said. Forget everything else. Visualize it. The custom crowbar, unique in all the world. It was carried out of that alley right there. Then it was in Green Valley at 2 a.m. on January 1st. And then it was inside Fort Byrd at 9 p.m. on the 4th. It went on a journey. We know where it started, and we know where it finished. We don't know for sure where it went in between, but we do know for certain it passed one particular point along the way. It passed Fort Byrd's main gate. We don't know when, but we know for sure that it did.
She opened her eyes.
We have to get back there, she said. We have to look at the logs again. The earliest it could have passed the gate is 6 a.m. on January 1st because Byrd is 4 hours from Green Valley. The latest it could have passed the gate, say, 8 p.m. on January 4th. That's an 86-hour window. We need to check the gate logs for everybody who entered during that time, because we know for sure that the crowbar came in, and we know for sure that it didn't walk in by itself.
I said nothing.
I'm sorry, she said. There'll be a lot of names.
The truant feeling was completely gone. We got back on the road and headed east, looking for I-95. We found it, and we turned south, towards Byrd, towards Willard on the phone, towards the angry Delta station. We slid back under the shelf of gray cloud just before the North Carolina state line. The sky went dark. Summer put the headlights on. We passed the state police building on the opposite shoulder, past the spot where Kramer's briefcase had been found, past the rest area a mile later. We merged with the east-west highway spur and came off at the cloverleaf next to Kramer's motel. We left it behind us and drove the 30 miles down to Fort Bird's gate. The guard shack MPs signed us in at 1930 hours exactly. I told them to copy their logs starting at 0600 hours January 1st and ending at 2000 hours January 4th. I told them to have a Xerox record of that 86-hour slice of life delivered to my office immediately. My office was very quiet. The morning mayhem was long gone. A sergeant with the baby son was back on duty. She looked tired. I realized she didn't sleep much. She worked all night and probably played with her kid all day. Tough life. She had coffee going. I figured she was just as interested in it as I was, maybe more.
"Delta guys are restless," she said. "They know you arrested the Bulgarian guy."
I didn't arrest him. I just asked him some questions.
"That's a distinction they don't seem willing to make. People have been in and out of here looking for you."
Were they armed?
"They don't need to be armed, not those guys. You should have them confined to quarters. You could do that. You're acting MPCO here."
I shook my head. Anything else?
"You need to call Colonel Willard before midnight or he's going to write you up as AWOL. He said that's a promise."
I nodded. It was Willard's obvious next move. An AWOL charge wouldn't reflect badly on a CO, wouldn't make him look like he'd lost his grip. An AWOL charge was always on the man who ran, fair and square. Anything else? I said again.
"Sanchez wants a 1016, she said, down at Fort Jackson, and your brother called again."
Any message? I said.
"No message."
Okay, I said. I went inside to my desk, picked up my phone. Summer stepped over to the map, traced her fingers across the pins. D.C. to Sperryville, Sperryville to Green Valley to Fort Bird. I dialed Joe's number. He answered second ring. "I called Mom," he said. "She's still hanging in there." "She said soon, Joe. Doesn't mean we have to mount a daily vigil." "Bound to be sooner than we think, and than we want." "How was she?" "She sounded shaky." "You okay?" "Not bad," he said. "You?" "Not a great year so far." "You should call her next," he said. "I will," I said. "In a few days." "Do it tomorrow," he said. He hung up, and I sat for a minute. Then I dabbed the cradle to clear the line and asked my sergeant to get Sanchez for me, down at Jackson. I held the phone by my ear and waited. Summer was looking right at me.
"A daily vigil?"
she said. "She's waiting for the plaster to come off," I said. "She doesn't like it." Summer looked at me a little more, and then turned back to the map. I put the phone on speaker and laid the handset down on the desk. There was a click on the line, and we heard Sanchez's voice. "I've been hassling the Columbia PD about Brubaker's car," he said. "Didn't they find it yet?" I said. "No," he said, "and they weren't putting any effort into finding it, which was inconceivable to me, so I kept on hassling them. And they dropped the other shoe." "Which is?" "Brubaker wasn't killed in Columbia," he said. "He was dumped there is all." Sanchez told us the Columbia medical examiners had found confused lividity patterns on Brubaker's body that, in their opinion, meant he'd been dead about 3 hours before being tossed in the alley. Lividity is what happens to a person's blood after death. The heart stops, blood pressure collapses, liquid blood drains and sinks and settles into the lowest parts of the body under the simple force of gravity. It rests there, and over a period of time it stains the skin liverish purple. Somewhere between 3 and 6 hours later, the color fixes permanently, like a developed photograph. A guy who falls down dead on his back will have a pale chest and a purple back. Vice versa for a guy who falls down dead on his front. But Brubaker's lividity was all over the place.
The Columbia medical examiners figured he'd been killed, then kept on his back for about 3 hours, then dumped in the alley on his front. They were pretty confident about their estimate of the 3-hour duration, because 3 hours was the point where the stains would first start to fix. They said he had signs of early fixed lividity on his back and major fixed lividity on his front. They also said he had a broad stripe across the middle of his back, where the dead flesh had been partially cooked. "He was in the trunk of a car," I said. "Right over the muffler," Sanchez said. 3-hour journey, plenty of temperature. This changes a lot of things. It explains why they never found his Chevy in Columbia. Or any witnesses, I said. Or the shell cases or the bullets. So what are we looking at? 3 hours in a car, I said, at night with empty roads. Anything up to a 200-mile radius. That's a pretty big circle, Sanchez said. 125,000 square miles, I said. Approximately. Pi times the radius squared. What's the Columbia PD doing about it? Dropping it like a hot potato. It's an FBI case now. What does the Bureau think about the dope thing? They're a little skeptical. They figure heroin isn't our bag. They figure we're more into marijuana and amphetamines. I wish, I said. I could use a little of both right now. On the other hand, they know Delta guys go all over. Pakistan, South America, which is where heroin comes from. So they'll keep it in their back pocket in case they don't get anywhere. Just like the Columbia PD was going to. They're wasting their time. Heroin? A guy like Brubaker'd die first. They're thinking maybe he did. His end of the line clicked off. I killed the speaker and put the handset back.
It happened to the north, probably, Summer said. Brubaker started out in Raleigh. We should be looking for his car somewhere up there.
Not our case, I said.
Okay, the FBI should be looking.
I'm sure they already are. There was a knock at the door. It opened up and an MP corporal came in with sheets of paper under his arm. He saluted smartly and stepped a pace forward and placed the sheets of paper on my desk. Stepped the same pace back and saluted again. "Copies of the gate log, sir," he said. "1st through 4th of this month, times as requested." He turned around and walked back out of the room. Closed the door. I looked at the pile of paper. There were about 7 sheets in it. Not too bad. "Let's go to work," I said. Operation Just Cause helped us again. The raised DEFCON level meant a lot of leave had been canceled. No real reason, because the Panama thing was no kind of a big deal, but that was how the military worked. No point in having DEFCON levels if they couldn't be raised up and dropped down. No point in moving them at all if there weren't any associated consequences. No point in staging little foreign dramas unless the whole establishment felt a remote and vicarious thrill. No point in canceling leave without giving people something to fill their time, either. So there were extra training sessions and daily readiness exercises. Most of them were arduous and started early. Therefore, the big bonus for us was that almost everyone who'd gone out to celebrate New Year's Eve was back on post and in the rack relatively early. They must have straggled back around 3 or 4 or 5 in the morning, because there was very little gate activity recorded after 6. Incoming personnel during the 18 hours we were looking at on New Year's Day totaled 19. Summer and I were 2 of them, returning from Green Valley and D.C. after the widow trip and the visit to Walter Reed. We crossed ourselves off the list. Incoming personnel other than ourselves on January 2nd totaled 16. 12 on January 3rd. 17 before 2000 hours on January 4th. 62 names in total during the 86-hour window. 9 of them were civilian delivery drivers. We crossed them off. 11 of them were repeats. They had come in, gone out, come in again, like commuters. My night duty sergeant was one of them. We crossed her off because she was a woman, and short. Elsewhere, we deleted the second and any subsequent entries in each case. We ended up with 41 individuals, listed by name, rank, and initial. No way of telling which were men and which were women. No way of telling which of the men were tall and strong and right-handed.
"I'll work on the genders," Summer said. I've still got the basic strength lists. They have full names on them.
I nodded, left her to it. Got on the phone and scared up the pathologist and asked him to meet me in the mortuary right away. I drove our Chevy between my office and his because I didn't want to be seen walking around with a crowbar. I parked outside the mortuary entrance and waited. The guy showed up inside 5 minutes, walking from the direction of the O Club. I probably interrupted his dessert, or maybe even his main course. I slid out to meet him and leaned back in and took the crowbar out of the back seat. He glanced at it, led me inside. He seemed to understand what I wanted to do. He unlocked his office and hit the lights and unlocked his drawer, opened it and lifted out the crowbar that had killed Carbone. Laid it on his desk. I laid the borrowed specimen next to it, pulled the tissue paper off, lined it up at the same angle. It was exactly identical. "Are there wide variations?" the pathologist asked. "With crowbars?" "More than you'd think," I said. "I just had a big crowbar lesson." "These two look the same." "They are the same. They're peas in a pod. Count on it. They're custom-made. They're unique in all the world." "Did you ever meet Carbone?" "Very briefly," I said. "What was his posture like?" "In what way?" "Did he stoop?" I thought back to the dim interior of the lounge bar, to the hard light in the parking lot. Shook my head. "Carbone wasn't tall enough to stoop," I said. "He was a wiry guy, solid, stood up pretty straight, kind of on the balls of his feet. He looked athletic." "Okay. Why?" "It was a downward blow. Not a downward chop, but a horizontal swing that dipped as it hit. Maybe it was just below horizontal. Carbone was 70 inches tall. The wound was 65 inches off the ground, assuming he wasn't stooping. But it was delivered from above, so his attacker was tall." "You told us that already," I said. "No, I mean tall," he said. "I've been working on it, mapping it out. The guy had to be 6'4" or 6'5". "Like me," I said. "And as heavy as you, too. Not easy to break a skull as badly as that." I thought back to the crime scene. It had been pocked with small hummocks of dead grass, and there were wrist-thick branches here and there on the ground, but it was basically a flat area. No way one guy could have been standing higher than the other. No way of assuming a relative height difference when there really wasn't one. 6'4" or 6'5", I said. "You prepared to go to bat on that?" "In court?" "It was a training accident," I said. "We're not going to court. This is just between you and me. Am I wasting my time looking at people less than 6 feet 4 inches tall?" The doctor breathed in, breathed out. 6'3", he said, "to be on the safe side, to allow a margin for experimental error. I'd go to bat on 6'3", count on it." "Okay," I said. He shooed me out the door and hit the lights and locked up again. Summer was sitting behind my desk when I got back, doing nothing. She was through with the gender analysis. It hadn't taken her long. The strength lists were comprehensive and accurate and alphabetical, like most Army paperwork.
33 men, she said. 23 enlisted, 10 officers.
"Who are they?"
Little bit of everything. Delta and Ranger leave was completely canceled, but they had evening passes. Carbone himself was in and out on the first, obviously.
"We can cross him off."
"Okay, 32 men," she said. "The pathologist is one of them."
"We can take him out, too."
31, then," she said. "And Vassal and Coomer are still in there. In and out on the first, and in again on the fourth at 7 o'clock.
"Take 'em out," I said. "They were eating dinner, fish and steak."
29, she said. 22 enlisted, 7 officers.
"Okay," I said. "Now go to Post HQ and pull their medical records."
"Why?"
"To find out how tall they are."
"Can't do that for the driver Vassal and Coomer had on New Year's Day, Major Marshall. He was a visitor. His records won't be there."
"He wasn't here the night Carbone died," I said. "So you can take him out, too."
28,
she said. "So go pull 28 sets of records," I said. She slid me a slip of white paper. I picked it up. It was the one I'd written 973 on, our original suspect pool.
"We're making progress,"
she said. I nodded. She smiled and stood up, walked out the door. I took her place behind the desk. The chair was warm from her body. I savored the feeling until it went away. Then I picked up the phone, asked my sergeant to get the post quartermaster on the line. It took her a few minutes to find him. I figured she'd had to drag him out of the mess hall. I figured I'd just ruined his dinner too, as well as the pathologist's. But then I hadn't eaten anything yet myself.
Yes, sir,
the guy said. He sounded a little annoyed. I got a question, Chief, I said. Something only you'll know.
Like what?
Average height and weight for a male U.S. Army soldier. The guy said nothing, but I felt his annoyance fade away. The Quartermaster Corps buys millions of uniforms a year, and twice as many boots, all on a budget, so you can bet it knows the tail of the tape to the nearest half-inch and the nearest half-ounce. It can't afford not to, literally. And it loves to show off its specialized knowledge.
No problem, the guy said. Male adult population age 20 to 50 as a whole in America goes 5'9.5" and 178. We're overrepresented with Hispanics by comparison with the nation as a whole, which brings our median height down 1 whole inch to 5'8.5". We train pretty hard, which brings our median weight up 3 pounds to 181, muscle being generally heavier than fat.
Those are this year's figures?
Last year's, he said. This year's only a few days old.
What's the spread in height?
What are you looking for?
How many guys have we got 6'3" or better?
1 in 10, he said. In the Army as a whole, maybe 90,000. Call it a Super Bowl crowd. On a post this size, maybe 120. Call it a half-empty airplane.
Okay, Chief, I said. Thanks. I hung up. 1 in 10. Summer was going to come back with 28 medical charts. 9 out of 10 of them were going to be for guys too small to worry about. So out of 28, if we were lucky, only 2 of them would need looking at. 3 if we were unlucky. 2 or 3, down from 973. Making progress. I looked at the clock. 8:30. I smiled to myself. Shit happens, Willard, I thought. Shit happened, for sure, but it happened to us, not Willard. Averages and medians played their little arithmetic tricks, and Summer came back with 28 charts, and all 28 of them were for short guys. Tallest among them was a marginal 6'1", and he was a reed-thin 160 pounds, and he was a padre. Once when I was a kid, we lived for a month in an off-post bungalow somewhere. It had no dining table. My mother called people and had one delivered. It came packed flat in a carton. I tried to help her put it together. All the parts were there. There was a laminated tabletop and 4 chrome legs and 4 big steel bolts. We laid them out on the floor in the dining nook. The top, 4 legs, 4 bolts. But there was no way to fit them together. No way at all. It was some kind of an inexplicable design. Nothing would join up. We knelt side by side and worked on it. We sat cross-legged on the floor, with the dust bunnies and the cockroaches. The smooth chrome was cold in my hands. The edges were rough where the laminate was shaped on the corners. We couldn't put it together. Joe came in and tried and failed. My dad tried and failed. We ate in the kitchen for a month. We were still trying to put that table together when we moved out. Now I felt like I was wrestling with it all over again. Nothing went together. Everything looked good at first, and then everything stalled and died.
The crowbar didn't walk in by itself,
Summer said.
One of those 28 names brought it in. Obviously. It can't have gotten here any other way.
I said nothing.
Want dinner?
She said. I think better when I'm hungry, I said.
We've run out of things to think about.
I nodded, gathered the 28 medical charts together and piled them neatly. Put Summer's original list of 33 names on top. 33 minus Carbone because he didn't bring the crowbar in himself and commit suicide with it. Minus the pathologist because he wasn't a convincing suspect, and because he was short, and because his practice swings with the crowbar had been weak. Minus Vassell and Coomer and their driver, Marshall, because their alibis were too good. Vassell and Coomer had been stuffing their faces, and Marshall hadn't even come at all. Why wasn't Marshall here, I said. Summer nodded.
That's always bothered me. It's like Vassal and Coomer had something to hide from him.
All they did was eat dinner.
But Marshall must have been right there at Kramer's funeral with him. So they must have specifically told him not to drive him here, like a positive order to get out of the car and stay home.
I nodded. Pictured the long line of black government sedans at Arlington National Cemetery under a leaden January sky. Pictured the ceremony, the folding of the flag, the salute from the riflemen, the shuffling procession back to the cars, bare-headed men with their chins ducked into their collars against the cold, maybe snow in the air. I pictured Marshall holding the Mercury's rear doors, for Vassal first, then for Coomer. He must have driven them back to the Pentagon lot and then gotten out and watched Coomer move up into the driver's seat. "We should talk to him," I said. "Find out exactly what they told him, what kind of reason they gave him. It must have been a slightly awkward moment. A blue-eyed boy like that must have felt a little excluded." I picked up the phone and spoke to my sergeant, asked her to get a number from Major Marshall. Told her he was a 12-Corps staffer based at the Pentagon. She said she'd get back to me. Summer and I sat quiet and waited. I gazed at the map on the wall. I figured we should take the pin out of Columbia. It distorted the picture. Brubaker hadn't been killed there. He'd been killed somewhere else. North, south, east, or west.
"Are you going to call Willard?"
Summer asked me. "Probably," I said. "Tomorrow, maybe."
"Not before midnight?"
"I don't want to give him the satisfaction."
"That's a risk."
"I'm protected," I said.
"Might not last forever."
"Doesn't matter. I'll have Delta Force coming after me soon. That'll make everything else seem kind of academic."
"Call Willard tonight," she said. "That'd be my advice."
I looked at her.
"As a friend,"
She said,
AWOL's a big deal. No point in making things worse.
"Okay," I said.
"Do it now," she said. "Why not?"
"Okay," I said again. I reached out for the phone, but before I could get my hand on it, my sergeant put her head in the door. She told us Major Marshall was no longer based in the United States. His temporary detached duty had been prematurely terminated. He'd been recalled to Germany. He'd been flown out of Andrews Air Force Base late in the morning of the 5th of January. "Whose orders?" I asked her.
"General Vassal's," she said.
"Okay," I said. She closed the door.
"The 5th of January,"
Summer said. "The morning after Carbone and Brubaker died," I said.
"He knows something.
"He wasn't even here."
Why else would they hide him away afterwards?"
"It's a coincidence."
"You don't like coincidences."
I nodded. "Okay," I said. "Let's go to Germany." No way was Willard about to authorize any foreign expeditions, so I walked over to the Provost Marshal's office and took a stack of travel vouchers out of the company clerk's desk. I carried them back to my own office and signed them all with my name on the CO lines and respectable forgeries of Leon Garber's signature on the authorized by lines.
"We're breaking the law,"
Summer said. "This is the Battle of Kursk," I said. "We can't stop now." She hesitated. "Your choice," I said. "In or out. No pressure from me." She said nothing. "These vouchers won't come back for a month or two," I said. "By then, either Willard will be gone or we will. We got nothing to lose."
"Okay," she said.
"Go pack," I said. 3 days. She left, and I asked my sergeant to figure out who was next in line for acting CO. She came back with a name I recognized as the female captain I'd seen in the O Club dining room, the one with the busted arm. I wrote her a note explaining I would be out for 3 days. I told her she was in charge. Then I picked up the phone and called Joe. "I'm going to Germany," I said. "Okay," he said. "Enjoy. Have a safe trip." "I can't go to Germany without stopping by Paris on the way back. You know, in the circumstances." He paused. "No," he said. "I guess you can't." "Wouldn't be right not to," I said. "But she shouldn't think I care more than you do. That wouldn't be right either. So you should come over too." "When?" "Take the overnight flight 2 days from now. I'll meet you at Roissy-Charles de Gaulle. Then we'll go see her together." Summer met me on the sidewalk outside my quarters, and we carried our bags to the Chevy.
We were both in BDUs because we figured our best shot was a night transport out of Andrews Air Force Base. We were too late for a civilian red-eye, and we didn't want to wait all night for the breakfast flights. We got in the car and logged out at the gate. Summer was driving, of course. She accelerated hard and then dropped into a smooth rhythm that was about 10 miles an hour faster than the other cars headed our way. I sat back and watched the road, watched the shoulders and the strip malls and the traffic. We drove north 30 miles and passed by Kramer's Motel, hit the Cloverleaf and jogged east to I-95, headed north. We passed the rest area, past the spot a mile later where the briefcase had been found. I closed my eyes. I slept all the way to Andrews. We got there well after midnight. We parked in a restricted lot and swapped 2 of our travel vouchers for 2 places on a Transportation Corps C-130 that was leaving for Frankfurt at 3 in the morning. We waited in a lounge that had fluorescent lighting and vinyl benches and was filled with the usual ragtag bunch of transients. The military's always on the move. There are always people going somewhere, any time of the night or day. Nobody talked. Nobody ever did. We all just sat there, stiff and tired and uncomfortable. The loadmaster came to get us 30 minutes before takeoff. We filed out onto the tarmac and walked up the ramp into the belly of the plane. There was a long line of cargo pallets in the center bay. We sat on webbing jump seats with our backs to the fuselage wall. On the whole, I figured I preferred the first-class section on Air France. The Transportation Corps doesn't have stewardesses, and it doesn't brew in-flight coffee. We took off a little late, heading west into the wind. Then we turned a slow 180 over D.C. and struck out east. I felt the movement. There were no windows, but I knew we were above the city. Joe was down there somewhere, sleeping. The fuselage wall was very cold at altitude, so we all leaned forward with our elbows on our knees. It was too noisy to talk. I stared at a pallet of tank ammunition until my vision blurred and I fell back to sleep. It wasn't comfortable, but one thing you learn in the Army is how to sleep anywhere. I woke up maybe 10 times and spent most of the trip in a state of suspended animation. The roar of the engines and the rush of the slipstream helped induce it. It was relatively restful. It was about 60% as good as being in bed. We were in the air nearly 8 hours before we started our initial descent. There was no intercom, no cheery message from the pilot. Just a change in the engine note and a downward lurching movement and a sharp sensation in the ears. All around me, people were standing up and stretching. Summer had her back flat against an ammunition crate, rubbing like a cat. She looked pretty good. Her hair was too short to get messy, and her eyes were bright. She looked determined, like she knew she was heading for doom or glory, and was resigned to not knowing which. We all sat down again and held tight to the webbing for the landing. The wheels touched down, and the reverse thrust howled, and the brakes jammed on tight. The pallets jerked forward against their straps. Then the engines cut back, and we taxied a long way and stopped. The ramp came down, and a dim dusk sky showed through the hole. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Germany, 6 hours ahead of the East Coast, 1 hour ahead of Zulu time. I was starving. I'd eaten nothing since the burger in Sperryville the previous day. Summer and I stood up and grabbed our bags and got in line, shuffled down the ramp with the others, and out onto the tarmac. The weather was cold. It felt pretty much the same as North Carolina. We were way out in the restricted military corner of the Frankfurt airport. We took a personnel bus to the public terminal. After that, we were on our own. Some of the other guys had transport waiting, but we didn't. We joined a bunch of civilians in the taxi line, shuffled up, one by one. When our turn came, we gave the driver a travel voucher and told him to drive us east to 12 Corps. He was happy enough to comply. He could swap the voucher for hard currency at any U.S. post, and I was certain he would pick up a couple of 12 Corps guys going out into Frankfurt for a night on the town. No deadheading. No empty running. He was making a living off the U.S. Army, just like plenty of Germans had for 4.5 decades. He was driving a Mercedes-Benz. The trip took 30 minutes. We drove east through suburbs. They looked like a lot of West German places. There were vast tracts of pale honey buildings built back in the 50s. The new neighborhoods ran west to east in random curving shapes, following the routes the bombers had followed. No nation ever lost a war the way Germany lost. Like everyone, I'd seen the pictures taken in 1945. Defeat was not a big enough word. Armageddon would be better. The whole country had been smashed to powdered rubble by a juggernaut. The evidence would be there for all time, written in the architecture, and under the architecture. Every time a phone company dug a trench for a cable, they found skulls and bones and teacups and shells and rusted-out Panzerfausts. Every time ground was broken for a new foundation, a priest was standing by before the steam shovels took their first bite. I was born in Berlin, surrounded by Americans, surrounded by whole square miles of patched-up devastation. They started it, we used to say. The suburban streets were neat and clean. There were discreet stores with apartments above them. The store windows were full of shiny items. Street signs were black on white, written in an archaic script that made them hard to read. There were small U.S. Army road signs here and there, too. You couldn't go very far without seeing one. We followed the 12-core arrows, getting closer all the time. We left the built-up area and drove through a couple of kilometers of farmland. It felt like a moat, like insulation. The eastern sky ahead of us was dark. 12 Corps was based in a typical Glory Days installation. Some Nazi industrialist had built a 1,000-acre factory site out in the fields back in the 1930s. It had featured an impressive home office building and ranks of low-metal sheds stretching hundreds of meters behind it. The sheds had been bombed to twisted shards, over and over again. The home office building had been only partially damaged. Some weary U.S. Army Armored Division had set up camp in it in 1945. Thin Frankfurt women in headscarves and faded print dresses had been brought in to pile the rubble in exchange for food. They worked with wheelbarrows and shovels. Then the Army Corps of Engineers had fixed up the office building and bulldozed the piles of rubble away. Successive huge waves of Pentagon spending had rolled in. By 1953, the place was a flagship installation. There was cleaned brick and shining white paint and a strong perimeter fence. There were flagpoles and sentry boxes and guard shacks. There were mess halls and a medical clinic and a PX. There were barracks and workshops and warehouses. Above all, there was 1,000 acres of flat land, and by 1953 it was covered with American tanks. They were all lined up, facing east, ready to roll out and fight for the Fulda Gap. When we got there, 37 years later, it was too dark to see much, but I knew that nothing fundamental would have changed. The tanks would be different, but that would be all. The M4 Shermans that had won World War II were long gone, except for 2 fine examples standing preserved outside the main gate, one on each side, like symbols. They were placed halfway up landscaped concrete ramps, noses high, tails low, like they were still in motion, breasting a rise. They were lit up theatrically. They were beautifully painted, glossy green, with bright white stars on their sides. They looked much better than they had originally. Behind them was a long driveway with white-painted curbs and the floodlit front of the office building, which was now the post headquarters. Behind that would be the tank loggers, with M1A1 Abrams main battle tanks lined up shoulder to shoulder, hundreds of them, at nearly $4 million apiece. We got out of the taxi and crossed the sidewalk and headed for the main gate guard shack. My special unit badge got us past it. It would get us past any U.S. Army checkpoint anywhere, except the inner ring of the Pentagon. We carried our bags down the driveway.
Been here before?
Summer asked me. I shook my head as I walked. I've been in Heidelberg with the infantry, I said, many times.
Is that near?
Not far, I said. There were broad stone steps leading up to the doors. The whole place looked like a Capitol building in some small state back home. It was immaculately maintained. We went up the steps and inside. There was a soldier at a desk just behind the doors. Not an MP, just a 12-Corps office grunt. We showed him our IDs. "Your VOQ got space for us?" I asked. "Sir, no problem," he said.
2 rooms, I said, 1 night.
I'll call ahead, he said. Just follow the signs.
He pointed to the back of the hallway. There were more doors there that would lead out into the complex. I checked my watch. It said noon exactly. It was still set to East Coast time. 6 in the evening in West Germany. Already dark. I need to see your MPXO, I said. Is he still in his office? The guy used his phone and got an answer, pointed us up a broad staircase to the 2nd floor.
On your right, he said.
We went up the stairs and turned right. There was a long corridor with offices on both sides. They had hardwood doors with reeded glass windows. We found the one we wanted and went in. It was an outer chamber with a sergeant in it. It was pretty much identical to the one back at Bird. Same paint, same floor, same furniture, same temperature, same smell. Same coffee, and the same standard issue machine. The sergeant was like plenty I'd seen before, too. Calm, efficient, stoic, ready to believe he ran the place all by himself, which he probably did. He was behind his desk, and he looked up at us as we came in. Spent half a second deciding who we were and what we wanted.
I guess you need the Major, he said.
I nodded. He picked up his phone and buzzed through to the inner office.
Go straight through, he said.
We went in through the inner door, and I saw a desk with a guy called Swan behind it. I knew Swan pretty well. Last time I'd seen him was in the Philippines 3 months earlier, when he was starting a tour of duty that was scheduled to last a year.
Don't tell me, I said. You got here December 29th.
Froze my ass off, he said. All I had was specific gear. Took 12 Corps 3 days to find me a winter uniform.
I wasn't surprised. Swan was short and wide, almost cubic. He probably owned a percentile all his own on the quartermaster's charts. You're provost marshal here, I said. He shook his head.
Temporarily reassigned.
Garber signed your orders?
Allegedly.
Figured it out yet?
Not even close.
Me either, I said. He shrugged like he was saying, Hey, the Army, what can you do? This is Lieutenant Summer, I said.
Special unit?
Swan said. Summer shook her head. But she's cool, I said. Swan stretched a short arm over his desk, and they shook hands. I need to see a guy named Marshall, I said. A major. Some kind of 12th Corps staffer.
Is he in trouble?
Someone is. I'm hoping Marshall will help me figure out who. You know him?
Never heard of him, Swan said. I only just got here.
I know, I said. December 29th. He smiled and gave me the what can you do shrug again and picked up his phone. I heard him ask his sergeant to find Marshall and tell him I wanted to see him at his convenience. I looked around while we waited for the response. Swan's office looked borrowed and temporary, just like mine did back in North Carolina. It had the same kind of clock on the wall. Electric, no second-hand, no tick. It said 10 minutes past 6. Anything happening here? I said.
Not much, Swan said. Some helicopter guy went shopping in Heidelberg and got run over. And Kramer died, of course. That's shaking things up some.
Who's next in line?
Vassal, I guess.
I met him, I said. Wasn't impressed.
It's a poisoned chalice. Things are changing. You should hear these guys talk. They're real gloomy.
The status quo is not an option, I said. That's what I'm hearing. His phone rang. He listened for a minute and put it down.
Marshall's not on post, he said. He's out on a night exercise in the countryside, back in the morning.
Summer glanced at me. I shrugged.
Have dinner with me, Swan said. I'm lonely here with all these cavalry types. The O Club in an hour?
We carried our bags over to the visiting officers' quarters and found our rooms. Mine looked pretty much the same as the one Kramer had died in, except it was cleaner. It was a standard American motel layout. Presumably some hotel chain had bid for the government contract way back when. Then they had air-freighted all the fixtures and fittings, right down to the sinks and the towel rails and the toilet bowls. I shaved and took a shower and dressed in clean BDUs. Knocked on Summer's door 55 minutes into Swan's hour. She opened up. She looked clean and fresh. Behind her, the room looked the same as mine, except it already smelled like a woman's. There was some kind of nice eau de toilette in the air. We found the O Club without any trouble. It occupied half of one of the ground floor wings of the main building.
It was a grand space with high ceilings and intricate plaster moldings. There was a lounge and a bar and a dining room. We found Swan in the bar. He was with a lieutenant colonel who was wearing Class A's with a combat infantryman's badge on the coat. It was an odd thing to see on an armored post. His nameplate said Simon. He introduced himself to us. I got the feeling he was going to join us for dinner. He told us he was a liaison officer, working on behalf of the infantry. He told us there was an armored guy down in Heidelberg doing the same job in reverse. Been here long? I asked him. 2 years, he said, which I was glad about. I needed some background, and Swan didn't have it any more than I knew anything about Fort Byrd. Then I realized it was no accident that Simon was joining the party. Swan must have figured out what I wanted and set about providing it without being asked. Swan was that kind of a guy. Pleased to meet you, Colonel, I said, and then I nodded to Swan like I was saying thanks. We drank cold American beers from tall frosted glasses, and then we went through to the dining room. Swan had made a reservation. The steward put us at a table in the corner. I sat where I could watch the whole room at once. I didn't see anyone I knew. Vassal wasn't around, nor was Coomer. The menu was absolutely standard. We could have been in any O Club in the world. O Clubs aren't there to introduce you to local cuisine. They're there to make you feel at home, somewhere deep inside the Army's own interpretation of America. There was a choice of fish or steak. The fish was probably European, but the steak would have been flown in across the Atlantic. Some politician in one of the ranch states would have leveraged a sweet deal with the Pentagon. We small-talked for a spell. We bitched about pay and benefits, talked about people we knew. We mentioned Just Cause and Panama. Lieutenant Colonel Simon told us he'd been to Berlin 2 days previously and had gotten himself a chip of concrete from the wall. Told us he planned to have it encased in a plastic cube, planned to hand it on down the generations, like an heirloom. Do you know Major Marshall? I asked him. Fairly well, he said. Who is he exactly? I asked. Is this official? Not really, I said. He's a planner, a strategist, basically. Long-term kind of guy. General Kramer seemed to like him. Always kept him close by, made him his intelligence officer. Does he have an intelligence background? Not formally, but he'll have done rotations, I'm sure. So is he a part of the inner team? I heard Kramer and Vassal and Coomer mentioned all in the same breath, but not Marshall. He's on the team, Simon said. That's for sure. But you know what flag officers are like. They need a guy, but they aren't about to admit it. So they abuse him a little. He fetches and carries and drives him around, but when push comes to shove, they ask his opinion. Is he going to move up now Kramer's gone? Maybe into Coomer's slot? Simon made a face. He should. He's an armor fanatic to the core, like the rest of them. But nobody really knows what the hell's going to happen. Kramer dying couldn't have come at a worse time for them. The world is changing, I said. And what a world it was, Simon said. Kramer's world, basically, beginning to end. He graduated the point in 52, and places like this one were all buttoned up by 53, and they've been the center of the universe for almost 40 years. These places are so dug in you wouldn't believe it. You know who's done the most in this country? Who? Not armored. Not the infantry. This theater is all about the Army Corps of Engineers. Sherman tanks way back weighed 38 tons and were 9 feet wide. Now we're all the way up to the M1A1 Abrams, which weighs 70 tons and is 11 feet wide. Every step of the way for 40 years, the Corps of Engineers has had work to do. They've widened roads, hundreds of miles of them, all over West Germany. They've strengthened bridges. Hell, they've built roads and bridges. Dozens of them. You want a stream of 70-ton tanks rolling east to battle, you better make damn sure the roads and bridges can take it. Okay, I said. Billions of dollars, Simon said. And, of course, they knew which roads and bridges to look at. They knew where we were starting, and they knew where we were going. They talked to the war gamers, they looked at the maps, and they got busy with the concrete and the rebar. Then they built way stations everywhere we needed them. Permanent, hardened fuel stores, ammunition dumps, repair shops, hundreds of them, all along strictly predetermined routes.
So we're embedded here, literally. We're dug in, literally. The Cold War battlefields are literally set in stone, Reacher.
People are going to say we invested and we won. Simon nodded.
And they'd be correct. But what comes next?
More investment, I said.
Exactly, he said. Like in the Navy, when the big battleships were superseded by aircraft carriers. The end of one era, the beginning of the next. The Abrams tanks are like battleships. They're magnificent, but they're out of date. About the only way we can use them is down custom-built roads in directions we've already planned to go. They're mobile, Summer said, like any tank.
Not very mobile, Simon said.
Where's the next fight gonna be?
I shrugged. I wished Joe was there. He was good at all the geopolitical stuff. The Middle East, I said. Iran or Iraq, maybe. They've both gotten their breath back. They'll be looking for the next thing to do.
Or the Balkans, Swan said, when the Soviets finally collapse. There's a 45-year-old pressure cooker waiting for the lid to come off. Okay, Simon said. Look at the Balkans, for instance. Yugoslavia, maybe. That'll be the first place anything happens, for sure. Right now, they're just waiting for the starting gun. What do we do?
Send in the airborne, Swan said.
Okay, Simon said again. We send in the 82nd and the 101st. Lightly armed. We might get 3 battalions there inside a week. But what do we do after we get there? We're speed bumps, that's all, nothing more. We have to wait for the heavy units. And that's the first problem. An Abrams tank weighs 70 tons. Can't airlift it. Gotta put it on a train, and then put it on a ship. And that's the good news. Because you don't just ship the tank. For every ton of tank, you have to ship 4 tons of fuel and other equipment. These suckers get a half mile to the gallon. And you need spare engines, ammunition, huge maintenance crews. The logistics tail is a mile long, like moving an iron mountain. To ship enough tank brigades to make a worthwhile difference, you're looking at a 6-month buildup, minimum, and that's working right round the clock.
During which time the airborne troops are deep in the shit, I said.
Tell me about it, Simon said. And those are my boys, and I worry about them. Lightly armed paratroops against any kind of foreign armor, we'd get slaughtered. It would be a very, very anxious 6 months. And it gets worse. Because what happens when the heavy brigades eventually get there? What happens is they roll off the ships and they get bogged down 2 blocks later. Roads aren't wide enough, bridges aren't strong enough, they never make it out of the port area. They sit there stuck in the mud and watch the infantry getting killed far away in the distance.
Nobody spoke.
Let's take the Middle East, Simon said. We all know Iraq wants Kuwait back. Suppose they go there. Long term, it's an easy win for us, because the open desert is pretty much the same for tanks as the steppes in Europe, except it's a little hotter and dustier. The war plans we've got will work out just fine. But do we even get that far? We've got the infantry sitting there like tiny little speed bumps for 6 whole months. Who says the Iraqis won't roll right over them in the first 2 weeks?
Air power, Summer said. Attack helicopters.
I wish, Simon said. Planes and whirlybirds are sexy as hell, but they don't win anything on their own. Never have, never will. Boots on the ground is what wins things.
I smiled. Part of that was a combat infantryman's standard-issue pride, but part of it was true, too. So what's going to happen, I said.
Same thing has happened with the Navy in 1941, Simon said. Overnight, battleships were history and carriers were the new thing. So for us, now, we need to integrate. We need to understand that our light units are too vulnerable and our heavy units are too slow. We need to ditch the whole light-heavy split. We need integrated rapid response brigades with armored vehicles lighter than 20 tons and small enough to fit in the belly of a C-130. We need to get places faster and fight smarter. No more planning for set-piece battles between herds of dinosaurs.
Then he smiled.
Basically, we'll have to put the infantry in charge, he said.
You ever talk to people like Marshall about this kind of stuff?
They're planners? No way.
What do they think about the future?
I have no idea, and I don't care. The future belongs to the infantry.
Dessert was apple pie, and then we had coffee. It was the usual excellent brew. We slid back from the future into present-day small talk. The stewards moved around silently. Just another evening in an officers' club 4,000 miles from the last one. "Marshall will be back at dawn," Swan told me. "Look for a scout car at the rear of the first incoming column." I nodded. Figured dawn in January in Frankfurt would be about 0700 hours. I set my mental alarm for 6. Lieutenant Colonel Simon said good night and wandered off. Summer pushed her chair back and sprawled in it, as much as a tiny person can sprawl. Swan sat forward with his elbows on the table. "You think they get much dope on this post?" I asked him. "You want some?" he said. "Brown heroin," I said, "not for my personal use." Swan nodded. Guys here say there are Turkish guest workers in Germany who could get you some. One of the speed dealers could supply it, I'm sure." "You ever meet a guy called Willard?" I asked him. "What, the new boss?" he said. "Yeah, I got the memo. Never met him. But some of the guys here know him. He was an intelligence wonk, something to do with armor." "He wrote algorithms," I said. "For what?" "Soviet T-80 fuel consumption, I think. Told us what kind of training they were doing." "And now he's running the 110th? I nodded. "I know," I said. "Bizarre." "How did he do that?" "Well, obviously someone liked him." "Well, we should find out who. Start sending hate mail." I nodded again. Nearly 1 million men in the Army, hundreds of billions of dollars, and it all came down to who liked who. Hey, what can you do? "I'm going to bed," I said. My VOQ room was so generic, I lost track of where I was within a minute of closing my door. I hung my uniform in the closet and washed up and crawled between the sheets. They smelled of the same detergent the Army uses everywhere. I thought of my mother in Paris and Joe in D.C. My mother was already in bed, probably. Joe would still be working, at whatever it was he did. I said 6 a.m. to myself and closed my eyes. Dawn broke at 0650, by which time I was standing next to Summer at 12 Corps' East Road Gate. We had mugs of coffee in our hands. The ground was frozen and there was mist in the air. The sky was gray and the landscape was a shade of pastel green. It was low and undulating and unexciting, like a lot of Europe. There were stands of small, neat trees here and there, dormant winter earth giving off cold organic smells. It was very quiet. The road ran through the gate and then turned and headed east and a little north into the fog, towards Russia. It was wide and straight, made from reinforced concrete. The curbstones were nicked here and there by the tank tracks. Big wedge-shaped chunks had been knocked out of them. A tank's a difficult thing to steer. We waited, still quiet. Then we heard them. What is the 20th century's signature sound? You could have a debate about it. Some might say the slow drone of an aero engine. Maybe from a lone fighter crawling across an azure 1940s sky. Or the scream of a fast jet passing low overhead, shaking the ground. Or the whoop, whoop, whoop of a helicopter. Or the roar of a laden 747 lifting off. Or the crump of bombs falling on a city. All of those would qualify. They're all uniquely 20th century noises. They were never heard before. Never, in all of history. Some crazy optimists might lobby for a Beatles song, a yeah, yeah, yeah chorus fading under the screams of their audience. I'd have sympathy for that choice. But a song and screaming could never qualify. Music and desire have been around since the dawn of time. They weren't invented after 1900. No, the 20th century's signature sound is the squeal and clatter of tank tracks on a paved street. That sound was heard in Warsaw and Rotterdam and Stalingrad and Berlin. Then it was heard again in Budapest and Prague and Seoul and Saigon. It's a brutal sound. It's the sound of fear. It speaks of a massive, overwhelming advantage and power. And it speaks of remote, impersonal indifference. Tank treads squeal and clatter, and the very noise they make tells you that they can't be stopped. It tells you you're weak and powerless against the machine. Then one track stops and the other keeps on going and the tank wheels around and lurches straight towards you, roaring and squealing. That's the real 20th century sound. We heard the 12-core Abrams column a long time before we saw it. The noise came at us through the fog. We heard the tracks and the whine of the turbines. We heard the grind of the drive gear and felt fast-pattering bass shudders through the soles of our feet as each new tread plate came off the cogs and thumped down into position. We heard grit and stone crushed under their weight. Then we saw them. The lead tank loomed at us through the mist. It was moving fast, pitching a little, staying flat, its engine roaring. Behind it was another, and another. They were all in line, single file, like an armada from hell. It was a magnificent sight. The M1A1 Abrams is like a shark, evolved to a point of absolute perfection. It is the undisputed king of the jungle. No other tank on Earth can even begin to damage it. It is wrapped in armor made out of a depleted uranium core sandwiched between rolled steel plate. The armor is dense and impregnable. Battlefield shells and rockets and kinetic devices bounce right off it. But its main trick is to stand off so far that no battlefield shell or rocket or kinetic device can even reach it. It sits there and watches enemy rounds fall short in the dirt. Then it traverses its mighty gun and fires, and a second later, and a mile and a half in the distance, its assailant blows up and burns. It is the ultimate unfair advantage. The lead tank rolled past us. 11 feet wide, 26 feet long, 9.5 feet tall, 70 tons. Its engine bellowed and its weight shook the ground. Its tracks squealed and clattered and slid on the concrete. Then the second tank rolled by, and the third and the fourth and the fifth. The noise was deafening. The huge bulk of exotic metal buffeted the air. The gun barrels dipped and swayed and bounced. Exhaust fumes swirled all around. There were altogether 20 tanks in the formation. They drove in through the gate, and their noise and vibration faded behind us. And then there was a short gap, and a scout car came out of the mist straight towards us. It was a shoot-and-scoot Humvee armed with a TOW-2 anti-tank missile launcher. 2 guys in it. I stepped into its path and raised my hand. Paused. I didn't know Marshall, and I'd only ever seen him once, in the dark interior of the Grand Marquis outside Fort Bird's post headquarters. But even so, I was pretty sure that neither of the guys in the Humvee was him. I remembered Marshall as large and dark, and these guys were small, which is much more usual for armored people. One thing there isn't a lot of inside an Abrams is room. The Humvee came to a stop right in front of me, and I tracked around to the driver's window. Summer took up station on the passenger side, standing easy. The driver rolled his glass down, stared out at me. "I'm looking for Major Marshall," I said. The driver was a captain, and his passenger was a captain, too. They were both dressed in Nomex tank suits with balaclavas and Kevlar helmets with built-in headphones. The passenger had sleeve pockets full of pens. He had clipboards strapped to both thighs. They were all covered with notes, some kind of score sheets. "Marshall's not here," the driver said. "So where is he?" "Who's asking?" "You can read," I said. I was wearing last night's BDUs. They had oak leaves on the collar and Reacher on the stencil. "Unit?" the guy said. "You don't want to know." "Marshall went to California," he said. "Emergency deployment to Fort Irwin." "When?" "I'm not sure." "Try to be." "Last night sometime." "That's not very specific." "I'm honestly not sure." "What kind of an emergency have they got at Irwin?" "I'm not sure about that either." I nodded, stepped back. "Drive on," I said. Their Humvee moved out from the space between us, and Summer joined me in the middle of the road. The air smelled of diesel and gas turbine exhaust, and the concrete was scored fresh white by the passage of the tank tracks.
"Wasted trip,"
Summer said. "Maybe not," I said. "Depends exactly when Marshall left. If it was after Swan's phone call, that tells us something." We were shunted between 3 different offices trying to find out exactly what time Marshall left 12 Corps. We ended up in a second-story suite that housed General Vassel's operation. Vassal himself wasn't there. We spoke to yet another captain. He seemed to be in charge of an administrative company. Major Marshall took a civilian flight at 2300, he said. Frankfurt to Dulles, 7-hour layover and on to LAX from National. I issued the vouchers myself. When? As he was leaving. Which was when? He left here 3 hours before his flight. 8 o'clock. The captain nodded. On the dot. I was told he was scheduled for night maneuvers. He was. That plan changed. Why? I'm not sure. I'm not sure seemed to be the 12-core standard issue answer for everything. What's the panic at Irwin? I said. I'm not sure. I smiled briefly. When were Marshall's orders issued? At 7 o'clock. Written? Verbal. By? General Vassal. Did Vassal countersign the travel vouchers himself? The captain nodded. Yes, he said, he did. I need to speak to him, I said. He went to London. London, I said. For a short notice meeting with the British Ministry of Defence. When did he leave? He traveled to the airport with Major Marshall. Where's Colonel Coomer? Berlin, the guy said. Souvenir hunting. Don't tell me, I said. He went to the airport with Vassal and Marshall. No, the captain said. He took the train. Terrific, I said. Summer and I went to the O Club for breakfast. We got the same corner table we'd used the night before. We sat side by side, backs to the wall, watching the room. Okay, I said. Swan's office called for Marshall's whereabouts at 1810, and 50 minutes later he had orders for Irwin. An hour after that he was off the post.
And Vassal lit out for London, Summer said, and Kuma jumped on a train for Berlin.
A night train, I said. Who goes on a night train just for the fun of it?
Everybody's got something to hide, she said.
Except me and my monkey.
What?
The Beatles, I said. One of the sounds of the century. She just looked at me.
What are they hiding?
She said. You tell me. She put her hands on the table, palms down, took a breath.
I can see part of it, she said.
Me too.
The agenda, she said. It was the other side of the coin from what Colonel Simon was talking about last night. Simon was salivating about the infantry taking armored down a peg or two. Kramer must have seen all of that coming. 2-star generals aren't stupid. So the Irwin conference on New Year's Day was about fighting the opposite corner. It was about resistance, I guess. They don't want to give up what they got.
Hell of a thing to give up, I said.
Believe it, she said, like battleship captains way back.
So what was in the agenda?
Part defense, part offense, she said. That's the obvious way to do it. Arguments against integrated units, ridicule of lightweight armored vehicles, advocacy for their own specialized expertise.
I agree, I said. But it's not enough. The Pentagon's going to be neck-deep in position papers full of shit like that, starting any day now. For, against, if, but, and however. We're going to be bored to death with it. But there was something else in that agenda that made them totally desperate to get Kramer's copy back. What was it?
I don't know.
Me either, I said.
And why did they run last night? Summer said. By now they must have destroyed Kramer's copy and every other copy. So they could have lied through their teeth about what was in it to put your mind at rest. They could even have given you a phony document. They could have said, here you go, this was it, check it out.
They ran because of Mrs. Kramer, I said. She nodded.
I still think Vassal and Kuma killed her. Kramer croaks, the ball's in their court. In the circumstances, they know it's their responsibility to go out and round up all the loose paperwork. Mrs. Kramer goes down as collateral damage.
That would make perfect sense, I said, except that neither one of them looked particularly tall and strong to me.
They're both a lot taller and stronger than Mrs. Kramer was. Plus, you know, heat of the moment, pumped up with panic. We could be seeing ambiguous forensic results. And we don't know how good the Green Valley people are anyway. Could be some family doctor doing a 2-year term as coroner, and what the hell would he know?
Maybe, I said, but I still don't see how it can have happened. Take out the drive time from D.C., take out 10 minutes to find that store and steal the crowbar. They had 10 minutes to react. And they didn't have a car, and they didn't call for one.
They could have taken a taxi or a town car, direct from the hotel lobby, and we'd never trace it. New Year's Eve, it was the busiest night of the year.
It would have been a long ride, I said. Big fare. It might stand out in some driver's memory.
New Year's Eve,
She said again.
D.C. taxis and town cars are all over 3 states. All kinds of weird destinations. It's a possibility.
I don't think so, I said. You don't take a taxi on a trip where you break into a hardware store and a house.
No reason for the driver to have seen anything. Vassar Coomer or both could have walked into that alley in Sperryville on foot. Come back 5 minutes later with a crowbar under their coat. Same thing with Mrs. Kramer's house. The cab could have stopped on the driveway. All the action was around the back.
Too big of a risk. A D.C. cab driver reads the papers same as anyone else, maybe more than anyone else with all that traffic. He sees the story from Green Valley, he remembers his 2 passengers.
They didn't see it as a risk. They weren't anticipating a story, because they thought Mrs. Kramer wasn't going to be home. They thought she'd be at the hospital, and they figured no way would a couple of trivial burglaries in Sperryville and Green Valley make it into the D.C. papers.
I nodded. Thought back to something Detective Clark had said days ago.
I had people up and down the street canvassing. There were some cars around.
Maybe, I said. Maybe we should check taxis.
Worst night of the year,
Summer said.
like for alibis.
It'd be a hell of a thing, I said. Wouldn't it? Taking a cab to do a thing like that?
Nerves of steel.
If they've got nerves of steel, why did they run away last night? She was quiet for a moment.
That really doesn't make any sense, she said, because they can't run forever. They must know that. They must know that sooner or later they're going to have to turn around and bite back.
I agree. And they should have done it right here, right now. This is their turf. I don't understand why they didn't.
It'll be a hell of a bite. Their whole professional lives are on the line. You should be very careful.
You too, I said. Not just me.
Offense is the best defense?
Agreed, I said.
So we going after him?
You bet your ass.
Which one first?
Marshall, I said. He's the one I want.
Why?
Rule of thumb, I said. Chase the one they sent furthest away because they see him as the weakest link.
Now?
She said. I shook my head. We're going to Paris next, I said. I have to see my mom. We repacked our bags and moved out of our VOQ rooms and paid a final courtesy visit to Swan in his office. He had some news for us. I'm supposed to arrest you both, he said. Why? I said. You're AWOL. Willard put out a hit on you. What? Worldwide? Swan shook his head. This post only. They found your car at Andrews and Willard talked to Transportation Corps, so he knew you were headed here. When did you get the telex? An hour ago. When did we leave here? An hour before that. Where did we go? No idea. You didn't say. I assumed you were returning to base. Thanks, I said. Better not tell me where you're really going. Paris, I said. Personal time. What's going on? I wish I knew. You want me to call you a cab? That'd be great. 10 minutes later, we were in another Mercedes-Benz, heading back the way we'd come. We had a choice of Lufthansa or Air France from Frankfurt am Main to Paris. I chose Air France. I figured their coffee would be better, and I figured if Willard got around to checking civilian carriers, he would hit on Lufthansa first. I figured he was that kind of a simpleton. We swapped 2 more of the forged travel vouchers for 2 seats in coach on the 10 o'clock flight. Waited in the gate lounge. We were in BDUs, but we didn't really stand out. There were American military uniforms all over the airport. I saw some 12-corps MPs prowling in pairs. But I wasn't worried. I figured they were on routine cooperation with the civilian cops. They weren't looking for us. I had the feeling that Willard's telex was going to stay on Swan's desk for an hour or 2. We boarded on time and stuffed our bags in the overhead, buckled up and settled in. There were a dozen military on the plane with us. Paris always was a popular R&R destination for people stationed in Germany. The weather was still misty, but it wasn't bad enough to delay us any. We took off on time and climbed over the gray city and struck out south and west across pastel fields and huge tracts of forest. Then we climbed through the cloud into the sun, and we couldn't see the ground anymore. It was a short flight. We started our descent during my second cup of coffee. Summer was drinking juice. She looked nervous, part excited and part worried. I figured she'd never been to Paris before, and I figured she'd never been AWOL before either. I could see it was weighing on her. Truth is, it was weighing on me a little too. It was a complicating factor. I could have done without it, but I wasn't surprised to be hit with it. It had always been the obvious next step for Willard to take. Now I figured we were going to be chased around the world by bolo messages. Be on the lookout for. Or else we were going to have a generalized all-points bulletin dumped on us. We landed at Roissy-Charles de Gaulle and were off the plane and in the jetway by 11:30 in the morning. The airport was crowded. The taxi line was a zoo, just like it had been when Joe and I arrived the last time. So we gave up on it and walked to the Navette station, waited in line and climbed into the little bus. It was packed and uncomfortable. But Paris was warmer than Frankfurt had been. There was a watery sun out, and I knew the city was going to look spectacular. Been here before, I said.
Never,
Summer said. Don't look at the first 20 clicks, I said. Wait until we're inside the peripherique.
What's that?
That's like a ring road, like the Beltway. That's where the good part starts.
Your mom live inside it?
I nodded. On one of the nicest avenues in town, where all the embassies are, near the Eiffel Tower.
Are we going straight there?
Tomorrow, I said. We're going to be tourists first.
Why?
I have to wait until my brother gets in. I can't go on my own. We have to go together. She said nothing to that, just glanced at me. The bus started up and pulled away from the curb. She watched out the window the whole way. I could see by the reflection of her face in the glass that she agreed with me. Inside the peripherique was better. We got out at the Place de l'Opéra and stood on the sidewalk and let the rest of the passengers swarm ahead of us. I figured we should choose a hotel and dump our bags before we did anything else. We walked south on the Rue de la Paix through the Place Vendôme down to the Tuileries. Then we turned right and walked straight up the Champs-Élysées. There might have been better places to walk with a pretty woman on a lazy day under a watery winter sun, but right then I couldn't readily recall any. We made a left onto the Rue Marbeuf and came out on the Avenue Georges V, just about opposite the Georges V Hotel. Okay for you? I said.
Will they let us in?
Summer asked. Only one way to find out. We crossed the street, and a guy in a top hat opened the door for us. The girl at the desk had a bunch of little flags on her lapel, one for each language she spoke. I used French, which pleased her. I gave her 2 vouchers and asked for 2 rooms. She didn't hesitate. She went right ahead and gave us keys just like I'd paid with gold bullion or a credit card. The Georges V was one of those places. There was nothing they hadn't seen before. Or if there was, they weren't about to admit it to anyone. The rooms the multilingual girl gave us both faced south and both had a partial view of the Eiffel Tower. One was decorated in shades of pale blue and had a sitting area and a bathroom the size of a tennis court. The other was 3 doors down the hall. It was done in parchment yellow, and it had an iron Juliet balcony. Your choice, I said.
I'll take the one with the balcony,
she said. We dumped our bags and washed up and met in the lobby 15 minutes later. I was ready for lunch, but Summer had other ideas.
I want to buy clothes, she said. Tourists don't wear BDUs.
This one does, I said.
So break out, she said. Live a little. Where should we go?
I shrugged. You couldn't walk 20 yards in Paris without falling over at least 3 clothes stores, but most of them wanted a month's pay for a single garment. We could try Bon Marché, I said.
What's that?
Department store, I said. It means cheap, literally.
A department store called Cheap?
My kind of place, I said.
Anywhere else?
Samaritain, I said. On the river at the Pont Neuf. There's a terrace at the top with a view.
Let's go there.
It was a long walk along the river, all the way to the tip of the Ile de la Cité. It took us an hour, because we kept stopping to look at things. We passed the Louvre. We browsed the little green stalls set up on the river wall.
What does Pont Neuf mean?
Summer asked me. New bridge, I said. She looked ahead at the ancient stone structure. It's the oldest bridge in Paris, I said.
So why'd they call it new?
Because it was new once. We stepped into the warmth of the store. Like all such places, the cosmetics came first and filled the air with scent. Summer led me up one floor to the women's clothes. I sat in a comfortable chair and let her look around. She was gone for a good half hour. She came back wearing a complete new outfit. Black shoes, a black pencil skirt, a gray and white Breton sweater, a gray wool jacket, and a beret. She looked like $1 million. Her BDUs and her boots were in a Samaritan bag in her hand.
You next,
she said. She took me up to the men's department. The only pants they had with 95-centimeter inseams were Algerian knockoffs of American blue jeans, so that set the tone. I bought a light blue sweatshirt and a black cotton bomber jacket. I kept my army boots on. They looked okay with the jeans, and they matched the jacket.
Buy a beret,
Summer said, so I bought a beret. It was black with a leather binding. I paid for the whole lot with American dollars at a pretty good rate of exchange. I dressed in the changing cubicle, put my camouflage gear in the carrier bag, checked the mirror and adjusted the beret to a rakish angle, and stepped out. Summer said nothing. Lunch now, I said. We went up to the 9th floor cafe. It was too cold to sit out on the terrace, but we sat at a window and got pretty much the same view. We could see the Notre Dame Cathedral to the east and the Montparnasse Tower all the way to the south. The sun was still out. It was a great city.
How did Willard find our car? Summer said. How would he even know where to look? The United States is a big country.
He didn't find it, I said. Not until someone told him where it was.
Who?
Vassal, I said, or Coomer. Swan's sergeant used my name on the phone back at 12 Corps. So at the same time as they were getting Marshall off the post, they were calling Willard back in Rock Creek, telling him I was over there in Germany and hassling them again. And they were asking him why the hell he'd let me travel. And they were telling him to recall me.
They can't dictate where a special unit investigator goes,
Summer said. They can now, because of Willard. They're old buddies. I just figured it out. Swan as good as told us, but it didn't click right away. Willard has ties to Armored from his time in intelligence. Who did he talk to all those years? About that Soviet fuel crap. Armored, that's who. There's a relationship there. That's why he was so hot about Kramer. He wasn't worried about embarrassment for the Army in general. He was worried about embarrassment for the Armored branch in particular.
Because they're his people.
Correct. And that's why Vassal and Coomer ran last night. Well, they didn't run as such. They're just giving Willard time and space to deal with us.
Willard knows he didn't sign our travel vouchers.
I nodded. That's for sure.
So we're in serious trouble now. We're AWOL, and we're traveling on stolen vouchers.
We'll be okay.
How exactly?
When we get a result.
Are we going to?
I didn't answer. After lunch, we crossed the river and walked a long roundabout route back to the hotel. We looked just like tourists, in our casual clothes, carrying our Samaritan bags. All we needed was a camera. We window-shopped in the Boulevard Saint-Germain and looked at the Luxembourg Gardens. We saw Les Invalides and the École Militaire. And then we walked up the Avenue Bosquet, which took me within 50 yards of the back of my mother's apartment house. I didn't tell Summer that. She would have made me go in and see her. We crossed the Seine again at the Pont de l'Alma and got coffee in a bistro on the Avenue New York. Then we strolled up the hill to the hotel.
Siesta time,
Summer said.
Then dinner.
I was happy enough to go for a nap. I was pretty tired. I lay down on the bed in the pale blue room and fell asleep within minutes. Summer woke me up 2 hours later by calling me on the phone from her room. She wanted to know if I knew any restaurants. Paris is full of restaurants. but I was dressed like an idiot, and I had less than $30 in my pocket. So I picked a place I knew on the Rue Vernet. I figured I could go there in jeans and a sweatshirt without getting stared at and without paying a fortune, and it was close enough to walk. No cab fare. We met in the lobby. Summer still looked great. Her skirt and jacket looked as good for the evening as they had for the afternoon. She had abandoned her beret. I'd kept mine on. We walked up the hill toward the Champs-Élysées. Halfway there, Summer did a strange thing. She took my hand in hers. It was going dark, and we were surrounded by strolling couples, and I guessed it felt natural to her. It felt natural to me, too. It took me a minute to realize she'd done it. Or it took me a minute to realize there was anything wrong with it. It took her the same minute. At the end of it, she got flustered and looked up at me and let go again.
Sorry,
she said. Don't be, I said. It felt good.
It just happened,
she said. We walked on and turned into the Rue Vernet, found the restaurant. It was early in the evening in January, and the owner found us a table right away. It was in a corner. There were flowers and a lit candle on it. We ordered water and a pichet of red wine to drink while we thought about the food.
You're at home here,
Summer said to me. Not really, I said. I'm not at home anywhere.
You speak pretty good French.
I speak pretty good English, too. Doesn't mean I feel at home in North Carolina, for instance.
But you like some places better than others.
I nodded. This one's okay.
Done any long-term thinking?
You sound like my brother. He wants me to make a plan.
Everything is going to change.
They'll always need cops, I said.
Cops who go AWOL?
All we need is a result, I said. Mrs. Kramer, or Carbone, or Brubaker, maybe. We got 3 bites of the cherry, 3 chances. She said nothing. Relax, I said. We're out of the world for 48 hours. Let's enjoy ourselves. Worrying isn't going to get us anywhere. We're in Paris. She nodded. I watched her face, watched her try to get past it. Her eyes were expressive in the candlelight. It was like she had troubles in front of her, maybe piled high into stacks like cartons. I saw her shoulder her way around them, to the quiet place in the back of the closet. Drink your wine, I said. Have fun. My hand was resting on the table. She reached out and squeezed it and picked up her glass.
We'll always have North Carolina,
she said. We ordered 3 courses each off the fixed-price page of the menu. Then we took 3 hours to eat them. We kept the conversation away from work. We talked about personal things instead. She asked me about my family. I told her a little about Joe and not much about my mother. She told me about her folks and her brothers and sisters, and enough cousins that I lost track about who was who. Mostly, I watched her face in the candlelight. Her skin had a copper tone mixed behind pure ebony black. Her eyes were like coal. Her jaw was delicate, like fine china. She looked impossibly small and gentle for a soldier. But then I remembered her sharpshooter badges. More than I had.
Am I going to meet your mom?
She said. If you want to, I said. But she's very sick.
Not just a broken leg?
I shook my head. She has cancer, I said.
Is it bad?
As bad as it gets. Summer nodded.
I figured it had to be something like that. You've been upset ever since you came over here the first time.
Have I?
It's bound to bother you.
I nodded in turn. More than I thought it would.
Don't you like her?
I like her fine. But, nobody lives forever. Conceptually, these things don't come as a surprise.
I should probably stay away. It wouldn't be appropriate if I came. You should go with Joe, just the 2 of you.
She likes meeting new people.
She might not be feeling good.
We should wait and see. Maybe she'll want to go out for lunch.
How does she look?
Terrible, I said.
Then she won't want to meet new people.
We sat in silence for a spell. Our waiter brought the check. We counted our cash and paid half each and left a decent tip. We held hands all the way back to the hotel. It felt like the obvious thing to do. We were alone together in a sea of troubles, some of them shared, some of them private. The guy with the top hat opened the door for us and wished us bonne nuit, good night. We rode up in the elevator, side by side, not touching. When we got out on our floor, Summer had to go left and I had to go right. It was an awkward moment. We didn't speak. I could see she wanted to come with me, and I sure as hell wanted to go with her. I could see her room in my mind, the yellow walls, the smell of perfume, the bed. I imagined lifting her new sweater over her head, unzipping her new skirt and hearing it fall to the floor. I figured it would have a silk lining. I figured it would make a rustling sound. I knew it wouldn't be right, but we were already AWOL. We were already in all kinds of deep shit. It would be comfort and consolation, apart from whatever else it would be.
What time in the morning?
She said. Early for me, I said. I have to be at the airport at 6.
I'll come with you. Keep you company.
Thanks,
My pleasure.
she said. We stood there.
We'll have to get up about 4,
She said. I guess, I said. About 4. We stood there.
Good night then, I guess.
She said. Sleep well, I said. I turned right, didn't look back. I heard her door open and close a second after mine. It was 11 o'clock. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just lay there and stared at the ceiling for an hour. There was city light coming in the window. It was cold and yellow and hazy. I could see the pulses from the Eiffel Tower's party lights. They flashed gold, on and off, somewhere between fast and slow and relentless. They changed the pattern of the plaster above my head once a second. I heard the sound of brakes on a distant street and the yap of a small dog and lonely footsteps far below my window and the beep of a faraway horn. Then the city went quiet and silence crowded in on me. It howled all around me like a siren. I raised my wrist, checked my watch. It was midnight. I dropped my wrist back down on the bed and was hit by a wave of loneliness so bad it left me breathless. I put the light on and rolled over to the phone. There were instructions printed on a little plate below the dial buttons. To call another guest's room, press 3 and enter the room number. I pressed 3 and entered the room number. She answered, first ring. You awake, I said.
Yes?
She said. Want company?
Yes.
She said. I pulled my jeans and sweatshirt on and walked barefoot down the corridor, knocked at her door. She opened it and reached out her hand and pulled me inside. She was still fully dressed, still in her skirt and sweater. She kissed me hard at the door, and I kissed her back, harder. The door swung shut behind us. I heard the hiss of its closer and the click of its latch. We headed for the bed. She wore dark red underwear. It was made of silk or satin. I could smell her perfume everywhere. It was in the room and on her body. She was tiny and delicate and quick and strong. The same city light was coming in the window. Now it bathed me in warmth, gave me energy. I could see the Eiffel Tower's lights on her ceiling. We matched our rhythm to their rhythm. Slow, fast, relentless. Afterwards, we turned away from him and lay like spoons, burned out and breathing hard, close but not speaking. Like we weren't sure exactly what we'd done. I slept an hour and woke up in the same position. I had a strong sensation of something lost and something gained, but I couldn't explain either feeling. Summer stayed asleep. She was nestled solidly into the curve of my body. She smelled good. She felt warm. She felt live and strong and peaceful. She was breathing slow. My left arm was under her shoulders, and my right arm was draped across her waist. Her hand was cupped in mine, half open, half curled. I turned my head and watched the play of light on the ceiling. I heard the faint noise of a motorbike maybe a mile away on the other side of the Arc de Triomphe. I heard a dog bark in the distance. Other than that, the city was silent. 2 million people were asleep. Joe was in the air, somewhere on the Great Circle route, maybe closing in on Iceland. I couldn't picture my mother. I closed my eyes, tried to sleep again. The alarm clock in my head went off at 4. Summer was still asleep. I eased my arm out from under her and worked some kind of circulation back into my shoulder and slid out of bed and padded across the carpet to the bathroom. Then I put my pants on and shrugged into my sweatshirt and woke Summer with a kiss. "Rise and shine, Lieutenant," I said. She stretched her arms up and arched her back. The sheet fell away to her waist.
"Good morning,"
she said. I kissed her again.
"I like Paris," she said. "I had fun here."
"Me too."
"Lots of fun."
"Lobby in half an hour," I said. I went back to my own room and called room service for coffee. I was through shaving and showering before it arrived. I took the tray at the door, wearing just a towel. Then I dressed in fresh BDUs and poured my first cup and checked my watch. It was 4:20 in the morning in Paris, which made it 10:20 in the evening on the East Coast, which made it well after the end of bankers' hours, which made it 7:20 in the evening on the West Coast, which was early enough that a hard-working guy might still be at his desk. I checked the plate on the phone again and hit 9 for a line. Dialed the only number I'd ever permanently memorized, which was the Rock Creek switchboard back in Virginia. An operator answered on the first ring. "This is Reacher," I said. "I need a number for Fort Irwin's MPXO.
"Sir, there's a standing order from Colonel Willard that you should return to base immediately."
"I'll be there as soon as I can, but I need that number first."
"Sir, where are you now?"
"In a whorehouse in Sydney, Australia," I said. "Give me that Irwin number." He gave me the number. I repeated it to myself and hit 9 again and dialed it. Calvin Francis Sargent answered, second ring. "I need France," I said. There was a click and then silence, and I was settling in for a long wait when France came through. "I need you to do something for me," I said. "Like what?" "You've got a 12-Corps guy called Marshall there. You know him?" "No?" "I need him to stay there until I can get there myself. It's very important." "I can't stop people leaving the post unless I arrest them." "Just tell him I called from Berlin. That should do it. As long as he thinks I'm in Germany, he'll stay in California." "Why?" "Because that's what he's been told to do." "Does he know you?" "Not personally." "Then that's an awkward conversation for me to have. Like, I can't just walk up to a guy I never met and say, 'Hey, hot news. Another guy you never met called Reacher wants you to know he's stuck in Berlin.'" "So be subtle," I said. "Tell him I asked you to ask him a question for me, because there's no way I can get there myself." "What question?" "Ask him about the day of Kramer's funeral. Was he at Arlington? What did he do for the rest of the day? Why didn't he drive his guys to North Carolina? What reason did they give him for wanting to drive themselves?" "That's 4 questions. "Whatever. Just make it sound like you're asking on my behalf because California isn't in my travel plans." "Where can I get back to you?" I looked down at the phone and read out the Georges Sank's number. "That's France," he said, "not Germany." "Marshall doesn't need to know that," I said. "I'll be back here later." "When are you coming to California?" "Within 48 hours, I hope." "Okay," he said. "Anything else?" "Yes," I said. "Call Fort Byrd for me and ask my sergeant to get histories on General Vassell and Coomer. Specifically, I want to know if either one of them has a connection with a town called Sperryville in Virginia. Born there, grew up there, family there, any kind of connection that would indicate they might know what kind of retail outlet was where. Tell her to sit on the answers until I get in touch." "Okay," he said again. "Is that it?" "No," I said. "Also tell her to call Detective Clark in Green Valley and have him fax his street canvases relating to the night of New Year's Eve. She'll know what I'm talking about." "Well, I'm glad someone will," Franz said. He paused. He was writing stuff down. "So is that it?" he said. "For now," I said. I hung up and made it down to the lobby about 5 minutes after Summer. She was waiting there. She'd been much faster than me. But then she didn't have to shave, and I don't think she'd made any calls or taken time for coffee. Like me, she was back in BDUs. Somehow she'd cleaned her boots, or had gotten them cleaned. They were gleaming. We didn't have money for a cab to the airport. so we walked back through the pre-dawn darkness to the Place de l'Opéra and caught the bus. It was less crowded than the last time, but just as uncomfortable. We got brief glimpses of the sleeping city, and then we crossed the périphérique and ground slowly through the dismal outer suburbs. We got to Roissy-Charles de Gaulle just before 6. It was busy there. I guessed airports worked on floating time zones all their own. It was busier at 6 in the morning than it would be in the middle of the afternoon. There were crowds of people everywhere. Cars and buses were loading and unloading. Red-eyed travelers were coming out and going in and struggling with bags. It looked like the whole world was on the move. The arrivals screen showed that Joe's flight was already on the ground. We hiked around to the customs area's exit doors, took our places among a big crowd of meeters and greeters. I figured Joe would be one of the first passengers through. He would have walked fast from the plane, and he wouldn't have checked any luggage. No delays. We saw a few stragglers coming out from the previous flight. They were mostly families, slowed by young children or individuals who'd waited for odd-sized luggage. People in the crowd turned towards them expectantly and then turned away again when they realized they weren't who they were looking for. I watched them do it for a spell. It was an interesting physical dynamic. Just subtle adjustments of posture were enough to display interest and then lack of interest, welcome and then dismissal, a half-turn inward and then a half-turn away. Sometimes it was nothing more than a transfer of body weight from one foot to the other. The last stragglers were mixed in with the first people off of Joe's flight. There were businessmen moving fast, pumping briefcases and suit carriers. There were young women in high heels and dark glasses, expensively dressed. Models, actresses, call girls. There were government people, French and American. I could pick them out by the way they looked. Smart and serious, plenty of eyeglasses, but their shoes and suits and coats weren't the best quality. Low-level diplomats, probably. The flight was from D.C., after all. Joe came out about 12th in line. He was in the same overcoat I'd seen before, but a different suit and a different tie. He looked good. He was walking fast and carrying a black leather overnight bag. He was a head taller than anyone else. He came out of the door and stopped dead and scanned around.
He looks just like you,
Summer said. But I'm a nicer person, I said. He saw me right away because I was also a head taller than anyone else. I pointed to a spot outside of the main traffic stream. He shuffled through the crowd and made his way towards it. We looped around and joined him there. "Lieutenant Summer," he said. "I'm very pleased to meet you." I hadn't seen him look at the tapes on her jacket, where it said Summer, U.S. Army, or at the lieutenant's bars on her collar. He must have remembered her name and her rank from when we'd talked before. "You okay?" I asked him. "I'm tired," he said. "Want breakfast?" "Let's get it in town." The taxi line was a mile long and moving slow. We ignored it, headed straight for the navette again. We missed one and were first in line for the next. It came inside 10 minutes. Joe spent the waiting time asking Summer about her visit to Paris. She gave him chapter and verse, but not about the events after midnight. I stood on the curb with my back to the roadway, watching the eastern sky above the terminal roof. Dawn was breaking fast. It was going to be another sunny day. It was the 10th of January, and the weather was the best I'd seen in the new decade so far. We got in the bus and sat in 3 seats together that faced sideways opposite the luggage rack. Summer sat in the middle seat. Joe sat forward of her, and I sat to the rear. They were small, uncomfortable seats, hard plastic, no legroom. Joe's knees were up around his ears, and his head was swaying from side to side with the motion. He looked pale. I guessed putting him on a bus was not much of a welcome after an overnight flight across the Atlantic. I felt a little bad about it. But then I was the same size. I had the same accommodation problem. And I hadn't gotten a whole lot of sleep either. And I was broke. And I guessed being on the move was better for him than standing in the taxi line for an hour. He brightened up some after we crossed the périphérique and entered Haussmann's urban splendor. The sun was well up by then, and the city was bathed in gold and honey. The cafes were already busy, and the sidewalks were already crowded with people moving at a measured pace and carrying baguettes and newspapers. Legislation limited Parisians to a 35-hour work week, and they spent a lot of the remaining 133 taking great pleasure in not doing very much of anything. It was relaxing just to watch them. We got out at the familiar spot in the Place de l'Opéra, Walked south the same way we'd walked the week before, crossing the river at the Pont de la Concorde, turning west on the Quai d'Orsay, turning south into the Avenue Rapp. We got as far as the Rue de l'Université, where the Eiffel Tower was visible, and then Summer stopped.
"I'll go look at the tower," she said. "You guys go on ahead and see your mom."
Joe looked at me. Does she know? I nodded. She knows. Thanks, Lieutenant, he said. We'll go see how she is. If she's up for it, maybe you could join us at lunch.
"Call me at the hotel,"
she said. You know where it is? I said. She turned and pointed north along the avenue.
"Across the bridge right there and up the hill on the left side, straight line."
I smiled. She had a decent sense of geography. Joe looked a little puzzled. He'd seen the direction she'd pointed, and he knew what was up there. The Georges sank? He said. Why not? I said. Is that on the Army's dime? More or less, I said. Outstanding. Summer stretched up tall and kissed me on the cheek and shook Joe's hand. We stayed there with the weak sun on our shoulders and watched her walk away towards the base of the tower. There was already a thin stream of tourists heading the same way. We could see the souvenir sellers unpacking. We stood and watched them in the distance, watched Summer get smaller and smaller as she got further away. She's very nice, Joe said. Where did you find her? She was at Fort Byrd. You figured out what's going on there yet? I'm a little closer. I would hope you are. You've been there nearly 2 weeks. Remember that guy I asked you about, Willard? He would have spent time with Armored, right? Joe nodded. I'm sure he reported to him direct. Fed his stuff straight into their intelligence operation. Do you remember any names? What, in Armored Branch? Not really. I never paid much attention to Willard. His thing wasn't very mainstream. It was a side issue. Ever heard of a guy called Marshall? I don't remember him, Joe said. I said nothing. Joe turned and looked south down the avenue, wrapped his coat tighter around him, and turned his face up to the sun. Let's go, he said. When did you call her last? The day before yesterday. It was your turn next. We moved off and walked down the avenue side by side, matching our pace to the leisurely stroll of the people around us. Want breakfast first? I said. We don't want to wake her. The nurse will let us in. We passed the post office. There was a car abandoned halfway up on the sidewalk. It had been in some kind of an accident. It had a smashed fender and a flat tire. We stepped out into the street to pass it by. Saw a large black vehicle double parked on the road 40 yards ahead. We stared at it. Un corbillard, Joe said. A hearse. We stared at it, tried to figure out which building it was waiting at, tried to gauge the distance. The head-on perspective made it difficult. I glanced upward at the roof lines. First came a limestone Belle Epoque facade 7 stories high, then a drop to my mother's planer 6-story building. I traced my gaze vertically all the way down the frontage, to the street, to the hearse. It was parked right in front of my mother's door. We ran. There was a man in a black silk hat standing on the sidewalk. The street door to my mother's building was open. We glanced at the man in the hat and went in through the door to the courtyard. The concierge was standing in her doorway. She had a handkerchief in her hand and tears in her eyes. She paid us no attention. We headed for the elevator, rode up to 5. The elevator was agonizingly slow. The door to the apartment was standing open. I could see men in black coats inside, 3 of them. We went in. The men in the coats stood back. They said nothing. The girl with the luminous eyes came out of the kitchen. She looked pale. She stopped when she saw us. Then she turned and walked slowly across the room to meet us. What? Joe said. She didn't answer. When? I said.
"Last night," she said. "It was very peaceful."
The men in the coats realized who we must be and shuffled out into the hallway. They were very quiet. They made no noise at all. Joe took an unsteady step and sat down on the sofa. I stayed where I was. I stood still in the middle of the floor. When? I said again.
"At midnight," the girl said, "in her sleep."
I closed my eyes, opened them again a minute later. The girl was still there. Her eyes were on mine. Were you with her? I said. She nodded.
"All the time,"
she said. Was there a doctor here?
She sent him away.
What happened?
She said she felt well. She went to bed at 11. She slept an hour, and then she just stopped breathing.
I looked up at the ceiling. Was she in pain?
Not at the end.
But she said she felt well.
Her time had come. I've seen it before.
I looked at her, and then I looked away.
Would you like to see her?
The girl said. Joe? I said. He shook his head, stayed on the sofa. I stepped towards the bedroom. There was a mahogany coffin set up on velvet-padded trestles next to the bed. It was lined with white silk, and it was empty. My mother's body was still in the bed. The sheets were made up around her. Her head was resting gently on the pillow, and her arms were crossed over her chest outside the covers. Her eyes were closed. She was barely recognizable. Summer had asked me,
Does it upset you to see dead people?
No, I'd said.
Why not?
She'd asked me. I don't know, I'd said. I'd never seen my father's body. I was away somewhere when he died. It had been a heart thing. Some VA hospital had done its best, but it was hopeless from the start. I'd flown in on the morning of the funeral and had left again the same night. Funeral, I thought. Joe will handle it. I stayed by my mother's bed for 5 long minutes, eyes open, eyes dry. Then I turned around and stepped back into the living room. It was crowded again. The croque-morts were back, the pallbearers. And there was an old man on the sofa next to Joe. He was sitting stiffly. There were 2 walking sticks propped next to him. He had thin gray hair and a heavy dark suit with a tiny ribbon in the buttonhole. Red, white, and blue, maybe a Croix de Guerre ribbon, or the Médaille de la Résistance. He had a small cardboard box balanced on his bony knees. It was tied with a piece of faded red string. "This is Monsieur Lemonnier," Joe said. "Family friend." The old guy grabbed his sticks and started to struggle up to shake my hand, but I waved him back down and stepped over close. He was maybe 75 or 80. He was lean and dried out and relatively tall for a Frenchman.
"You're the one she called a reacher,"
he said. I nodded. "That's me," I said. "I don't remember you."
"We never met, but I knew your mother a long time."
"Well, thanks for stopping by."
"You too,"
he said. Touché, I thought. "What's in the box?" I said.
"Things she refused to keep here,"
the old guy said.
"but things I felt should be found here at a time like this by her sons."
He handed me the box, like it was a sacred burden. I took it and put it under my arm. It felt about halfway between light and heavy. I guess there was a book in there, maybe an old leather-bound diary, some other stuff, too. "Joe," I said, "let's go get breakfast." We walked fast and aimlessly. We turned into the Rue Saint-Dominique and passed by 2 cafes at the top of Rue de l'Exposition without stopping. We crossed the Avenue Bosquet against the light, and then we made an arbitrary left into the Rue Jean-Nicot. Joe stopped at a tobacco and bought cigarettes. I would have smiled if I'd been able to. The street was named after the guy who discovered nicotine. We lit up together on the sidewalk and then ducked into the first cafe we saw. We were all done walking. We were ready for the talking. "You shouldn't have waited for me," Joe said. "You could have seen her one last time." "I felt it happen," I said. "Midnight, last night, something hit me." "You could have been with her." "Too late now. It would have been okay with me. It wouldn't have been okay with her. We should have stayed a week ago." "She didn't want us to stay, Joe. That wasn't in her plan. She was an individual, entitled to her privacy. She was a mother, but that wasn't all she was." He went quiet. The waiter brought us coffee and a small straw basket full of croissants. He seemed to sense the mood. He put them down gently and backed away. "Will you see to the funeral?" I said. He nodded. "I'll make it 4 days from now. Can you stay?" "No," I said, "but I'll get back." "Okay," he said. "I'll stay a week or so. I guess I'll need to find her will. We'll probably have to sell her place, unless you want it." I shook my head. "I don't want it. You?" "I don't see how I could use it." "It wouldn't have been right for me to go on my own," I said. Joe said nothing. We saw her last week, I said. We were all together. It was a good time. You think? We had fun. That's the way she wanted it. That's why she made the effort. That's why she asked to go to Polydor. It wasn't like she ate anything. He just shrugged. We drank our coffee in silence. I tried a croissant. It was okay, but I had no appetite. I put it back in the basket. Life, Joe said. What a completely weird thing it is. A person lives 60 years, does all kinds of things, knows all kinds of things, feels all kinds of things, and then it's over, like it never happened at all. We'll always remember her. No, we'll remember parts of her, the parts she chose to share, the tip of the iceberg. The rest only she knew about. Therefore the rest already doesn't exist, as of now. We smoked another cigarette each, and sat quiet. Then we walked back, slowly, side by side. A little burned out, at some kind of peace. The coffin was in the corbillard when we got back to her building. They must have stood it upright in the elevator. The concierge was out on the sidewalk, standing next to the old man with the metal ribbon. He was leaning on his walking sticks. The nurse was there too, standing on her own. The pallbearers had their hands clasped in front of them. They were looking down at the ground.
They are taking her to the dépôt mortuaire,
the nurse said. The funeral parlor. Okay, Joe said. I didn't stay. I said goodbye to the nurse and the concierge and shook hands with the old guy. Then I nodded to Joe and set off walking up the avenue. I didn't look back. I crossed the Seine at the Pont de l'Alma and walked up the Avenue Georges V to the hotel. I went up in the elevator and back to my room. I still had the old guy's box under my arm. I dropped it on the bed and stood still, completely unsure about what to do next. I was still standing there 20 minutes later when the phone rang. It was Calvin Franz calling from Fort Irwin in California. He had to say his name twice. The first time I couldn't recall who he was. I spoke to Marshall, he said. Who? Your 12-Corps guy. I said nothing. You okay? Sorry, I said. I'm fine. You spoke to Marshall. He went to Kramer's funeral. He drove Vassell and Coomer there and back. Then he claims he didn't drive them the rest of the day because he had important Pentagon meetings all afternoon. But I didn't believe him. He's a gopher. If Vassell and Coomer had wanted him to drive, he'd have been driving, meetings or no meetings. And knowing what kind of a hard time you'd give me if I didn't check, I checked. And well, those meetings must have been with himself in the toilet stall because nobody else saw him around. So what was he doing instead? No idea, but he was doing something, that's for sure. The way he answered me was just way too smooth. I mean, this was all 6 days ago. Who the hell remembers what meetings they had 6 days ago? But this guy claims to. You tell him I was in Germany? He seemed to know already. You tell him I was staying there? He seemed to take it for granted you weren't heading for California anytime soon. These guys are old buddies with Willard, I said. He's promised them he'll keep me away from them. He's running the 110th like it's Armored's private army. I checked those stories myself, by the way, for Vassell and Coomer, because you got me curious. There's nothing there to suggest either one of them ever heard of any place called Sperryville, Virginia. Are you sure? Completely. Vassell is from Mississippi and Coomer is from Illinois. Neither of them has ever lived or served anywhere near Sperryville. I was quiet for a second. Are they married? I said. Married? Franz said. Yes, there were wives and kids in there, but they were local girls, no in-laws in Sperryville. Okay, I said. So what are you going to do? I'm coming to California. I put the phone down and walked along the corridor to Summer's door. I knocked and waited. She opened up. She was back from sightseeing. She died last night, I said.
I know,
Summer said.
Your brother just called from the apartment. He wanted me to make sure you were okay.
I'm okay, I said.
I'm very sorry.
I shrugged. Conceptually, these things don't come as a surprise.
When was it?
Midnight. She just gave up.
I feel bad. You should have gone to see her yesterday. You shouldn't have spent the day with me. We shouldn't have done all that ridiculous shopping.
I saw her last week. We had fun. Better that last week was the last time.
I would have wanted whatever extra time I could have gotten.
It was always going to be an arbitrary date, I said. I could have gone yesterday in the afternoon, maybe. Now I'd be wishing I'd stayed for the evening. If I'd stayed for the evening, I'd be wishing I'd stayed until midnight.
You were in here with me at midnight. I feel bad about that, too.
Don't, I said. I don't feel bad about it. My mother wouldn't either. She was French, after all. If she'd known those were my options, she'd have insisted.
You're just saying that.
Well, I guess she wasn't very broad-minded. But she always wanted whatever made us happy.
Did she give up because she was left alone?
I shook my head. She wanted to be left alone so she could give up. Summer said nothing. We're leaving, I said. We'll get a night flight back.
California?
East Coast first, I said. There are things I need to check.
What things?
She said. I didn't tell her. She would have laughed. And right then, I couldn't have handled laughter. Summer packed her bag and came back to my room with me. I sat on the bed and played with the string on Monsieur Lemonier's box.
What's that?
She said. Something some old guy brought around. He said it's something that should be found with my mother's stuff.
What's in it?
I don't know.
So open it.
I shoved it across the counterpane. You open it. I watched her small, neat fingers work on the tight old knot. Her clear nail varnish flashed in the light. She got the string off and lifted the lid. It was a shallow box made out of the kind of thick, sturdy cardboard you don't see much anymore. Inside were 3 things. There was a smaller box, like a jewel case. It was made of a cardboard faced with dark blue watermarked paper. There was a book, and there was a cheese cutter. It was a simple length of wire with a handle on each end. The handles were turned from dark old wood. You could see a similar thing in any épicerie in France. Except this one had been restrung. The wire was too thick for cheese. It looked like piano wire. It was curled and corroded, like it had been stored for a very long time.
What is it?
Summer said. Looks like a garrote, I said.
The book's in French, she said. I can't read it.
She passed it to me. It was a printed book with a thin paper dust jacket. Not a novel. Some kind of a non-fiction memoir. The corners of the pages were foxed and stained with age. The whole thing smelled musty. The title was something to do with railroads. I opened it up and took a look. After the title page was a map of the French railroad system in the 1930s. The opening chapter seemed to be about how all the lines in the north squeezed down through Paris and then fanned out again to point south. You couldn't travel anywhere without transiting the capital. It made sense to me. France was a relatively small country with a very big city in it. Most nations did it the same way. The capital city was always the center of the spiderweb. I flipped to the end of the book. There was a photograph of the author on the back flap of the dust jacket. The photograph was of a 40 years younger Monsieur Lemonnier. I recognized him with no difficulty. The blurb underneath the picture said he'd lost both legs in the battles of May 1940. I recalled the stiff way he'd sat on my mother's sofa, and his walking sticks. He must have been using prosthetics, wooden legs. What I had assumed were bony knees must have been complicated mechanical joints. The blurb went on to say he'd built le chemin de fer humain, the human railroad. He'd been awarded the Resistance Medal by President Charles de Gaulle, and the George Cross by the British, and the Distinguished Service Medal by the Americans.
What is it?
Summer said. Seems like I just met an old resistance hero, I said.
What's it got to do with your mom?
Maybe she and this Lemonnier guy were sweethearts way back.
And he wants to tell you and Joe about it? About what a great guy he was at a time like this? That's a little self-centered, isn't it?
I read on a little more. Like most French books, it used a weird construction called the past historic tense, which was reserved for written stuff only. It made it hard for a non-native to read, and the first part of the story was not very gripping. It made the point very laboriously that trains incoming from the north disgorged their passengers at the Gare du Nord terminal, and if those passengers wanted to carry on south, they had to cross Paris on foot or by car or subway or taxi to another terminal like the Gare d'Austerlitz or the Gare de Lyon before joining a southbound train. It's about something called the human railroad, I said, except there aren't many humans in it so far. I passed the book to Summer, and she flipped through it again.
It's signed,
she said. She showed me the first blank page. There was an old faded inscription on it. Blue ink, neat penmanship. Someone had written, "A Béatrice de Pierre," to Beatrice from Pierre.
Was your mother called Beatrice?
Summer asked. No, I said. Her name was Josephine. Josephine Moutier, and then Josephine Reacher. She passed the book back to me.
I think I've heard of the human railroad, she said. It was a World War II thing. It was about a rescuing bomber crews that were shot down over Belgium and Holland. Local resistance cells scooped them up and passed them along a chain all the way down to the Spanish border. Then they could get back home and get back in action. It was important because trained crews were valuable. Plus it saved people from years in a POW camp.
That would explain Lemonier's medals, I said. One from each Allied government. I put the book down on the bed and thought about packing. I figured I would throw the Samaritan jeans and sweatshirt and jacket away. I didn't need them. Didn't want them. Then I looked at the book again and saw that some of the pages had different edges from some of the others. I picked it up and opened it and found some half-tone photographs. Most of them were posed studio portraits, reproduced head and shoulders 6 to a page. The others were clandestine action shots. They showed Allied airmen hiding in cellars, lit by candles placed on barrels, and small groups of furtive men dressed in borrowed peasant clothing on country tracks, and Pyrenean guides amid snowy mountainous terrain. One of the action shots showed 2 men with a young girl between them. The girl was not much more than a child. She was holding both men's hands, smiling gaily, leading them down a street in a city. Paris, almost certainly. The caption underneath the picture said, Béatrice de service à ses travaux. Beatrice on duty, doing her work. Beatrice looked to be about 13 years old. I was pretty sure Beatrice was my mother. I flipped back to the pages of studio portraits and found her. It was some kind of a school photograph. She looked to be about 16 in it. The caption was Béatrice en 1947, Beatrice in 1947. I flipped back and forth through the text and pieced together Lemonier's narrative thesis. There were 2 main tactical problems with the human railroad. Finding the downed airmen was not one of them. They fell out of the sky, literally, all over the Low Countries, dozens of them every moonless night. If the resistance got to them first, they stood a chance. If the Wehrmacht got to them first, they didn't. It was a matter of pure luck. If they got lucky and the resistance got to them ahead of the Germans, they'd be hidden out, their uniforms would be exchanged for some kind of plausible disguises, forged papers would be issued, rail tickets would be bought, and a courier would escort them on a train to Paris, and they'd be on their way home. Maybe. The first tactical problem was the possibility of a spot check on the train itself, sometime during the initial journey. These were blonde, corn-fed farm boys from America, or red-headed British boys from Scotland, or anything else that didn't look dark and pinched and wartime French. They stood out. They didn't speak the language. Lots of subterfuges were developed. They would pretend to be asleep, or sick, or mute, or deaf. The couriers would do all the talking. The second tactical problem was transiting Paris itself. Paris was crawling with Germans. There were random checkpoints everywhere. Clumsy, lost foreigners stuck out like sore thumbs. Private cars had disappeared completely. Taxis were hard to find. There was no gasoline. Men walking in the company of other men became targets. So women were used as couriers. And then one of the dodges Lemonnier dreamed up was to use a kid he knew. She would meet airmen at the Gare du Nord and lead them through the streets to the Gare de Lyon. She would laugh and skip and hold their hands and pass them off as older brothers or visiting uncles. Her manner was unexpected and disarming. She got people through checkpoints like ghosts. She was 13 years old. Everyone in the chain had code names. Hers was Béatrice. Lemonier's was Pierre. I took the blue cardboard jewel case out of the box, opened it up. Inside was a medal. It was La Médaille de la Résistance, the Resistance Medal. It had a fancy red, white, and blue ribbon, and the medal itself was gold. I turned it over. On the back it was neatly engraved. Joséphine Moutier, my mother.
She never told you?
Summer said. I shook my head. Not a word. Not one. Ever. Then I looked back in the box. What the hell was the garrote about? Call Joe, I said. Tell him we're coming over. Tell him to get Lemonnier back there. We were at the apartment 15 minutes later. Lemonnier was already there. Maybe he'd never left. I gave the box to Joe and told him to check it out. He was faster than I'd been, because he started with the medal. The name on the back gave him a clue. He glanced through the book and looked up at Lemonnier when he recognized him in the author photograph. Then he scanned through the text, looked at the pictures, looked at me. She ever mention any of this to you? He said. Never. You? Never, he said. I looked at Lemonnier. What was the garrote for? Lemonnier said nothing. Tell us, I said.
She was found out,
He said.
by a boy at her school, a boy of her own age, an unpleasant boy, the son of collaborators. He teased and tormented her about what he was going to do.
What did he do?
At first, nothing. That was extremely unsettling for your mother. Then he demanded certain indignities as the price of his continued silence. Naturally, your mother refused. He told her he would inform on her, so she pretended to relent. She arranged to meet him under the Pont des Invalides late one night. She had to slip out of her house. But first, she took her mother's cheese cutter from the kitchen. She replaced the wire with a string from her father's piano. It was the G below middle C, I think. It was still missing, years later. She met the boy, and she strangled him.
She what? Joe said.
She strangled him.
She was 13 years old. Lemonnier nodded.
At that age, the physical differences between girls and boys are not a significant handicap.
She was 13 years old and she killed a guy?
They were desperate times.
What exactly happened? I said.
She used the garrote, as she had planned. It's not a difficult instrument to use. Nerve and determination were all she needed. Then she used the original cheese wire to attach a weight to his belt. She slipped him into the Seine. He was gone, and she was safe. The human railroad was safe.
Joe stared at him. You let her do that? Lemonnier shrugged, an expressive Gallic shrug, just like my mother's.
I didn't know about it, he said. She didn't tell me until afterwards. I suppose at first my instinct would have been to forbid it, but I couldn't have taken care of it myself. I had no legs. I couldn't have climbed down under the bridge, and I wouldn't have been steady enough for fighting. I had a man loosely employed as an assassin, but he was busy elsewhere. In Belgium, I think. I couldn't have afforded the risk of waiting for him to get back. So, on balance, I think I would have told her to go ahead. They were desperate times, and we were doing vital work.
Did this really happen? Joe said.
I know it did,
Lemonnier said.
Fish ate through the boy's belt. He floated up some days later, a short distance downstream. We passed a nervous week. but nothing came of it.
How long did she work for you? I asked.
All through 1943, he said. She was extremely good, but her face became well known. At first, her face was her guardian. It was so young and so innocent. How could anyone suspect a face like that? Then it became a liability. She became familiar to les Boches. And how many brothers and cousins and uncles could one girl have? So I had to stand her down.
Did you recruit her?
She volunteered. She pestered me until I let her help.
How many people did she save?
80 men,
Lemonnier said.
She was my best Paris courier. She was a phenomenon. The consequences of discovery didn't bear thinking about. She lived with the worst kind of fear in her gut for a whole year, but never once did she let me down.
We all sat quiet. How did you start? I asked.
I was a war cripple, he said, one of many. We were too medically burdensome for them to want us as hostage prisoners. We were useless as forced laborers, so they left us in Paris. But I wanted to do something. I wasn't physically capable of fighting, but I could organize. Those are not physical skills. I knew that trained bomber crews were worth their weight in gold, so I decided to get them home.
Why would my mother go her whole life without mentioning this stuff? Lemonnier shrugged again. Weary, unsure, still mystified, all those years later.
Many reasons, I think, he said. France was a conflicted country in 1945. Many had resisted, many had collaborated, many had done neither. Most preferred a clean slate. And she was ashamed of killing the boy, I think. It weighed on her conscience. I told her it hadn't been a choice. It wasn't a voluntary action. I told her it had been the right thing to do. But she preferred to forget the whole thing. I had to beg her to accept her medal.
Joe and I and Summer said nothing. We all sat quiet.
I wanted her sons to know,
Lemonnier said. Summer and I walked back to the hotel. We didn't talk. I felt like a guy who suddenly finds out he was adopted. You're not the man I thought you were. All my life, I had assumed I was what I was because of my father, the career Marine. Now I felt different genes stirring. My father hadn't killed the enemy at the age of 13, but my mother had. She had lived through desperate times, and she had stepped up and done what was necessary. At that moment, I started to miss her more than I would have thought possible. At that moment, I knew I would miss her forever. I felt empty. I had lost something I never knew I had. We carried our bags down to the lobby and checked out at the desk. We gave back our keys, and the multilingual girl prepared a long and detailed account. I had to countersign it. I knew I was in trouble as soon as I saw it. It was outrageously expensive. I had figured the Army might overlook the forged vouchers in exchange for a result, but now I wasn't so sure. I figured the Georges V tariff might change their view. It was like adding insult to injury. We'd been there one night, but we were being charged for 2 because we were late checking out. My room service coffee cost as much as a meal in a bistro. My phone call to Rock Creek cost as much as a 3-course lunch at the best restaurant in town. My phone call to friends in California cost as much as a 5-course dinner. Summer's call to Joe, less than a mile away in my mother's apartment asking him to get hold of Lemonnier, was billed at less than 2 minutes and cost as much as the room service coffee. And we'd been charged fees for taking incoming calls. One was from Franz to me, and the other was from Joe to Summer, when he asked her to check I was okay. That little piece of sibling consideration was going to cost the government $5. Altogether, it was the worst hotel bill I'd ever seen. The multilingual girl printed 2 copies. I signed one for her, and she folded the other into an embossed Georges V envelope and gave it to me. For my records, she said. For my court-martial, I thought. I put it in my inside jacket pocket, took it out again about 6 hours later, when I finally realized who had done what, and to who, and why, and how. We made the familiar trek to the Place de l'Opéra and caught the airport bus. It was my 6th time on that bus in about a week. The 6th time was no more comfortable than the previous 5. It was the discomfort that started me thinking. We got out at international departures and found the Air France ticket desk, swapped 2 vouchers for 2 seats to Dulles on the 11 o'clock red-eye. That gave us a long wait. We humped our bags across the concourse and started out in a bar. Summer wasn't conversational. I guess she couldn't think of anything to say. But the truth was, I was doing okay at that point. Life was unfolding the same way it always had for everyone. Sooner or later, you ended up an orphan. There was no escaping it. It had happened that way for 1,000 generations. No point in getting all upset about it. We drank bottles of beer and looked for somewhere to eat. I'd missed breakfast and lunch, and I guessed Summer hadn't eaten either. We walked past all the little tax-exempt boutiques and found a place that was made up to look like a sidewalk bistro. We pooled our few remaining dollars and checked the menu and worked out that we could afford 1 course each, plus juice for her and coffee for me, and a tip for the waiter. We ordered steak frite, which turned out to be a decent slab of meat with shoestring fries and mayonnaise. You could get good food anywhere in France, even an airport. After an hour, we moved down to the gate. We were still early, and it was almost deserted. Just a few transit passengers, all shopped out, or broke like us. We sat far away from them and stared into space.
Feels bad going back,
Summer said.
You can forget how much trouble you're in when you're away.
All we need is a result, I said.
We're not gonna get one. It's been 10 days and we're nowhere.
I nodded. 10 days since Mrs. Kramer died. 6 days since Carbone died. 5 days since Delta had given me a week to clear my name.
We've got nothing,
Summer said.
Not even the easy stuff. We didn't even find the woman from Kramer's motel. That shouldn't have been difficult.
I nodded again. She was right. That shouldn't have been difficult. The gate filled with travelers, and we boarded 40 minutes before takeoff. Summer and I had seats behind an old couple in an exit row. I wished we could change places with them. I would have been glad of the extra room. We took off on time, and I spent the first hour getting more and more cramped and uncomfortable. The stewardess served a meal that I couldn't have eaten even if I'd wanted to, because I didn't have enough room to move my elbows and operate the silverware. One thought led to another. I thought about Joe flying in the night before. He would have flown coach. That was clear. A civil servant on a personal trip doesn't fly any other way. He would have been cramped and uncomfortable all night long, a little more than me because he was an inch taller. So I felt bad all over again about putting him in the bus to town. I recalled the hard plastic seats and his cramped position and the way his head was jerked around by the motion. I should have sprung for a cab from the city and kept it waiting at the curb. I should have found a way to scare up some cash. One thought led to another. I pictured Kramer and Vassell and Coomer flying in from Frankfurt on New Year's Eve. American Airlines, a Boeing jet. No more spacious than any other jet. An early start from 12 Corps, a long flight to Dulles. I pictured them walking down the jetway, stiff, airless, dehydrated, uncomfortable. One thought led to another. I pulled the Georges V bill out of my pocket, opened the envelope, read it through again, examined every line and every item. The hotel bill, the airplane, the bus to town. The bus to town, the airplane, the hotel bill. I closed my eyes. I thought about things that Sanchez and the Delta adjutant and Detective Clark and Andrea Norton and Summer herself had said to me. I thought about the crowd of meeters and greeters we'd seen in the Roissy Charles de Gaulle Arrivals Hall. I thought about Sperryville, Virginia. I thought about Mrs. Kramer's house in Green Valley. In the end, Dominoes fell all over the place and landed in ways that made nobody look very good. Least of all me, because I'd made many mistakes, including the big one that I knew for sure was going to come right back and bite me in the ass. I kept myself so busy pondering my prior mistakes that I let my preoccupation lead me into making another one. I spent all my time thinking about the past, and no time at all thinking about the future, about countermeasures, about what would be waiting for us at Dulles. We touched down at 2 in the morning and came out through the customs hall and landed straight in a trap set by Willard. Standing in the same place they'd stood 6 days earlier were the same 3 warrant officers from the Provost Marshal General's office. 2 W3s and a W4. I saw them, they saw us. I spent a second wondering how the hell Willard had done it. Did he have guys standing by at every airport in the country all day and all night? Did he have a Europe-wide trace out on our travel vouchers? Could he do that himself? Or was the FBI involved? The Department of the Army? The State Department? Interpol? NATO? I had no idea. I made an absurd mental note that one day I should try to find out. Then I spent another second deciding what to do about the situation. Delay was not an option. Not now. Not in Willard's hands. I needed freedom of movement and freedom of action for 24 or 48 more hours. Then I would go see Willard. I'd go see him happily, because at that point I would be ready to slap him around and arrest him. The W4 walked up to us with his W3s at his back. "I have orders to place you both in handcuffs," he said. "Ignore your orders," I said. "I can't," he said. "Try." "I can't," he said again. I nodded. "Okay, we'll trade," I said. "You try it with the handcuffs, I'll break your arms. You walk us to the car, we'll go quietly." He thought about it. He was armed. So were his guys. We weren't. But nobody wants to shoot people in the middle of an airport. Not unarmed people from your own unit. That would lead to a bad conscience. And paperwork. And he didn't want a fist fight. Not 3 against 2. I was too big and Summer was too small to make it fair. "Deal?" he said. "Deal," I lied. "So let's go." Last time, he'd walked ahead of me and his hot dog W3s had stayed on my shoulders. I sincerely hoped he would repeat that pattern. I guessed the W3s figured themselves for real badass sons of bitches, and I guess they were close to being correct. But it was the W4 I was most worried about. He looked like the genuine article. But he didn't have eyes in the back of his head, so I hoped he would walk in front. He did. Summer and I stayed side by side with our bags in our hands, and the W3s formed up wide and behind us in an arrowhead pattern. The W4 led the way. We went out through the doors into the cold, turned towards the restricted lane where they'd parked last time. It was past 2 in the morning, and the airport approach roads were completely deserted. There were lonely pools of yellow light from fixtures up on posts. It had been raining. The ground was wet. We crossed the public pickup lane and crossed the median where the bus shelters were. We headed onward into the dark. I could see the bulk of a parking garage half left and the green Chevy Caprice far away to the right. We turned towards it, walked in the roadway. Most other times of the day we would have been mown down by traffic, but right then the whole place was still and silent. Past 2 o'clock in the morning. I dropped my bag and used both hands and shoved Summer out of the way. Stopped dead and jerked my right elbow backward and smashed the right-hand W3 hard in the face. Kept my feet planted and twisted the other way like a violent calisthenic exercise and smacked the left-hand W3 with my left elbow. Then I stepped forward and met the W4 as he spun towards the noise and came in for me. I hit him with a straight left to the chest. His weight was moving and my weight was moving and the blow messed him up pretty good. I followed it with a right hook to his chin and put him on the ground. Turned back to the W3s to check how they were doing. They were both down on their backs. There was some blood on their faces. Broken noses, loosened teeth. A lot of shock and surprise. An excellent stun factor. I was pleased. They were good, and I was better. I checked the W4. He wasn't doing much. I squatted down next to the W3s and took their Berettas out of their holsters. Then I twisted away and took the W4s out of his. Threaded all 3 guns on my forefinger. Then I used my other hand to find the car keys. The right-hand W3 had them in his pocket. I took them out and tossed them to Summer. She was back on her feet. She was looking a little dismayed. I gave her the 3 Berettas, and I dragged the W4 by his collar to the nearest bus shelter. Then I went back for the W3s and dragged them over, 1 in each hand. I got them all lined up face down on the floor. They were conscious, but they were groggy. Heavy blows to the head are a lot more consequential in real life than they are in the movies. And I was breathing hard myself, almost panting. The adrenaline was kicking in. Some kind of delayed reaction. Fighting has an effect on both parties to the deal. I crouched down next to the W4. "I apologize, Chief," I said, "but you got in the way." He said nothing, just stared up at me. Anger, shock, wounded pride, confusion. "Now listen," I said. "Listen carefully. You never saw us. We weren't here. We never came. You waited for hours, but we didn't show. You came back out and some thief had boosted your car in the night. That's what happened, okay?" He tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out right. "Yes, I know," I said. "It's pretty weak and it makes you look real stupid. But how good does it make you look that you let us escape? That you didn't handcuff us like you were ordered to?" He said nothing. "That's your story," I said. "We didn't show, and your car was stolen. Stick to it, or I'll put it about that it was the lieutenant who took you down. A 90-pound girl, 1 against 3. Oh, people'll love that. They'll go nuts for it. And you know how rumors can follow you around forever." He said nothing. "Your choice," I said. He shrugged. Said nothing. "I apologize," I said. Sincerely. We left them there and grabbed our bags and ran to their car. Summer unlocked it and we slid in and she fired it up, put it in gear and moved away from the curb. "Go slow," I said. I waited until we were alongside the bus shelter and then wound the window down and tossed the Berettas out on the sidewalk. Their cover story wouldn't hold up if they lost their weapons as well as their car. The 3 guns landed near the 3 guys, and they all got up on their hands and knees and started to crawl towards them. "Now go," I said. Summer hit the gas hard and the tires lit up, and about a second later we were well outside handgun range. She kept her foot down, and we left the airport doing about 90 miles an hour. "You okay?" I said.
So far," she said.
"Sorry I had to shove you."
"We should have just run," she said. "We could have lost him in the terminal."
"We needed a car," I said. "I'm sick of taking the bus."
"But now we're way out of line."
"That's for sure," I said. I checked my watch. It was close to 3 in the morning. We were heading south from Dulles, going nowhere, fast, in the dark. We needed a destination. "You know my phone number at Bird?" I said.
"Sure,"
Summer said. "Okay, pull over at the next place with a phone." She spotted an all-night gas station about 5 miles later. It was all lit up on the horizon. We pulled in and checked it out. There was a miniature grocery store behind the pumps, but it was closed. At night, you had to pay for your gas through a bulletproof window. There was a payphone outside next to the air hose. It was an aluminum box mounted on the wall. The box had phone shapes drilled into the sides. Summer dialed my Fort Bird office number and handed me the receiver. I heard one cycle of ringtone, and then my sergeant answered. The night duty woman, the one with the baby son. "This is Reacher," I said.
"You're in deep shit," she said.
"Yeah, and that's the good news," I said.
"What's the bad news?"
"You're going to join me right there in it. What kind of babysitting arrangements have you got?"
"My neighbor's girl stays, from the trailer next door."
"Could she stay an hour longer?"
"Why?"
"I want you to meet me. I want you to bring me some stuff."
"It'll cost you
"How much?"
$2 an hour for the babysitter."
"I haven't got $2. That's something I want you to bring. Money."
"You want me to give you money?"
"A loan," I said. "A couple of days."
"How much?"
"Whatever you got."
"When and where?"
"When you get off, at 6, at the diner near the strip club."
"What do you need me to bring?"
"Phone records," I said. "All calls made out of Fort Bird, starting from midnight on New Year's Eve until maybe the 3rd of January. And an Army phone book. I need to speak to Sanchez and Franz and all kinds of other people. And I need Major Marshall's personal file. The 12 Corps guy. I need you to get a copy faxed in from somewhere."
"Anything else?"
I want to know where Vassal and Coomer parked their car when they came down for dinner on the 4th. I want you to see if anyone noticed.
Okay, she said. Is that it?
No, I said. I want to know where Major Marshall was on the 2nd and the 3rd. Scare up some travel clerks somewhere and see if any vouchers were issued. And I want a phone number for the Jefferson Hotel in D.C.
That's an awful lot to do in 3 hours.
That's why I'm asking you instead of the day guy. You're better than he is.
Stick it, she said. Flattery doesn't work on me.
Hope springs eternal, I said. We got back into the car and got back on the road, headed east for I-95. I told Summer to go slow. If she didn't, then the way she was likely to drive on empty roads at night would get us to the diner well before my sergeant, and I didn't want that to happen. My sergeant would get there around 6:30. I wanted to get there after her, maybe 6:40. I wanted to check she hadn't done her duty and dropped a dime on me and set up an ambush. It was unlikely, but not impossible. I wanted to be able to drive by and check. I didn't want to be already in a booth drinking coffee when Willard showed up.
Why do you want all that stuff?
Summer asked. I know what happened to Mrs. Kramer, I said.
How?
I figured it out, I said, like I should have at the beginning. But I didn't think. I didn't have enough imagination.
It's not enough to imagine things.
It is, I said. Sometimes that's what it's all about. Sometimes that's all an investigator's got. You have to imagine what people must have done, the way they must have thought and acted. You have to think yourself into being them.
Being who?
Vassal and Coomer, I said. We know who they are. We know what they're like. Therefore, we can predict what they did.
What did they do?
They got an early start and flew all day from Frankfurt, on New Year's Eve. They wore Class A's, trying to get an upgrade. Maybe they succeeded, with American Airlines out of Germany. Maybe they didn't. Either way, they couldn't have counted on it. They must have been prepared to spend 8 hours in coach.
So?
Would guys like Vassal and Coomer be happy to wait in the dullest taxi line, or take a shuttle bus to the city, all cramped and uncomfortable?
No,
Summer said.
They wouldn't do either thing.
Exactly, I said. They wouldn't do either thing. They're way too important for that. They wouldn't dream of it. Not in a million years. Guys like that, they need to be met by a car and a driver.
Who?
Marshall, I said. That's who. He's their blue-eyed gopher. He was already over here, at their service. He must have picked them up at the airport. Maybe Kramer, too. Did Kramer take the Hertz bus to the rental lot? I don't think so. I think Marshall drove him there. Then he drove Vassal and Coomer to the Jefferson Hotel.
And?
And he stayed there with them, Summer. I think he had a room booked. Maybe they wanted him on the spot to drive them to National the next morning. He was going with them, after all. He was going to Irwin, too. Or maybe they just wanted to talk to him urgently. Just the three of them, Vassal, Coomer, and Marshall. Maybe it was easier to talk without Kramer there. And Marshall had a lot of stuff to talk about. They started his temporary detached duty in November. You told me that yourself. November was when the wall started coming down. November was when the danger signals started coming in. So they sent him over here in November to get his ear close to the ground in the Pentagon. That's my guess. But whatever. Marshall stayed the night with Vassal and Coomer at the Jefferson Hotel. I'm sure of it.
Okay. So?
Marshall was at the hotel, and his car was in valet parking. And you know what? I checked our bill from Paris. They charged an arm and a leg for everything, especially the phone calls. But not all the phone calls. The room-to-room calls we made didn't show up at all. You called me at 6 about dinner. Then I called you at midnight because I was lonely. Those calls didn't show up anywhere on the bill. Hit 3 for another room and it's free. Dial 9 for a line and it triggers a computer. There were no calls on Vassal and Coomer's bill, and therefore we thought they had made no calls. But they had made calls, it's obvious. They made internal calls, room to room. Vassal took the message from 12 Corps in Germany, and then he called Coomer's room to discuss what the hell to do about the situation. And then one or the other of them picked up the phone and called Marshall's room. They called their blue-eyed gopher and told him to run downstairs and jump in his car.
Marshall did it?
I nodded. They sent him out into the night to clean up their mess.
Can we prove it?
We can make a start, I said. I'll bet you 3 things. First, we'll call the Jefferson Hotel and we'll find a booking in Marshall's name for New Year's Eve. Second, Marshall's file will tell us he once lived in Sperryville, Virginia. And third, his file will tell us he's tall and heavy and right-handed. She went quiet. Her eyelids started moving.
Is it enough? She said. Is Ms. Kramer enough of a result to get us off the hook?
There's more to come, I said. It was like being in a parallel universe, watching Summer driving slow. We drifted down the highway with the world going half speed outside our windows. The big Chevy engine was loafing along a little above idle. The tires were quiet. We passed all our familiar landmarks. The state police facility, the spot where Kramer's briefcase had been found, the rest area, the spur to the small highway. We crawled off at the Cloverleaf, and I scanned the gas station and the Greasy Spoon and the lounge parking and the motel. The whole place was full of yellow light and fog and black shadow, but I could see well enough. There was no sign of a setup. Summer turned into the lot and drove a long, slow circuit. There were 3 18-wheelers parked like beached whales and a couple of old sedans that were probably abandoned. They had the look. They had dull paint and soft tires, and they were low on their springs. There was an old Ford pickup truck with a baby seat strapped to the bench. I guess that was my sergeant's. There was nothing else. 6:40 in the morning, and the world was dark and still and quiet. We put the car out of sight behind the lounge bar and walked across the lot to the diner. Its windows were misted by the cooking steam. There was hot white light inside. It looked like a Hopper painting. My sergeant was alone at a booth in back. We walked in and sat down beside her. She hauled a grocery bag up off the floor. It was full of stuff.
First things first, she said.
She put her hand in the bag and came out with a bullet. She stood it upright on the table in front of me. It was a standard 9mm Parabellum. Standard NATO load. Full metal jacket. For a sidearm or a submachine gun. The shiny brass casing had something scratched on it. I picked it up. Looked at it. There was a word engraved there. It was rough and uneven. It had been done fast and by hand. It said, Reacher. A bullet with my name on it, I said.
From Delta, my sergeant said. Hand delivered, yesterday.
Who by?
The young one with the beard.
Charming, I said. Remind me to kick his ass.
Don't joke about it. They're awful stirred up.
They're looking at the wrong guy.
Can you prove that?
I paused. Knowing and proving were two different things. I dropped the bullet into my pocket and put my hands on the table. Maybe I can, I said.
You know who killed Carbone, too?
Summer said. One thing at a time, I said.
Here's your money, my sergeant said. It's all I could get.
She went into her bag again and put $47 on the table. Thanks, I said. Call it I owe you $50. $3 interest.
52, she said. Don't forget the babysitter.
What else you got? She came out with a concertina of printer paper. It was the kind with faint blue rulings and holes in the sides. There were lines and lines and numbers on it.
The phone records, she said.
Then she gave me a sheet of Army memo paper with a 202 number on it.
The Jefferson Hotel, she said.
Then she gave me a roll of curled fax paper.
Major Marshall's personal file, she said.
She followed that with an Army phone book. It was thick and green and had numbers in it for all our posts and installations worldwide. Then she gave me more curled fax paper. It was Detective Clark's street canvass results from New Year's Eve up in Green Valley.
Friends in California told me you wanted it, she said.
Great, I said. Thanks. Thanks for everything. She nodded.
You better believe I'm better than a day guy. And someone better be prepared to say so when they start with the force reduction.
I'll tell him, I said.
Don't, she said. Won't help a bit coming from you. You'll either be dead or in prison.
You brought all this stuff, I said. You haven't given up on me yet. She said nothing. Where did Vassal and Coomer park their car, I asked.
On the 4th, she said. Nobody knows for sure. The first night patrol saw a staff car backed in all by itself at the far end of the lot, but you can't take that to the bank. He didn't get a plate number, so it's not a positive ID.
and the second night patrol can't remember it at all. Therefore, it's one guy's report against another.
What exactly did the first guy see?
He called it a staff car.
Was it a black Grand Marquis?
It was a black something, she said, but all staff cars are black or green. Nothing unique about a black car.
But it was out of the way. She nodded.
On its own, far end of the lot. But the second guy can't confirm it.
Where was Major Marshall on the second and the third?
Oh, that was easier, she said. 2 travel warrants. To Frankfurt on the second, back here on the third.
And overnight in Germany? She nodded again.
There and back.
We sat quiet. The counterman came over with a pad and pencil. I looked at the menu and the $47 on the table and ordered less than $2 worth of coffee and eggs. Summer took the hint and ordered juice and biscuits. That was about as cheap as we could get, consistent with staying vertical.
Am I done here? My sergeant asked.
I nodded. Thanks. I mean it. Summer slid out to let her get up. Kiss your baby for me, I said. My sergeant just stood there, all bone and sinew, hard as woodpecker lips, staring straight at me. My mom just died, I said. One day your son will remember mornings like these. She nodded once and walked to the door. A minute later, we saw her in her pickup truck, a small figure all alone at the wheel. She drove off into the dawn mist. A rope of exhaust followed behind her and then drifted away. I shoveled all the paper into a logical pile and started with Marshall's personal file. The quality of the fax transmission wasn't great, but it was legible. There was the usual mass of information. On the first page, I found out that Marshall had been born in September of 1958. Therefore, he was 31 years old. He had no wife and no children, no ex-wives either. He was wedded to the military, I guessed. He was listed at 6'4" and 220 pounds. The Army needed to know that to keep their quartermaster percentiles up to speed. He was listed as right-handed. The Army needed to know that because bolt-action sniper rifles are made for right-handers. Left-handed soldiers don't usually get assigned as snipers. Pigeonholing starts on day 1 in the military. I turned the page. Marshall had been born in Sperryville, Virginia, and had gone all the way through kindergarten and grade school and high school there. I smiled. Summer looked at me, questions in her eyes. I separated the pages and slid them across to her, and stretched over and used my finger to point out the relevant lines. Then I slid her the memo paper with the Jefferson Hotel number on it. Go find a phone, I said. She found one just inside the door, on the wall near the register. I saw her put 2 quarters in, and dial, and talk, and wait. I saw her give her name and rank and unit. I saw her listen. I saw her talk some more. I saw her wait some more, and listen some more. She put more quarters in. It was a long call. I guess she was getting transferred all over the place. Then I saw her say thank you. I saw her hang up. I saw her come back to me, looking grim and satisfied.
He had a room, she said. In fact, he made the booking himself the day before. 3 rooms for him and Vassal and Coomer. And there was valet parking charge.
Did you speak to the valet station? She nodded.
It was a black Mercury. In just after lunch, out again at 20 to 1 in the morning, back in again at 20 past 3 in the morning, out again finally after breakfast on New Year's Day.
I riffed through the pile of paper and found the facts from Detective Clark in Green Valley. The results of his house-to-house canvass. There was a fair amount of vehicle activity listed. It had been New Year's Eve, and lots of people were heading to and from parties. There had been what someone thought was a taxi on Mrs. Kramer's road just before 2 o'clock in the morning. A staff car could be mistaken for a taxi, I said. You know, a plain black sedan, clean condition but a little tired, a lot of miles on it. The same shape as a Crown Victoria.
Plausible,
Summer said. Likely, I said. We paid the check and left a $1 tip and counted what was left of my sergeant's loan. Decided we were going to have to keep on eating cheap because we were going to need gas money and phone money and some other expenses.
Where to now?
Summer asked me. Across the street, I said, to the motel. We're going to hole up all day. A little more work, and then we sleep. We left the Chevy hidden behind the lounge bar and crossed the street on foot. Woke the skinny guy in the motel office and asked him for a room.
"One room?"
he said. I nodded. Summer didn't object. She knew we couldn't afford 2 rooms. And we weren't new to sharing. Paris had worked out okay for us, as far as nighttime arrangements were concerned.
$15,
the skinny guy said. I gave him the money, and he smiled and gave me the key to the room Kramer had died in. I figured it was an attempt at humor. I didn't say anything. I didn't mind. I figured a room a guy had died in was better than the rooms that rented by the hour. We walked together down the row and unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was still dank and brown and miserable. The corpse had been hauled away, but other than that, it was exactly the same as when I'd first seen it.
"It ain't the George Sank,"
Summer said. That's for damn sure, I said. We put our bags on the floor, and I put my sergeant's paperwork on the bed. The counterpane felt slightly damp. I fiddled with the heater under the window until I got some warmth out of it.
"What next?"
Summer asked. "The phone records," I said. "I'm looking for a call to a 919 area code."
"That'll be a local call. Fort Bird is 919 too."
"Great," I said. "There'll be a million local calls." I spread the printout on the bed and started looking. There weren't a million local calls, but there were certainly hundreds. I started at midnight on New Year's Eve and worked forward from there. I ignored the numbers that had been called more than once from more than one phone. I figured those would be cab companies or clubs or bars. I ignored the numbers that had the same exchange code as Fort Bird. Those would be off-post housing, mainly. Soldiers on duty would have been calling them in the hour after midnight, wishing their spouses and children a Happy New Year. I concentrated on numbers that stood out, numbers in other North Carolina cities. In particular, I was looking for a number in another city that had been called once only, maybe 30 or 40 minutes after midnight. That was my target. I went through the printout, patiently, line by line, page by page, looking for it. I was in no hurry. I had all day. I found it after the 3rd concertina fold. It was listed at 12:32. 32 minutes after 1989 became 1990. That was right about when I would have expected it. It was a call that lasted nearly 15 minutes. That was about right, too, in terms of duration. It was a solid prospect. I scanned ahead, checked the next 20 or 30 minutes. There was nothing else there that looked half as good. I went back and put my finger onto the number I liked. It was my best bet, or my only hope. "Got a pen?" I said. Summer gave me one from her pocket. "Got quarters?" I said. She showed me 50 cents. I wrote the best bet number on the Army memo paper right underneath the D.C. number for the Jefferson Hotel. Passed it to her. "Call it," I said. "Find out who answers. You'll have to go back across the street to the diner. The motel phone's busted." She was gone about 8 minutes. I spent the time cleaning my teeth. I had a theory. If you can't get time to sleep, a shower's a good substitute. If you can't get time to shower, cleaning your teeth is the next best thing. I left my toothbrush and a glass in the bathroom, and Summer came through the door. She brought cold and misty air in with her.
"It was a golf resort outside of Raleigh," she said.
"Good enough for me," I said.
"Brubaker,"
she said.
"That's where Brubaker was, on vacation."
"Probably dancing," I said. "Don't you think? At midnight on New Year's Eve. The desk clerk probably had to drag him out of the ballroom to the phone. That's why the call lasted a quarter of an hour. Most of it was waiting time."
"Who called him?"
There were codes on the printout indicating the location of the originating phone. They meant nothing to me. They were just numbers and letters. But my sergeant had supplied a key for me. On the sheet after the last concertina fold was a list of the codes and the locations they stood for. She'd been right. She was better than the day guy. But then she was an E5 sergeant, and he was an E4 corporal, and sergeants made the U.S. Army worth serving in. I checked the code against the key. "Someone on a payphone in the Delta barracks," I said.
"So, a Delta guy called his CO,"
Summer said.
"How does that help us?"
"The timing is suggestive," I said. Must have been an urgent matter, right?
Who was it?
One step at a time, I said.
Don't shut me out.
I'm not.
You are. You're walling up.
I said nothing.
Your mom died, and you're hurting, and you're closing in on yourself. But you shouldn't. You can't do this alone, Reacher. You can't live your whole life alone.
I shook my head. It's not that, I said. It's that I'm only guessing here. I'm holding my breath all the time. One long shot after another. And I don't want to fall flat on my face. Not right in front of you. You wouldn't respect me anymore. She said nothing. I know, I said. You already don't respect me, because you saw me naked. She paused. Then she smiled. But you need to get used to that, I said, because it's going to happen again. Right now, in fact. We're taking the rest of the day off. The bed was awful. The mattress dipped in the middle, and the sheets were damp. Maybe worse than damp. A place like that, if the room hadn't been rented since Kramer died, I was pretty sure the bed wouldn't have been changed either. Kramer had never actually gotten into it, but he had died right on top of it. He'd probably leaked all kinds of bodily fluids. Summer didn't seem to mind, but she hadn't seen him there, all gray and white and inert. But then I figured, what do you want for $15? And Summer took my mind off the sheets. She distracted me big time. We were plenty tired, but not too tired. We did well, second time around. The second time is often the best. That's been my experience. You're looking forward to it, and you're not bored with it yet. Afterwards, we slept like babies. The heater finally put some temperature into the room. The sheets warmed up. The traffic sounds on the highway were soothing, like white noise. We were safe. Nobody would think of looking for us there. Kramer had chosen well. It was a hideaway. We rolled down into the mattress dip together and held each other tight. I ended up thinking it was the best bed I'd ever been in. We woke up much later, very hungry. It was after 6 o'clock in the evening, already dark outside the window. The January days were spooling by one after the other, and we weren't paying much attention to them. We showered and dressed and headed across the street to eat. I took the Army phone directory with me. We went for the most calories for the fewest dollars, but still ended up blowing more than $8 between us. I got my own back with the coffee. The diner had a bottomless cup policy, and I exploited it ruthlessly. Then I camped out near the register and used the phone on the wall. Checked the number in the Army book and called Sanchez down at Jackson. I hear you're in the shit, he said. Temporarily, I said. You heard anything more about Brubaker? Like what? Like, did they find his car yet? Yes, they did, and it was a long way from Columbia. Let me guess, I said. Somewhere more than an hour due north of Fort Byrd, and maybe east and a little south of Raleigh. About Smithfield, North Carolina. How the hell did you know that? Just a feeling, I said. Had to be close to where I-95 meets US 70, right on a main drag. Do they think that's where he was killed? No question about it. Killed right there in his car. Someone shot him from the back seat. The windshield was blown out in front of the driver's position, and what was left of the glass was all covered in blood and brains. And there were spatters on the steering wheel that hadn't been smudged. Therefore, nobody drove the car after he died. Therefore, that's where he was killed. Right there in his car. Smithfield, North Carolina. Did they find shell cases? No shell cases. No significant trace evidence either, apart from the kind of normal shit they would expect to find. Have they got a narrative theory? It was an industrial unit parking lot. Big place, like a local landmark, with a big lot, busy in the daytime but deserted at night. They think it was a two-car rendezvous. Brubaker gets there first, the second car pulls up alongside, at least two guys get out of it, they get into Brubaker's car, the one in the front and the one in the back. They sit a spell, maybe they talk a little, then the guy in the back pulls the gun and shoots. Which, by the way, is how they figure Brubaker's watch got busted. They figure he had his left wrist up on top of the wheel, the way guys do when they're sitting in their cars. But whatever. He goes down, they drag him out, they put him in the trunk of the other car, and they drive him down to Columbia, and they leave him there. With dope and money in his pocket. They don't know where that came from yet. Why didn't the bad guys move his car? I said. Seems kind of dumb to take the body to South Carolina and leave the car where it was. Nobody knows why. Maybe because it's conspicuous to drive a car full of blood with a blown windshield. Or maybe because bad guys are dumb sometimes. You got notes about what Mrs. Brubaker said about the phone calls he took? After dinner on the 4th? No, earlier, I said, on New Year's Eve, about half an hour after they all held hands and sang Old Lang Syne. Maybe. I took some pretty good notes. I could go look. Be quick, I said. I'm on a payphone here. I heard the receiver go down on his desk, heard faint scratchy movement far away in his office. I waited, put another pair of quarters in the slot. We were already down $2 on toll calls, plus 12 for eating and 15 for the room. We had $18 left, out of which I knew for sure I was going to be spending another 10, hopefully pretty soon. I began to wish the Army didn't buy Caprices with big V8s in them. A little 4-cylinder thing like Kramer had rented would have gotten us further on $8 worth of gas. I heard Sanchez pick up the phone again. Okay, New Year's Eve, he said. She told me he was dragged out of a dinner dance around 12:30 in the morning. She told me she was a little bit aggrieved about it. Did he tell her anything about the call? No, but she said he danced better after it, like he was all fired up, like he was on the trail of something. He was all excited. She could tell that from the way he danced? They were married a long time, Reacher. You get to know a person. Okay, I said. Thanks, Sanchez. I gotta go. Be careful. Always am. I hung up and walked back to our table.
Where now?
Summer said. Now we're gonna go see girls take their clothes off, I said. It was a short walk across the lot from the Greasy Spoon to the lounge bar. There were a few cars around, but not many. It was still early. It would be another couple of hours before the crowds really built up. The locals were still home, eating dinner, watching the sports news. Guys from Fort Bird were finishing chow time in the mess, showering, getting changed, hooking up in 2s and 3s, finding car keys, picking out designated drivers. But I still kept my eye out. I didn't want to bump into a crowd of Delta people. Not outside in the dark. Time was too precious to waste. We pulled the door and stepped inside. There was a new face behind the register. Maybe a friend or a relative of the fat guy. I didn't know him. He didn't know me. We were in BDUs, no unit designations, no indication that we were MPs. So the new face was happy enough to see us. He figured us for a nice little upward tick in his first-hour cash flow. We walked right past him. The place was less than 1/10 full. It felt very different that way. It felt cold and vast and empty, like some kind of a factory. Without a press of bodies, the music was louder and tinnier than ever. There were whole expanses of vacant floor, whole acres, hundreds of unoccupied chairs. There was only one girl performing. She was on the main stage. She was bathed in warm red light, but she looked cold and listless. I saw Summer watching her, saw her shudder. I had said, "So what are you going to do? Go work up at the strip club with Sin?" Face to face, it wasn't a very appealing option.
Why are we here?
She asked. For the key to everything, I said. My biggest mistake.
Which was?
Watch, I said. I walked around to the dressing room door, knocked twice. A girl I didn't know opened up. She kept the door close to her body and stuck her head around. Maybe she was naked. I need to see Sin, I said.
She's not here.
She is, I said. She's got Christmas to pay for.
She's busy.
$10, I said. $10 to talk, no touching. The girl disappeared and the door swung shut behind her. I stood out of the way, so the first person Sin would see would be Summer. We waited, and waited. Then the door opened up again, and Sin stepped out. She was in a tight sheath dress. It was pink. It sparkled. She was tall on clear plastic heels. I stepped behind her, got between her and the dressing room door. She turned and saw me. Trapped. Couple of questions, I said. That's all. Sin looked better than the last time I'd seen her. The bruises on her face were 10 days old and were more or less healed up. Her makeup was maybe a little thicker than before, but that was the only sign of her troubles. Her eyes looked vacant. I guessed she'd just shot up, right between her toes. Whatever gets you through the night.
$10, she said.
Let's sit, I said. We found a table far from a speaker. It was relatively quiet there. I took a 10 spot out of my pocket and held it out. Didn't let go of it. You remember me? I said. She nodded. Remember that night? I said. She nodded again. Okay, here's the thing. Who hit you?
That soldier, she said. The one you were talking to just before.
I kept tight hold of the $10 bill, and I took her through it, step by step. She told us that after I slid her off my knee, she'd gone looking around for girls to check with. She'd managed whispered conversations with most of them, but none of them knew anything. None of them had any information at all, either first-hand or second-hand. There were no rumors going around. No stories about a co-worker having a problem in the motel. She had checked back in the private room and heard nothing there either. Then she'd gone to the dressing room. There was nobody in there. Business was good. Everybody else was either up on the stage or across the street. She knew she should have kept on asking, but there was no gossip. She felt sure someone would have heard something, if anything bad had actually happened. So she figured she would just give up on it and blow me off. Then the soldier I'd been talking to stepped into the dressing room. She gave us a pretty good description of Carbone. Like most hookers, she'd trained herself to remember faces. Repeat customers like to be recognized. It makes them feel special. Makes them tip better. She told us Carbone had warned her not to tell any MP anything. She put emphasis in her voice, echoing his own from 10 days before. Any MP, anything. Then, to make sure she took him seriously, he had slapped her twice. Hard, fast, forehand, backhand. She'd been stunned by the blows. She hadn't seen them coming. She sounded impressed by them. It was like she was ranking them against other blows she'd received, like a connoisseur. And looking at her, I figured she was reasonably familiar with getting hit. Tell me again, I said. It was the soldier, not the owner. She looked at me like I was crazy.
The owner never hits us, she said. We're his meal ticket.
I gave her the $10, and we left her there at the quiet table.
What does it mean?
Summer said. Everything, I said.
How did you know?
I shrugged. We were back in Kramer's motel room, folding stuff, packing our bags, getting ready to hit the road one last time. I saw it wrong, I said. I guess I started to realize in Paris, when we were waiting for Joe at the airport, that crowd. They were watching people coming out, and they were kinda half-prepared to greet them and half-prepared to ignore them, depending. That's how it was in the bar that night. I walked in. I'm a big guy, so people saw me coming. They were curious for a split second. But they didn't know me, and they didn't like what I was, so they turned away again and shut me out. Very subtle, all in the body language. Except for Carbone. He didn't shut me out. He turned towards me. I thought it was just random, but it wasn't. I thought I was selecting him, but he was selecting me just as much.
It had to be random. He didn't know you.
He didn't know me, but he knew MP badges when he saw them. He'd been in the Army 16 years. He knew what he was looking at.
So why turn towards you?
It was like a double take, like a stutter step. He was turning away, then he changed his mind and turned back. He wanted me to come to him.
Why?
Because he wanted to know why I was there.
Did you tell him?
I nodded. Looking back, yes, I did. Not in detail. I just wanted him to stop people from getting worried, so I told him it was nothing to do with anyone, just some lost property across the street. Maybe one of the hookers had it. He was a very smart guy, very subtle. He reeled me in like a fish and got it out of me.
Why would he care?
Something I once said to Willard. I said things happen in order to dead-end other things. Carbone wanted my inquiries dead-ended. That was his aim. So he thought fast and smart. Delta doesn't hire dumb guys, that's for sure. He went in and smacked the girl to shut her up in case she knew anything. And then he came out and let me think the owner had done it. He didn't even lie about it. He just let me assume. He wound me up like a clockwork toy and pointed me in the direction he wanted. And off I went. I smacked the owner on the ear, and we fought it out in the lot. And there was Carbone, watching. He saw me work the guy over like he knew I would, and then he put in the complaint. So he got it coming and going. He got both ends bottled up. The girl was silenced, and he thought I would be taken out of the picture because of the disciplinary procedure. Yeah, he was a very smart guy, Summer. I wish I'd met him before.
Why did he want you dead-ended? What was his motive?
He didn't want me to find out who took the briefcase.
Why not?
I sat down on the bed. Why did we never find the woman Kramer met in here?
I don't know.
Because there never was a woman, I said. Kramer met Carbone in here. She just stared at me. Kramer was gay too, I said. He and Carbone were getting it on. Carbone took the briefcase, I said, right out of this room, because he had to keep the relationship secret. Just like we thought about the Phantom Woman. Maybe he was worried there was something personal to him in it. Or maybe Kramer had been bragging about the Irwin conference, talking about how Armored was going to fight its corner. So maybe Carbone was curious, or even concerned. He'd been an infantryman for 16 years, and the type of guy who gets into Delta, he's got a lot of unit loyalty, maybe more loyalty to his unit than to his lover.
I don't believe it,
Summer said. You should, I said. It all fits. Andrea Norton more or less told us. I think she knew about Kramer, either consciously or subconsciously, I'm not sure which. We accused her, and she wasn't annoyed, remember? She was amused instead, or bewildered maybe. She was a sexual psychologist. She'd met the guy. Maybe she'd picked up a vibe professionally, or the absence of a vibe personally. So in our minds, we had her in bed with Kramer, and she just couldn't make it compute. So she didn't get mad. It just didn't connect. And we know Kramer's marriage was a sham. No kids, he hadn't lived at home for 5 years. Detective Clark in Green Valley wondered why he wasn't divorced. He once asked me, divorce isn't a deal-breaker for a general, is it? I said, no, it isn't. But being gay is. That's for damn sure. Being gay is a big-time deal-breaker for a general. That's why he kept the marriage going. It was cover, for the Army. Just like the girlfriend photo in Carbone's wallet.
We have no proof.
But we can get close. Carbone had a condom in his wallet, as well as the girlfriend photo. A buck gets 10, it's from the same pack as the one Walter Reed took off Kramer's body. And another buck gets 10, we can comb old assignment orders and find out where and when they met. Some joint exercise somewhere, like we thought all along. Plus, Carbone was a vehicle guy for Delta. Their adjutant told me that. He had access to their whole stable of Humvees any old time he wanted it. So another buck gets 10, we'll find out he was out in one, alone, on New Year's Eve.
Was he killed for the briefcase? In the end? Like Mrs. Kramer?
I shook my head. Neither one of them was killed simply for the briefcase. She just looked at me. Later, I said, one step at a time.
But he had the briefcase, you said so. He ran off with it.
I nodded. And he searched it as soon as he got back to Byrd. He found the agenda, he read it, and something in it made him call his CO immediately.
He called Brubaker? How could he do that? He couldn't say, hey, I was just sleeping with the general and guess what I found?
He could have said he found it somewhere else, on the sidewalk maybe. But actually, I'm wondering if Brubaker knew about Carbone and Kramer all along. It's possible. Delta's a family, and Brubaker was a very hands-on type of CO. It's possible he knew. And maybe he exploited the situation. For intelligence purposes. These guys are incredibly competitive. And Sanchez told me Brubaker never missed any angle or any advantage or any wrinkle. So maybe the price of Brubaker's tolerance was that Carbone had to pass stuff on. From the pillow talk.
That's awful.
I nodded. Like being a whore. I told you there'd be no winners here. Everyone's gonna come out looking bad.
Except us. If we get the results.
You're gonna be okay. I'm not.
Why?
Wait and see, I said. We carried our bags to the Chevy, which was still hidden behind the lounge bar. We put them in the trunk. The lot was fuller than it had been before. The night was heating up. I checked my watch. Almost 8 o'clock on the East Coast, almost 5 on the West Coast. I stood still, trying to decide. If we pause for breath even for a second, we'll be overrun again. I need to make 2 more calls, I said. I took the Army phone book with me, and we walked back to the Greasy Spoon. I checked every pocket for loose change and came up with a small pile. Summer contributed a quarter and a nickel. The counterman changed the pennies for silver. I fed the phone and dialed Franz at Fort Irwin. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the middle of his workday. Am I going to get past your main gate? I asked him. Why wouldn't you? Willard's chasing me. He's liable to warn any place he thinks I'm going. I haven't heard from him yet. Maybe you could switch your telex off for a day or 2. What's your ETA? Tomorrow sometime. Your buddies are already here. They just got in. I haven't got any buddies. Vassal and Coomer, they're fresh in from Europe. Why? Exercises. Is Marshall still there? Sure. He drove out to LAX to pick 'em up. They all came back together, like one big happy family. I need you to do 2 things for me, I said. 2 more things, you mean? I need a ride from LAX myself. Tomorrow, first morning arrival from D.C. I need you to send someone. And I need you to get someone to locate the staff car Vassal and Coomer used back here. It's a black Mercury Grand Marquis. Marshall signed it out on New Year's Eve. By now, it's either back in the Pentagon garage or parked at Andrews. I need someone to find it and to do a full-court press on it forensically, and fast. What would they be looking for? Anything at all. Okay, Franz said. I'll see you tomorrow, I said. I hung up and turned the pages in the Army directory all the way from F for Fort Irwin to P for Pentagon. Slid my finger down the subsection to C for Chief of Staff's office. I left it there, briefly. Vassal and Coomer at Irwin, I said. Why? Summer said. Hiding out, I said. They think we're still in Europe. They know Willard is watching the airports. They're sitting ducks.
Do we want them?
Summer said.
They didn't know about Mrs. Kramer. That was clear. They were shocked when you told them that night in your office. So I guess they authorized the burglary, but not the collateral damage.
I nodded. She was right. They'd been surprised that night in my office. Coomer had gone pale and asked, was it a burglary? It was a question that came straight from a guilty conscience. That meant Marshall hadn't told them at that point. He had kept the really bad news to himself. He had come back to the D.C. hotel at 3:20 in the morning, and he'd told them the briefcase hadn't been there, but he hadn't told them what else had gone down. Vassal and Coomer must have been piecing it together on the fly that night in my office, in the dark and after the event. It must have been an interesting ride home. Harsh words must have been exchanged.
It's down to Marshall alone,
Summer said.
He panicked, is all.
Technically, it was a conspiracy, I said. Legally, they all share the blame.
Hard to prosecute.
That's JAG-Corps' problem.
It's a weak case. Hard to prove.
They did other stuff, I said. Believe me, Mrs. Kramer getting hit on the head is the least of their worries. I fed the phone again and dialed the Chief of Staff's office, deep inside the Pentagon. A woman's voice answered. It was a perfect Washington voice. Not high, not low, cultured, elegant, nearly accentless. I guess she was a senior administrator, working late. I guessed she was about 50, blonde, going gray, powder on her face. Write this down, I said to her. I am a military police major called Reacher. I was recently transferred out of Panama and into Fort Byrd, North Carolina. I will be standing at the E-Ring checkpoint inside your building at midnight tonight. It is entirely up to the Chief of Staff whether he meets me there. I paused.
Is that it?
The woman said. Yes, I said, and hung up. I scooped 15 remaining cents back into my pocket, closed the phone book, and wedged it under my arm. Let's go, I said. We drove through the gas station and topped off the tank with $8 worth of gas. Then we headed north.
It's entirely up to the Chief of Staff whether he meets you there?
Summer said.
What the hell is that about?
We were on I-95, still 3 hours south of D.C., maybe 2.5 hours with Summer at the wheel. It was full dark and the traffic was heavy. The holiday hangover was gone. The whole world was back at work. There's something heavy-duty going on, I said. Why else would Carbone call Brubaker during a party? Anything less than truly amazing could have waited, surely. So it's heavy-duty, with heavy-duty people involved. Has to be. Who else could have moved 20 special unit MPs around the world all on the same day?
You're a major, she said. So are Franz and Sanchez and all the others. Any colonel could have moved you.
But all the provost marshals were moved, too. They were taken out of the way to give us room to move. And most provost marshals are colonels themselves.
Okay, then. Any brigadier general could have done it.
With forged signatures on the orders?
Anyone can forge a signature.
And hope to get away with it afterwards? No. This whole thing was put together by someone who knew he could act with impunity. Someone untouchable.
The chief of staff?
I shook my head. No, the vice chief, actually, I think. Right now, the vice chief is a guy who came up through the infantry, and we can assume he's a reasonably smart guy. They don't put dummies in that job. I think he saw the signs. He saw the Berlin Wall coming down, and he thought about it, and he realized that pretty soon everything else would be coming down too. The whole established order.
And
he started to worry about some kind of a move by Armored Branch. Something dramatic. Like we said, those guys have got everything to lose. I think the vice chief predicted trouble, and so he moved us all around to get the right people in the right places so we could stop it before it started. And I think he was right to be worried. I think Armored saw the danger coming, and they planned to get a jump on it. They don't want integrated units bossed by infantry officers. They want things the way they were. So I think that Irwin conference was about starting something dramatic, something bad. That's why they were so worried about the agenda getting out.
but change happens. Ultimately, it can't be resisted.
Nobody ever accepts that fact, I said. Nobody ever has, and nobody ever will. Go down to the Navy Yards, and I guarantee you'll find 1,000,000 tons of 50-year-old paper, all stored away somewhere, saying that battleships can never be replaced, and that aircraft carriers are useless pieces of newfangled junk. There'll have been admirals writing 100-page treatises, putting their whole heart and soul into it, swearing blind that their way is the only way. Summer said nothing. I smiled. Well, go back in our records. You'll probably find Kramer's granddad saying that tanks can never replace horses.
What exactly were they planning?
I shrugged. We didn't see the agenda, but we can make some pretty good guesses. Discrediting of key opponents, obviously. Maximum use of dirty laundry. Almost certainly collusion with defense industries. If they could get key manufacturers to say that lightweight armored vehicles can't be made safe, that would help. They could use public propaganda. They could tell people their sons and daughters were going to be sent to war in tin cans that a pea shooter could penetrate. They could try to scare Congress. They could tell them that a C-130 airlift fleet big enough to make a difference would cost hundreds of billions of dollars.
That's just standard issue bitching.
So maybe there's more. We don't know yet. Kramer's heart attack made the whole thing misfire. For now.
Well, you think they'll start it up again?
Well, wouldn't you? If you had everything to lose? She took one hand off the wheel, rested it in her lap, turned slightly and looked at me. Her eyelids were moving.
So why do you want to see the chief of staff? She said. If you're right, then it's the vice chief who's on your side. He brought you here. He's the one who's been protecting you.
Game of chess, I said. Tug of war. Good guy, bad guy. The good guy brought me here, the bad guy sent Garber away. Harder to move Garber than me. Therefore, the bad guy outranks the good guy. And the only person who outranks the vice chief is the chief himself. They always rotate. We know the vice chief is infantry, therefore we know the chief is armored. Therefore, we know he has a stake.
The chief of staff is a bad guy?
I nodded.
So why demand to see him?
Because we're in the army, Summer, I said. We're supposed to confront our enemies, not our friends. We got quieter and quieter the closer we got to D.C. I knew my strengths and my weaknesses, and I was young enough and bold enough and dumb enough to consider myself any man's equal. But getting in the chief of staff's face was a whole other ballgame. It was a superhuman rank.
There was nothing above it. There had been 3 of them during my years of service, and I'd never met any of them. Never even seen any of them, as far as I could remember. Nor had I ever seen a vice chief, or an assistant secretary, or any other of the smooth breed who moved in those exalted circles. They were a species apart. Something made them different from the rest of us. But they started out the same. I could have been one of them, theoretically. I'd been to West Point just like they had. But for decades, the Point had been little more than a spit-shined engineering school. To get on the staff track, you had to get sent on somewhere else afterwards, somewhere better. You had to go to George Washington University, or Stanford, or Harvard, or Yale, or MIT, or Princeton, or even somewhere overseas, like Oxford or Cambridge in England. You had to get a Rhodes Scholarship. You had to get a master's or a PhD in economics, or politics, or international relations. You had to be a White House fellow. That's where my career path diverged. Right after West Point, I looked at myself in the mirror and saw a guy who was better at cracking heads than cracking books. Other people looked and saw the same thing. Pigeonholing starts on day 1 in the military. So they went their way and I went mine. They went to the E-Ring and the West Wing, and I went to dark, dim-lit alleys in Seoul and Manila. If they came to my turf, they'd be crawling on their bellies. How was I going to do on their turf? Remained to be seen. I'm going in by myself, I said.
You are not,
Summer said. I am, I said. You can call it what you like, advice from a friend or a direct order from a superior officer, but you're staying in the car. That's for sure. I'll handcuff you to the steering wheel if I have to.
We're in this together.
But we're allowed to be intelligent. This isn't like going to see Andrea Norton. This is as risky as it gets. No reason for both of us to go down in flames.
Would you stay in the car, if you were me?
I'd hide underneath it, I said. She said nothing, just drove, as fast as ever. We hit the Beltway, started the long, clockwise quarter circle up towards Arlington. Pentagon security was a little tighter than usual. Maybe someone was worried about Noriega's leftover forces staging a 2,000-mile northward penetration. But we got into the parking lot with no trouble at all. It was almost deserted. Summer drove a long, slow circuit and came to rest near the main entrance. She killed the motor and jammed the parking brake on. She did it a little harder than she really needed to. I guess she was making a point. I checked my watch. It was 5 minutes before midnight. Are we going to argue? I said. She shrugged.
Good luck,
she said.
and give 'em hell.
I slid out into the cold, closed the door behind me, and stood still for a second. The bulk of the building loomed up over me in the dark. People said it was the world's largest office complex, and right then I believed them. I started walking. There was a long ramp up to the doors. Then there was a guarded lobby the size of a basketball court. My special unit badge got me through that. Then I headed for the heart of the complex. There were 5 concentric pentagon-shaped corridors, called rings. Each one of them was protected by a separate checkpoint. My badge was good enough to get me through B, C, and D. Nothing on Earth was going to get me into the E-ring. I stopped outside the final checkpoint and nodded to the guard. He nodded back. He was used to people waiting there. I leaned against the wall. It was smooth-painted concrete, and it felt cold and slick. The building was silent. I could hear nothing except water in pipes and the faint rush of forced air heating, and the guard's steady breathing. The floors were shined linoleum tile, and they reflected the ceiling fluorescence in a long double image that ran away to a distant vanishing point. I waited. I could see a clock in the guard's booth. It rolled past midnight, past 5 after midnight, then 10 after. I waited. I started to figure my challenge had been ignored. These guys were political. Maybe they played a smarter game than I could conceive. Maybe they had more gloss and sophistication and patience. Maybe I was more than a little bit out of my league. Or maybe the woman with the voice had thrown my message in the trash. I waited. Then at 15 minutes past midnight, I heard faraway heels echoing on the linoleum.
dress shoes, a staccato little rhythm that was part urgent and part relaxed, like a man who was busy but not panicked. I couldn't see him. The sound of his heels on the floor was billowing out at me around an angled corner. It ran ahead of him down the deserted corridor like an early warning signal. I listened to the sound and watched the spot where it told me he would appear, which was right where the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling met their reflections in the floor. The sound kept on coming. Then a man stepped around the corner and walked through the flare of light. He kept on walking, straight towards me, the rhythm of his heels unbroken, not slowing, not speeding up, still busy, not panicked. He came closer. He was the Chief of Staff of the Army. He was in formal evening mess dress. He was wearing a short blue jacket nipped in at the waist, blue pants with 2 gold stripes, a bow tie, gold studs and cufflinks, elaborate knots and swirls of gold braid all over his sleeves and his shoulders. He was covered with gold insignia and badges and sashes and miniature versions of his medals. He had a full head of gray hair. He was about 5'9" and 180, exactly average size for the modern army. He got within 10 feet of me, and I snapped to attention and saluted. It was a pure reflex action, like a Catholic meeting the Pope. He didn't salute back. He just looked at me. Maybe there was a protocol that forbade saluting while wearing the evening mess uniform, or while bareheaded in the Pentagon. Or maybe he was just rude. He put his hand out to shake. "Very sorry I'm late," he said. "Good of you to wait. I was at the White House for a state dinner with some foreign friends." I shook his hand. "Let's go to my office," he said. He led me past the E-ring guard, and we turned left into the corridor and walked a little way. Then we stepped into a suite, and I met the woman with the voice. She looked more or less like I'd predicted, but she sounded even better in person than she had on the phone.
"Coffee, Major?" she said.
She had a fresh pot brewed. I guessed she had clicked the switch at about 11:53, so it had finished perking at midnight exactly. I guessed the Chief of Staff's suite was that sort of place. She gave me a saucer and a cup made of transparent bone china. I was afraid of crushing it like an eggshell. She was wearing civilian clothes, a dark suit so severe it was more formal than a uniform. "This way," the Chief of Staff said. He led me into his office. My cup rattled on its saucer. His office was surprisingly plain. It had the same painted concrete walls as the rest of the building. The same type of steel desk I'd seen in the Fort Byrd pathologist's office. "Take a seat," he said. "If you don't mind, we'll make this quick. It's late." I said nothing. He watched me. "I got your message," he said. "Received and understood." I said nothing. He tried an icebreaker. "Noriega's top guys are still out there," he said. "Why do you suppose that is?" 30,000 square miles, I said. A lot of space for people to hide in. "Will we get them all?" "No question," I said. "Someone will sell them out." "You're a cynic." "A realist," I said. "What have you got to tell me, Major?" I sipped my coffee. The lights were low. I was suddenly aware that I was deep inside one of the world's most secure buildings, late at night, face to face with the nation's most powerful soldier. And I was about to make a serious accusation. And only one other person knew I was there, and maybe she was already in a cell somewhere. "I was in Panama 2 weeks ago," I said. "Then I was transferred out." "Why do you think that was?" I took a breath. "I think the vice chief wanted particular individuals on the ground in particular locations because he was worried about trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "An internal coup by your old buddies in Armored Branch." He paused for a long moment. "Would that have been a realistic worry?" he asked. I nodded. "There was a conference at Irwin scheduled for New Year's Day. I believe the agenda was certainly controversial, probably illegal, maybe treasonous." The Chief of Staff said nothing. "But it misfired," I said, "because General Kramer died. But there were potential problems from the fallout. So you personally intervened by moving Colonel Garber out of the 110th and replacing him with an incompetent. Why would I do that? So that nature'd take its course and the investigation would misfire too. He sat still for another long moment. Then he smiled. Good analysis, he said. The collapse of Soviet communism was bound to lead to stresses inside the U.S. military. Those stresses were bound to manifest themselves with all kinds of internal plotting and planning. The internal plotting and planning was bound to be anticipated, and steps were bound to be taken to nip potential trouble in the bud. And as you say, there were bound to be tensions at the very top that led to moves and counter-moves. I said nothing. Like a game of chess, he said. The vice chief moves, and I counter-move. An inevitable conclusion, I suppose, because you were looking for a pair of senior individuals in which one outranks the other. I looked straight at him. Am I wrong? I said. Only in two particulars, he said. Obviously, you're right in that there are huge changes coming. CIA was a little slow to spot Ivan's imminent demise, so we've had less than a year to think things through. But believe me, we've thought them through. We're in a unique situation now. We're like a heavyweight boxer who's trained for years for a shot at the world title, and then we wake up one morning and find our intended opponent has dropped dead. It's a very bewildering sensation. But we've done our homework. He leaned down and opened a drawer and struggled out with an enormous loose-leaf file. It was at least 3 inches thick. It thumped down on his desktop. It had a green jacket with a long word stenciled on it in black. He reversed it so I could read it. It said, Transformation. Your first mistake is that your focus was too close, he said. You need to stand back and look at it from our perspective, from above. It's not just Armored Branch that is going to change. Everyone is going to change. Obviously, we're going to move towards highly mobile, integrated units. But it's a bad mistake to see them as infantry units with a few bells and whistles tacked on. They're going to be a completely new concept. They'll be something that has never existed before. Maybe we'll integrate attack helicopters, too, and give the command to the guys in the sky. Maybe we'll move into electronic warfare and give the command to the guys with the computers. I said nothing. He laid his hand on the file, palm down. My point is that nobody is going to come out of this unscathed. Yes, Armored is going to be professionally devastated. No question about that. But so is the infantry, and so is the artillery, and so is transport, and so is logistics support, and so is everyone else, equally, just as much. Maybe more for some people, including the military police, probably. Everything is going to change, Major. There will be no stone unturned. I said nothing. This is not about Armored versus the infantry, he said. You need to understand that. That's a vast oversimplification. It's actually about everyone versus everyone else. There will be no winners, I'm afraid. But equally, therefore, there will be no losers. You could choose to think about it that way. Everyone's in the same boat. He took his hand off the file. What's my second mistake, I said. I moved you out of Panama, he said, not the vice chief. He knew nothing about it. I selected 20 men personally and put them where I thought I needed them. I spread them around, because in my judgment it was 50-50 as to who was going to blink first. The light units or the heavy units. It was impossible to predict. Once their commanders started thinking, they would all realize they have everything to lose. I sent you to Fort Byrd, for instance, because I was a little worried about David Brubaker. He was a very proactive type. But it was Armored who blinked first, I said. The Chief of Staff nodded. Apparently, he said, if you say so, it was always going to be a 50-50 chance. And I guess I'm a little disappointed. Those were my boys. But I'm not defensive about them. I moved onward and upward. I left them behind. I'm perfectly happy to let the chips fall where they may. So why did you move Garber? I didn't. So who did? Who outranks me? Nobody, I said. I wish, he said. I said nothing. What does an M16 rifle cost? He said. I don't know, I said. Not a lot, I guess. We get them for about $400, he said. What does an Abrams M1A1 main battle tank cost? About $4 million. So think about big defense contractors, he said. Whose side are they on? The light units or the heavy units? I didn't answer. I figured the question was rhetorical. Who outranks me? He asked again. The Secretary of Defense, I said. He nodded. A nasty little man. A politician. Political parties take campaign contributions, and defense contractors can see the future the same as anyone else. I said nothing. A lot for you to think about, the Chief of Staff said. He hefted the big transformation file back into his drawer, replaced it on his desktop with a slimmer jacket. It was marked Argon. You know what argon is? He asked. It's an inert gas, I said. They use it in fire extinguishers. It spreads a layer low down over a fire and prevents it from taking hold. That's why I chose the name. Operation Argon was the plan that moved you people at the end of December. Why did you use Garber's signature? Like you suggested in another context, I wanted to let nature take its course. MP orders signed by the Chief of Staff would have raised a lot of eyebrows. Everyone would have switched to best behavior, or smelled a rat and gone deeper underground. It would have made your job harder. It would have defeated my purpose. Your purpose? I wanted prevention, of course. That was the main priority. But I was also curious, Major. I wanted to see who would blink first. He handed me the file. You're a special unit investigator, he said. By statute, the 110th has extraordinary powers. You are authorized to arrest any soldier anywhere, including me, here in my office if you so choose. So read the Argon file. I think you'll find it clears me. If you agree, go about your business elsewhere. He got up from behind his desk. We shook hands again. Then he walked out of the room, left me all alone in his office in the heart of the Pentagon in the middle of the night. 30 minutes later, I got back in the car with Summer. She had kept the motor off to save gas, and it was cold inside.
Well,
she said. One crucial error, I said. The tug-of-war wasn't the vice chief and the chief. It was the chief himself and the Secretary of Defense.
Are you sure?
I nodded. I saw the file. There were memos and orders going back 9 months. Different papers, different typewriters, different pens. No way to fake all that in 4 hours. It was the Chief of Staff's initiative all along, and he was always kosher.
So how did he take it?
Pretty well, I said, considering. But I don't think he'll feel like helping me.
With what?
With the trouble I'm in.
Which is?
Wait and see. She just looked at me.
Where now?
She said. California, I said. The Chevy was running on fumes by the time we got to the National Airport. We put it in the long-term lot and hiked back to the terminal. It was about a mile. There were no shuttle buses running. It was the middle of the night, and the place was practically deserted. Inside the terminal, we had to roust a clerk out of a back office. I gave him the last of our stolen vouchers, and he booked us on the first morning flight to LAX. We were looking at a long wait.
What's the mission?
Summer said. 3 arrests, I said. Vassal, Coomer, and Marshall.
Charge?
Serial homicide, I said. Mrs. Kramer, Carbone, and Brubaker. She stared at me.
Can you prove it?
I shook my head. I know exactly what happened. I know when and how and where and why. But I can't prove a damn thing. We're going to have to rely on confessions.
We won't get them.
I've gotten them before, I said. There are ways. She flinched. This is the Army, Summer, I said. It ain't a quilting bee.
Tell me about Carbone and Brubaker.
I need to eat, I said. I'm hungry.
We don't have any money,
Summer said. Most places had metal grills down over their doors anyway. Maybe they'd feed us on the plane. We carried our bags over to a seating area next to a 20-foot window that had nothing but black night outside. The seats were long vinyl benches with fixed armrests every 2 feet to stop people from lying down and sleeping.
Tell me,
she said. It's still a series of crazy long shots, one after the other.
Try me.
Okay, start over with Mrs. Kramer. Why did Marshall go to Green Valley?
Because it was the obvious first place to try.
But it wasn't. It was almost the obvious last place to try. Kramer had hardly been there in 5 years. His staff must have known that. They'd traveled with him many times before. Yet they made a fast decision, and Marshall went straight there. Why?
Because Kramer had told him that's where he was going?
Correct, I said. He told them he was with his wife to conceal the fact he was actually with Carbone. But then why would he have to tell them anything?
I don't know.
Because there's a category of person you have to tell something.
Who?
Suppose you're a rich guy traveling with your mistress. You spend one night apart. You have to tell her something. And if you tell her you're dropping in on your wife purely to keep up appearances, she has to buy it. Maybe she doesn't like it, but she has to buy it. Because it's expected occasionally. It's all part of the deal.
Kramer didn't have a mistress. He was gay.
He had Marshall.
No, she said. No way.
I nodded. Kramer was two-timing Marshall. Marshall was his main squeeze. They were in a relationship. Marshall wasn't an intelligence officer, but Kramer appointed him one anyway, to keep him close. They were an item. But Kramer had a wandering eye. He met Carbone somewhere and started seeing him on the side. So, on New Year's Eve, Kramer told Marshall he was going to see his wife, and Marshall believed him. Like the rich guy's mistress would. That's why Marshall went to Green Valley. In his heart, he knew for sure Kramer had gone there. He was the one person in the world who felt he would know for sure. It was him who told Vassell and Coomer where Kramer was. But Kramer was lying to him, like people do in relationships. Summer was quiet for a long moment. She just stared out at the night.
Does this affect what happened there?
She said. I think it does, slightly, I said. I think Mrs. Kramer talked to Marshall. She must have recognized him from her time on post in Germany. She probably knew all about him and her husband. Generals' wives are usually pretty smart. Maybe she even knew there was a second guy in the picture. Maybe she was pissed off and taunted Marshall about it. Like, you can't keep your man either, right? Maybe Marshall got mad and lashed out. Maybe that's why he didn't tell Vassell and Coomer right away. Because the collateral damage wasn't just about the burglary itself. It was also about an argument. That's why I said Mrs. Kramer wasn't killed just for the briefcase. I think partly she was killed because she taunted a jealous guy who lost his temper.
This is all just guesswork.
Mrs. Kramer is dead. That isn't a guess.
The rest of it is.
Marshall is 31, never been married.
That doesn't prove a thing.
I know, I said, I know. There's no proof anywhere. Proof is a scarce commodity right now. Summer was quiet for a beat.
Then what happened?
Then Vassell and Coomer and Marshall started the hunt for the briefcase in earnest. They had an advantage over us, because they knew they were looking for a man, not a woman. Marshall flew back to Germany on the 2nd and searched Kramer's office and his quarters. He found something that led to Carbone. Maybe a diary or a letter or a photograph, or a name or a number in an address book, whatever. He flew back on the 3rd, and they made a plan, and they called Carbone. They blackmailed him. They set up a swap for the next night, the briefcase for the letter or the photograph or whatever it was. Carbone accepted the deal. He was happy to, because he didn't want exposure, and anyway, he'd already called Brubaker with the details of the agenda. He had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Maybe he'd been through the process before, maybe more than once. Poor guy'd been gay in the army for 16 years, but this time it didn't work out for him, because Marshall killed him during the exchange.
Marshall? Marshall wasn't even there.
He was, I said. You figured it out yourself. You told me about it when we were leaving the post to go see Detective Clark about the crowbar, remember? When Willard was chasing me on the phone, you made a suggestion.
What suggestion?
Marshall was in the trunk of the car, Summer. Coomer was driving, Vassal was in the passenger seat, and Marshall was in the trunk. That's how they got past the gate. Then they backed in at the far end of the O Club lot. Backed in because Coomer popped the trunk before he got out. Marshall held the lid down low, but they still needed concealment. Then Vassal and Coomer went inside and started to build their cast-iron alibis. Meanwhile, Marshall waits almost 2 hours in the trunk, holding the lid until it's all quiet. Then he climbs out and he drives off. That's why the first night patrol remembers the car and the second patrol doesn't. The car was there, and then it wasn't. So Marshall picks Carbone up at some prearranged spot, and they drive out to the woods together. Carbone is holding the briefcase. Marshall opens the trunk and gives Carbone an envelope or something. Carbone turns away into the moonlight to check it's what he's been promised. Even a guy as cautious as a Delta soldier would do that. His whole career is on the line. Behind him, Marshall comes out with the crowbar and hits him. Not just because of the briefcase. He's going to get the briefcase anyway. The exchange is working. And Carbone can't afford to talk afterwards. Marshall hits him partly because he's mad at him. He's jealous of his time with Kramer. That's part of why he kills him. Then he retrieves the envelope and grabs the briefcase, throws them both in the trunk. We know the rest. He's known all along what he was going to do, and he's come equipped for the misdirection. Then he drives back to the post buildings and ditches the crowbar on the way. He parks the car in the original slot and gets back in the trunk. Vassal and Coomer come out of the O Club, and they drive away.
And then what?
They drive and they drive. They're excited and uptight. But they know by then what their blue-eyed boy did to Mrs. Kramer. So they're also nervous and worried. They can't find any place they can stop where they can let a man who may or may not be blood-stained out of the trunk. First really safe place they find is the rest area, an hour north. They parked far away from other cars again and let Marshall out. Marshall hands over the briefcase. They resume their journey. They spend 60 seconds searching the briefcase, and then they sling it out the window a mile further on. Summer sat quiet. She was thinking. Her lower lids were jacking upward a fraction at a time.
It's just a theory,
she said. Can you explain what we know any other way? She thought about it. Then she shook her head.
What about Brubaker?
She said. A voice came out of the speakers in the ceiling and told us our flight was ready to board. We picked up our bags and shuffled into line. It was still full dark outside. I counted the other passengers. Hoped there would be some spare seats, so there would be some spare breakfasts. I was very hungry. But it didn't look good. It was going to be a pretty full flight. I guessed L.A.'s pull was pretty strong in January when you lived in D.C. I guessed people didn't need much of an excuse to schedule meetings out there.
What about Brubaker?
Summer said again. We shuffled down the aisle and found our seats. We had a window in the middle. The aisle was already occupied by a nun. She was old. I hoped her hearing was shot. I didn't want her eavesdropping. She moved and let us in. I made Summer sit next to her. I sat by the window, buckled my belt, kept quiet for a moment. Watched the airport scene outside. Busy guys were doing things under floodlights. Then we pushed back from the gate and started taxiing. There was no takeoff cue. We were in the air within 2 minutes. I'm not sure about Brubaker, I said. How did he get in the picture? Did they call him or did he call them? He knew about the agenda 30 minutes into New Year's Day. A proactive guy like that, maybe he tried a little pressure of his own. Or maybe Vassal and Coomer were just assuming a worst-case scenario. They might have figured a senior NCO like Carbone would have called his boss. So I'm not sure who called who first. Maybe they all called each other at the same time. Maybe there were mutual threats, or maybe Vassal and Coomer suggested they could all work together to find a way where everybody benefits.
Would that be likely?
Who knows, I said.
These integrated units are going to be weird. Brubaker was certainly going to be popular because he's already into weird warfare. So maybe Vassal and Coomer conned him into thinking they were looking for a strategic alliance. Whatever, they all set up a rendezvous for late on the 4th. Brubaker must have specified the location. He must have driven past that spot plenty of times, back and forth from Bird to his golf place. And he must have been feeling confident. He wouldn't have let Marshall sit behind him if he was worried.
How do you know it was Marshall behind him?
Protocol, I said. He's a colonel talking to a general and another colonel. He'll have put Vassal in the front seat and Coomer in the back seat on the passenger's side so he could turn and see them both. Marshall could be out of sight and out of mind. He was only a major. Who needs him?
Did they intend to kill him? Or did it just happen?
Oh, they intended to, for sure. They had a plan ready. A faraway place to dump the body, heroin that Marshall picked up on his overnight in Germany, a loaded gun. So we were right after all, but purely by accident. The same people that killed Carbone drove straight out the main gate and killed Brubaker. Hardly touched the brakes.
Double misdirection, Summer said. The heroin thing, and dumping him to the south, not the north?
Amateur hour, I said. The Columbia medics must have spotted the lividity thing and the muffler burns immediately. Pure dumb luck for Vassal and Coomer that the medics didn't tell us immediately. Plus, they left Brubaker's car up north. That was serious brain fade.
Well, he must have been tired. Stress, tension, all that driving. They came down from Arlington Cemetery, went back up to Smithfield, came back down to Columbia, went back up to Dulles. Maybe 18 hours straight. No wonder they made an occasional mistake. But they'd have gotten away with it if you hadn't ignored Willard.
I nodded, said nothing.
It's a very weak case, Summer said. In fact, it's incredibly weak. It isn't even circumstantial. It's just pure speculation.
Tell me about it. That's why we need confessions.
You need to think very carefully before you confront anyone. A case as weak as this, it could be you that goes to jail for harassment.
I heard activity behind me, and the stewardess came into view with the breakfasts. She handed one to the nun, and one to Summer, and one to me. It was a pitiful meal. There was cold juice and a hot ham and cheese sandwich. That was all. Coffee later, I assumed. I hoped. I finished everything in about 30 seconds. Summer took about 31. But the nun didn't touch her tray. She just left it there, right in front of her. I nudged Summer in the ribs. Ask her if she's going to eat that, I said.
I can't,
she said. She's got a charitable obligation, I said. It's what being a nun is all about.
I can't, she said again.
You can. She sighed.
Okay, in a minute.
But she blew it. She waited too long. The nun opened the foil and started to eat the sandwich.
Damn, I said. Sorry, Summer said.
I looked at her. What did you say?
I said I'm sorry.
No, before that. The last thing you said.
I said I can't just ask her.
I shook my head. No, before the breakfast came.
I said it's a very weak case.
Before that. I saw her rewind the tape in her head.
I said Vassal and Coomer would have gotten away with it if you hadn't ignored Willard.
I nodded, thought about that fact for a minute. Then I closed my eyes. I opened them again in Los Angeles. The plane touched down and the thump and screech of tires on tarmac woke me up. Then the reverse thrust screamed and the brakes jerked me forward against my belt. It was first light outside. The dawn looked brown, like it often did there. A voice on the PA told us it was 7 o'clock in the morning in California. We'd been heading west for 2 solid days, and each 24-hour period was averaging more like 28. I had slept for a while, and I didn't feel tired, but I still felt hungry. We shuffled off the plane and walked down to the baggage claim. That was where drivers met people. I scanned around, saw that Calvin Franz hadn't sent anyone. He'd come himself instead. I was happy about that. He was a welcome sight. I felt like we were going to be in good hands. "I've got news for you," he said. I introduced him to Summer. He shook her hand and took her bag and carried it. I guessed it was partly a courtly gesture and partly his way of hustling us out to his Humvee a little bit faster. It was parked there in the no-waiting zone, but the cops were staying well away from it.
Camouflaged black and green Humvees tend to have that effect. We all piled in. I let Summer ride in front, partly a courtly gesture of my own, and partly because I wanted to sprawl in the back. I was cramped from the plane. "They found the Grand Marquis," Franz said. He gunned the big turbo diesel and moved off the curb. Irwin was just north of Barstow, which was about 30 miles away across the breadth of the city. I figured it would take him about an hour to get us there through the morning traffic. I saw Summer watching how he drove, professional appraisal in her eyes. It would probably have taken her about 35 minutes. "It was an Andrews," Franz said. "Dumped there on the 5th. "When Marshall was recalled to Germany," I said. Franz nodded at the wheel. "That's what their gate log says. Parked by Marshall with a Transportation Corps reference on docket. Our guys trailered it to the FBI. Faster that way. They had to call in a few favors. The Bureau worked on it all night. Reluctantly at first, but then they got interested in a big hurry. It seems to be tied in with a case they're working." "Brubaker," I said. He nodded again. "The trunk mat had parts of Brubaker on it. Blood and brain matter, to be specific. It had been scrubbed with a paper towel, but not well enough." "Anything else?" I said. "Oh, lots of things. There was blood from a different source, just trace evidence of a transfer smear, maybe from a jacket sleeve or a knife blade." "Carbones," I said, "from when Marshall was riding in the trunk afterwards. Did they find a knife?" "No," Franz said, "but Marshall's prints are all over the inside of the trunk." "They would be," I said. "He spent several hours in there." "There was a single dog tag under the mat," Franz said. "Like the chain had been broken and one of them had slipped off and gotten away." "Carbones?" I said. "None other." "Amateur hour," I said. "Anything else?" "Well, mostly normal stuff. It was an untidy car. Lots of hair and fiber, fast food wrappers, soda cans, stuff like that." "Any yogurt pots?" "One," Franz said. "In the trunk." "Strawberry or raspberry?" "Strawberry. Marshall's prints on the foil tab. Seems like he had a snack." "He opened it," I said, "but he didn't eat it." "There was an empty envelope," Franz said. "Addressed to Kramer at 12 Corps in Germany. Airmail, postmarked a year ago. No return address. Like a photo mailer, but it didn't have anything in it." I said nothing. He was looking at me in the mirror. "Is any of this good news?" he said. I smiled. "It just moved us up from speculative to circumstantial." "A giant leap for mankind," he said. Then I stopped smiling and looked away. I started thinking about Carbone and Brubaker and Mrs. Kramer. And Mrs. Reacher. All over the world, people were dying in the early part of January 1990. In the end, it took us more than an hour to get to Irwin. I guessed it was true what people said about L.A. highways. The post looked the same as it usually did, as busy as always. It occupied a huge acreage of the Mojave Desert. One or other of the armored cavalry regiments lived there on a rotating basis and acted as the home team when other units came in to exercise. There was a real spring training atmosphere. The weather was always good. People always had fun in the sunshine, playing with the big expensive toys. "You want to take care of business right away?" Franz asked. "Are you keeping an eye on them?" He nodded. "Discreetly. So let's have breakfast first." A U.S. Army O Club was the perfect destination for people half-starved on airline food. The buffet was a mile long. Same menu as in Germany, but the orange juice and the fruit platters looked more authentic in California. I ate as much as an average rifle company, and Summer ate more. Franz had already eaten. I fueled up on as much coffee as I could take. Then I pushed back from the table, took a deep breath. "Okay," I said. "Let's go do it." We went back to Franz's office, and he made a call to his guys. They told him Marshall was already out on the range, but Vassell and Coomer were sitting tight in a VOQ rec room. Franz drove us there in his Humvee. We got out on the sidewalk. The sun was bright. The air was warm and dusty. I could smell all the prickly little desert plants that were growing as far as the eye could see. Irwin's VOQ looked like it had been built by the same motel contractor that had gotten the 12-core contract in Germany. There were rows of identical rooms around a sandy courtyard. On one side was a shared facility. TV rooms, table tennis, lounges. Franz let us in through a door and stepped to one side, and we found Vassal and Coomer sitting knee to knee in a pair of leather armchairs. I realized I'd seen them only once before, when they came to my office at Bird. That seemed disproportionate, considering how much time I'd spent thinking about them. They were both wearing crisp new BDUs in the revised desert camouflage, the pattern people were calling chocolate chip. They both looked just as fake as they had in their woodland greens. They still looked like Rotary Club members. Vassal was still bald, and Coomer was still wearing eyeglasses. They both looked up at me. I took a breath. Senior officers. Harassment.
It could be you that goes to jail.
General Vassal, I said, and Colonel Coomer, you are under arrest on a charge of violating the Uniform Code of Military Justice in that you conspired together and with other persons to commit homicide. I held my breath. But neither one of them had a reaction. Neither one of them spoke. They just gave it up. They just looked resigned, like the other shoe had finally dropped and the inevitable had finally happened. Like they'd been expecting this moment from the start. Like they'd known for sure it was coming all along. I breathed out. There were supposed to be all kinds of stages in a person's reaction to bad news. Grief, anger, denial. But these guys were already through all of that. That was clear. They were right there at the end of the process, butted hard up against acceptance. I cued Summer to complete the formalities. There were all kinds of things from the Uniform Code that you had to spell out. All kinds of advisements and warnings. Summer ran through them better than I would have. Her voice was clear, and her manner was professional. Neither Vassal nor Coomer responded at all. No bluster, no pleading, no angry protestations of innocence. They just nodded obediently in all the right places. Got up out of their chairs at the end without even being told.
Handcuffs?
Summer asked me. I nodded. For sure, I said. And walk 'em to the brig. All the way. Don't put 'em in the truck. Let everybody see 'em. They're a disgrace. I got directions from a cavalry guy and took Franz's Humvee to go get Marshall. He was supposed to be camped out in a hut near a disused range target, observing. The disused target was described to me as an obsolete Sheridan tank. It was supposed to be fairly beat up. The hut was supposed to be in better shape and close to the old tank. I was told to stick to the established tracks, to avoid unexploded ordnance and desert tortoises. If I ran over the ordnance, I'd be killed. If I ran over the tortoises, I'd be reprimanded by the Department of the Interior. I left the main post alone, at 9:30 in the morning exactly. I didn't want to wait for Summer. She was all tied up with processing Vassal and Coomer. I felt like we were at the end of a long journey, and I just wanted to get it over. I took a borrowed sidearm, but it was still a bad decision. Irwin owned enough of the Mojave that it could be a plausible stand-in for the vast deserts of the Middle East, or, if you ignored the heat and the sand, a plausible stand-in for the endless steppes of Eastern Europe. Which meant I was long out of sight of the main post buildings before I was even a tenth of the way to the promised Sheridan tank. The terrain was completely empty all around me. The Humvee felt tiny out there. It was January, so there was no heat shimmer, but the temperature was still pretty high. I applied what the unofficial Humvee manual called 240 air conditioning, which meant you opened 2 windows and drove at 40 miles an hour. That set up a decent breeze. Normally, 40 miles an hour in a Humvee feels pretty fast because of its bulk. But out there in the vastness, it felt like no speed at all. A whole hour later, I was still doing 40 and I still hadn't found the hut. The range went on forever. It was one of the world's great military reservations. That was for sure. Maybe the Soviets had a bigger place somewhere, but I would have been surprised. Maybe Willard could have told me. I smiled to myself and kept on going. Drove over a ridge and saw an empty plain below me. A dot on the next horizon that might have been the hut. A dust cloud maybe 5 miles to the west that might have been tanks on the move. I kept to the track, kept going at 40. Dust was trailing behind me like a tail. The air coming in the windows was hot. The plane was maybe 3 miles across. The dot on the horizon became a speck, and then grew larger the closer I got to it. After a mile, I could make out 2 separate shapes. The old tank on the left and the observation hut on the right. After another mile, I could make out 3 separate shapes. The old tank on the left, the observation hut on the right, and Marshall's own Humvee in the middle. It was parked to the west of the building in the morning shade. It looked like the same shoot-and-scoot adaptation I'd seen at 12 Corps in Germany. The building was a simple raw cinder block square. Big holes for windows, no glass. The tank was an old M551, which was a lightweight armored aluminum piece that had started its design life as a reconnaissance vehicle. It was about a quarter of the weight of an Abrams, and it was exactly the type of thing that people like Lieutenant Colonel Simon were betting the future on. It had seen service with some of our airborne divisions. It wasn't a bad machine. But this example looked pretty much decomposed. It had old plywood skirts on it designed to make it resemble some kind of previous generation Soviet armor. There'd been no point in training our guys to shoot at something our other guys were still using. I stayed on the track and coasted to a stop about 30 yards south of the hut. Opened the door and slid out into the heat. I guessed it was less than 70 degrees, but after North Carolina and Frankfurt and Paris, it felt like Saudi Arabia. I saw Marshall watching me from a hole in the cinder block. I'd only seen him once, and never face to face. He'd been in the Grand Marquis on New Year's Day, outside Byrd's post headquarters, in the dark, behind green-tinted glass. I'd pegged him then as a tall, dark guy, and his file had confirmed it. He looked just the same now. Tall, heavy, olive skin, thick black hair cut short. He was in desert camouflage, and he was stooping a little to see out the cinder block hole. I stood next to my Humvee. He watched me, silently. "Marshall," I called. He didn't respond. "You alone in there?" No reply. "Military police," I called louder. "All personnel, exit that structure immediately." Nobody responded. Nobody came out. I could still see Marshall through the hole. He could still see me. I guessed he was alone. If he'd had a partner in there, the partner would have come out. Nobody else had a reason to be afraid of me. "Marshall," I called again. He ducked out of sight, just melted backward into the shadows inside. I took the borrowed gun out of my pocket. It was a new-issue Beretta M9. I heard an old training mantra in my head. Never trust a weapon that you haven't personally test-fired. I chambered around. The sound was loud in the desert stillness. I saw the dust cloud in the west. It was maybe a little larger and a little closer than before. I clicked the Beretta's safety to fire. "Marshall," I called. He didn't reply, but I heard a low voice very faintly, and then a brief scratchy burst of radio static. There was no antenna on the roof of the hut. He must have had a portable field radio in there with him. "Who are you going to call, Marshall?" I said to myself. "The cavalry?" Then I thought, the cavalry. An armored cavalry regiment. I turned and looked west at the dust cloud. Suddenly realized how things stood. I was all alone in the middle of nowhere with a proven killer. He was in a hut. I was out in the open. My partner was a 90-pound woman about 50 miles away. His buddies were riding around in 70-ton tanks, just below the visible horizon. I got off the track fast, worked around to the east of the hut. I saw Marshall again. He moved from one hole to another and watched me, just gazed out at me. "Step out of the hut, Major," I called. There was silence for a long moment. Then he called back to me. "I'm not going to do that." "Step out, Major," I called. "You know why I'm here." He ducked back into the darkness. "As of right now, you're resisting arrest," I called. No reply. No sound at all. I moved on, circled the hut, worked around to the north. There were no holes in the north wall, just an iron door. It was closed. I figured it wouldn't have a lock. What was there to steal? I could walk right up to it and pull it open. Was he armed? I guessed standard procedure would make him unarmed. What kind of deadly enemy could a gunnery observer expect to face? But I guessed a smart guy in Marshall's situation would be taking all kinds of precautions. There was beaten earth outside the iron door where people had made informal tracks to places they had parked. What an architect would call pathways of desire. None of them led north towards me. They all led roughly east or west. Shade in the morning, shade in the afternoon. So I stayed on open ground and got within 10 yards of the door. Then I stopped. A good position on the face of it. Maybe better than going all the way in and risking a surprise. I could wait there all day. No problem. It was January. The noon sun wasn't going to hurt me. I could wait until Marshall gave up. Or starved to death. I had eaten more recently than he had. That was for sure. And if he decided to come out shooting, I could shoot him first. No problem with that either. The problem was with the holes in the cinder block. In the other 3 walls. They had looked the size of regular windows, big enough for a man to climb through, even a big man like Marshall. He could climb through the west wall and get to his Humvee, or he could climb through the south wall and get to mine. Military vehicles don't have ignition keys. They have big red starter buttons, precisely so that guys can throw themselves inside in a panic and get themselves the hell out of Dodge. And I couldn't watch the west wall and the south wall simultaneously, not from any kind of a position that offered concealment. Did I need concealment? Was he armed? I had an idea about how to find out. Never trust a weapon that you haven't personally test-fired. I aimed at the center of the iron door and pulled the trigger. The Beretta worked. It worked just fine. It flashed and boomed and kicked, and there was an enormous clang, and the round left a small, bright pit in the metal 10 yards away. I let the echoes die. "Marshall," I called, "you're resisting arrest. So I'm going to come round, and I'm going to start firing through the window apertures. Either the rounds will kill you, or the ricochets will wound you. You want me to stop at any time, you just come on out with your hands on your head." I heard a burst of radio static again, inside the hut. I moved to the west, kept low and fast. If he was armed, he was going to shoot, but he was going to miss. Give me a choice of who to get shot at by, and I'll pick a pointy-headed strategic planner any day of the week. On the other hand, he hadn't been completely inept with Carbone or Brubaker. So I widened my radius a little to give myself a chance of getting behind his Humvee, or behind the old Sheridan tank. Halfway there, I paused and fired. It was no kind of a good system to make a promise and then not keep it. But I aimed high on the inside face of the window reveal, so that if the round hit him, it would have had to come off 2 walls and the ceiling first. Most of the energy would be expended, and it wouldn't hurt him much. The 9mm Parabellum was a decent round, but it didn't have magical properties. I got behind the hood of his Humvee, rested my gun hand on the warm metal. The camouflage paint was rough. It felt like it had sand mixed in with it. I aimed up at the hut. I was down in a slight dip now, and it was above me. I fired again, high on the other side of the window reveal. "Marshall," I called, "you want suicide by cop, that's okay with me." No reply. I was 3 rounds down, 12 rounds to go. A smart guy might just lie on the floor and let me blast away. All my trajectories would be upward in relation to him because I was down in a dip, and because of the windowsills. I could try banking rounds off the ceiling and the far wall, but ricochets didn't necessarily work like billiards. They weren't predictable, and they weren't reliable. I saw movement at the window. He was armed. And not with a handgun, either. I saw a big, wide shotgun barrel come out at me. Black. It looked about the size of a rainwater pipe. I figured it for an Ithaca Mag-10. A handsome piece. If you wanted a shotgun, the Mag-10 was about as good as it got. It was nicknamed the Road Blocker because it was effective against soft-skinned vehicles. I ducked backward and put the Humvee's engine block between myself and the hut. Made myself as small as I could get. Then I heard the radio again, inside the hut. It was a very short transmission, and faint and full of static, and I couldn't make out any actual words, but the rhythm and the inflection of the burst came across like a 3-syllable question. Maybe, say again? It was what you heard after you issued a confusing order. I heard her repeat transmission. Say again? Then I heard Marshall's voice, barely audible. 4 syllables, fluffy consonants at the beginning. Affirmative, maybe. Who was he talking to? And what was he ordering? Give it up, Marshall, I called. How much shit do you want to be in? It was what a hostage negotiator would have called a pressure question. It was supposed to have a negative psychological effect. But it made no legal sense. If he shot me, he would go to Leavenworth for 400 years. If he didn't, he would go for 300 years. No practical difference. A rational man would ignore it. He ignored it. He was plenty rational. He ignored it, and he fired the big Ithaca instead, which is exactly what I would have done. In theory, it was the moment I was waiting for. Firing a long gun that requires a physical input before it can be fired again leaves the shooter vulnerable after pulling the trigger. I should have come out from cover immediately and returned lethal aimed fire. But the sheer stunning impact of the 10-gauge cartridge slowed me down by half a second. I wasn't hit. The spray pattern was low and tight, and it caught the Humvee's front wheel. I felt the tire blow, and the truck dropped its front corner 10 inches into the sand. There was smoke and dust everywhere. When I looked up, half a second later, the shotgun barrel was gone. I fired up at the top of the window reveal. I wanted a tight ricochet that came down vertically and drilled through his head. I didn't get one. He called out to me. "I'm reloading," he said. I paused. He probably wasn't. A Mag-10 holds 3 rounds. He'd only fired 1. He probably wanted me to come out of cover and charge his position, whereupon he would rear up and smile and blow me away. I stayed where I was. I didn't have the luxury of reloading. I was 4 down, 11 to go. I heard the radio again. Brief static, 4 syllables, a descending scale. Acknowledged, out. Fast and casual, like a piano trill. Marshall fired again. I saw the black barrel move in the window, and there was another loud explosion, and the far back corner of the Humvee dropped 10 inches. Just dumped itself straight down. I flattened in the dirt for a second and squinted underneath. He was shooting the tires out. A Humvee can run on flat tires. That was part of the design demand. But it can't run on no tires. And a 10-gauge shotgun doesn't just flatten a tire, it removes a tire. It tears the rubber right off the rim and leaves little tiny shreds of it all over a 20-foot radius. He was disabling his own Humvee, and he was going to make a break for mine. I got up on my knees again and crouched behind the hood. Now I was actually safer than I had been before. The big vehicle was canted right down on the passenger side, so there was a solid angled wedge of metal between me and him all the way to the desert floor. I pressed up against the front fender, lined myself up with the engine block, put 600 pounds of cast iron between me and the gun. I could smell diesel. A fuel line had been hit. It was leaking fast. No tires, nothing in the tank, and no percentage in soaking my shirt with diesel and lighting it and tossing it in the hut. I had no matches. And diesel isn't flammable the way gasoline is. It's just a greasy liquid. It needs to be vaporized and put under intense pressure before it explodes. That was why the Humvee was designed with a diesel engine. Safety.
"Now I'm reloading," Marshall called.
I waited. Was he or wasn't he? He probably was. But I didn't care. I wasn't going to rush him. I had a better idea. I crawled along the Humvee's tilted flank and stopped at the rear bumper, looked past it and scoped out my view. To the south I could see my own Humvee. To the north I could see almost all the way to the hut. There was an open space 25 yards wide in between, like no man's land. Marshall would have to traverse 25 continuous yards of open ground to get from the hut to my Humvee, right through my field of fire. He would probably run backward, shooting as he went. But his weapon packed only 3 rounds, fully loaded. If he spaced them out, he'd be firing once every 8 yards. If he loosed them all off at the start full blast and unaimed, he'd be naked all the rest of the way to the truck. Either option, he was going down. That was for damn sure. I had 11 parabellums and an accurate pistol and a steel bumper to rest my wrist on. I smiled. I waited. Then the Sheridan came apart behind me. I heard a hum in the air like a shell the size of a Volkswagen was incoming, and I turned in time to see the old tank smashed to pieces like it'd been hit by a train. It jumped a whole foot off the ground, and the fake plywood skirts splintered and spun away, and the turret came off its ring and turned over slowly in the air and thumped down in the sand 10 feet from me. There was no explosion, just a huge bass metal-to-metal thump, and then nothing but eerie silence. I turned back, watched the open ground. Marshall was still in the hut. Then a shadow passed over my head, and I saw a shell in the air with that weird slow-motion optical illusion you get with long-range artillery. It flew right over me in a perfect arc and hit the desert floor 50 yards further on. It kicked up a huge plume of dust and sand and buried itself deep. No explosion. They were firing practice rounds at me. I heard the whine of turbines in the far distance, the faint clatter of drive sprockets and idlers and track return rollers, the muffled roar of engines as tanks raced towards me. I heard a faint boom as a big gun fired. Then nothing. Then a hum in the air. Then more smashing and tearing of metal as the Sheridan was hit again. No explosion. A practice round is the same as a regular shell, the same size, the same weight, with a full load of propellant, but no explosive in the nose cone. It's just a lump of dumb metal, like a handgun bullet, except it's 5 inches wide and more than a foot long. Marshall had switched their training target. That was what all the radio chatter had been about. Marshall had ordered them away from whatever they were doing 5 miles to the west. He had ordered them to move in towards him and put rounds down on his own position. They'd been incredulous. "Say again? Say again?" Marshall had replied, "Affirmative." He'd switched their training target to cover his escape. How many tanks were out there? How long did I have? If 20 tank guns quartered the area, they would hit a man-sized target before very long, within minutes. That was clear. The law of averages absolutely guaranteed it. And to be hit by a bullet 5 inches wide and more than a foot long would be no fun at all. A near miss would be just as bad. A 50-pound chunk of metal hitting the Humvee I was hiding behind would shred it to supersonic pieces as small and sharp as K-bar blades. Even without an explosive charge, the sheer kinetic energy alone would make that happen. It'd be like a grenade going off right next to me. I heard a ragged boom, boom north and west of me. Low, dull sounds. 2 guns firing in a tight sequence. Closer than they had been before. The air hissed. One shell went long, but the other came in low on a flat trajectory and hit the Sheridan square in the side. It went in, and it came out, straight through the aluminum hull like a .38 through a tin can. If Lieutenant Colonel Simon had been there to see it, he might have changed his mind about the future. More guns fired, one after the other. A ragged salvo. There were no explosions, but the brutal, calamitous physical noise was maybe worse. It was some kind of primeval clamor. The air hissed. There was deep, brainless thudding as dead shells hit the earth. There were shuddering bass peals of metal against metal, like ancient giants clashing with swords. Huge chunks of wreckage from the Sheridan cartwheeled away and clanged and shivered and skidded on the sand. There was dust and dirt everywhere in the air. I was choking on it. Marshall was still in the hut. I stayed down in a low crouch and kept my Beretta aimed at the open ground. Waited. Forced my hand to keep still. Stared at the empty space. Just stared at it, desperately. I didn't understand. Marshall had to know he couldn't wait much longer. He'd called down a hailstorm of metal. We were being attacked by Abrams tanks.
My Humvee was going to get hit any second. His only avenue of escape was going to vanish right before his eyes. It was going to flip up in the air and come down on its roof. The law of averages guaranteed it. Or else the hut would get hit and collapse all around him first. He'd be buried in the rubble. One thing or the other would happen. For sure. It had to. So why the hell was he waiting? Then I got up on my knees and stared at the hut. Because I knew why. Suicide. I had offered him suicide by cop, but he had already chosen suicide by tank. He'd seen me coming, and he'd guessed who I was. Like Vassal and Coomer, he'd been sitting numb day after day, just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And finally, there it was, at last, the other shoe, coming straight at him through the desert dust in a Humvee. He had thought, and he had decided, and he'd gotten on the radio. He was going down, and he was taking me with him. I could hear the tanks pretty close now, no more than 800 or 900 yards. I could hear the squeal and clatter of their tracks. They were still moving fast. They'd be fanning out, like it said in the field manual. They would be pitching and rolling. They'd be kicking up rooster tails of dust. They'd be forming a loose, mobile semicircle, with their big guns pointing inward like the spokes of a wheel. I crawled back and looked at my Humvee. But if I went for it, Marshall'd shoot me down from the safety of the hut. No question about that. The 25 yards of open ground must have looked as good to him as they looked to me. I waited. I heard the boom of a gun and the whump of a shell, and I stood up and ran the other way. I heard another boom and another whump, and the first shell slammed into the Sheridan and bowled it all the way over, and then the second hit Marshall's Humvee and demolished it completely. I threw myself behind the north corner of the hut and rolled tight against the base of the wall and listened to shards of metal rattling against the cinder blocks and the screeching as the old Sheridan's armor finally came apart. The tanks were very close now. I could hear their engine notes rising and falling as they breasted rises and crashed through dips. I could hear their tracks slapping against their skirts. I could hear their hydraulics whining as they traversed their guns. I got to my feet, stood up straight, wiped dust out of my eyes, stepped over to the iron door, saw the bright crater my gun had made. I knew Marshall had to be either standing in the south window looking for me running, or standing in the west window looking for me dead behind the wreckage. I knew he was tall, and I knew he was right-handed. I fixed an abstract target in my mind, moved my left hand and put it on the doorknob. Waited. The next shells were fired so close that I heard boom, whoomp, with no pause between. I pulled the door and stepped inside. Marshall was right there in front of me. He was facing away, looking south, framed by the brightness of the window. I aimed at his right shoulder blade and pulled the trigger, and a shell took the roof off the hut. The room was instantly full of dust, and I was hit by falling beams and corrugated sheets and stung by fragments of flying concrete. I went down on my knees. Then I collapsed on my front. I was pinned. I couldn't see Marshall. I heaved myself back up on my knees and flailed my arms to fight off the debris. The dust was sucking upward in a ragged spiral, and I could see bright blue sky above me. I could hear tank tracks all around me. Then I heard another boom, whoomp, and the front corner of the hut blew away. It was there, and then it wasn't. It was solid, and then it was a spray of gray dust coming towards me at the speed of sound. A gale of dusty air whipped after it and knocked me off my feet again. I struggled back up and crawled forward, just butted my way through fallen beams and lumps of broken concrete. I threw twisted sheets of roofing iron aside. I was like a plow, like a bulldozer, grinding forward, piling the debris to the left and right of me. There was too much dust to see anything except the sunlight. It was right there in front of me, brightness ahead, darkness behind. I kept on going. I found the Mag-10. Its barrel was crushed. I threw it aside and plowed on. Found Marshall on the floor. He wasn't moving. I pulled stuff off him and grabbed his collar and hauled him up into a sitting position. Dragged him forward until I came to the front wall. I put my back against it and slid upright until I felt the window aperture. I was choking and spitting dust. It was in my eyes. I dragged him upward and hauled him over the windowsill and dumped him out. Then I fell out after him. Got up on my hands and knees and grabbed his collar again and dragged him away. Outside the hut, the dust was clearing. I could see tanks, maybe 300 yards to the left and right of us. Lots of tanks. Hot metal in the harsh sunlight. They'd outflanked us. They were holding in a perfect circle, engines idling, guns flat, aiming over open sights. I heard boom whump again and saw a bright muzzle flash from one of them and saw it pitch backward from the recoil. I saw its shell pass right over us. I saw it in the air. Heard it break the sound barrier with a crack like a neck snapping. Heard it smash into the remains of the hut. Felt more dust and concrete shower down on my back. I went down on my face and lay still, trapped in no man's land. Then another tank fired. I saw it jerk backward from the recoil. 70 tons, smashed back so hard its front end came right up in the air. Its shells screamed overhead. I started moving again. I dragged Marshall behind me and crawled through the dirt like I was swimming. I had no idea what he'd said on the radio, no idea what his orders had been. He had to have told him he was moving out. Maybe he'd told him to disregard the Humvees. Maybe that explained their say again. Maybe he told them the Humvees were fair game. Maybe that was what they had found hard to believe. But I knew they wouldn't stop firing now, because they couldn't see us. Dust was drifting like smoke, and the view out of a buttoned-up Abrams wasn't great to begin with. It was like looking lengthwise through a grocery bag with a small square hole cut out of the bottom. I paused and batted dust out of the way and coughed and peered forward. We were close to my Humvee. It looked straight and level. It looked intact. So far. I stood up and raced the last 10 feet and hauled Marshall around to the passenger side and opened the door and crammed him into the front. Then I climbed right in over him and dumped myself into the driver's seat. Hit that big red button and fired it up. Shoved it into gear and stamped on the gas so hard the acceleration slammed the door shut. Then I turned the lights full on and put my foot to the floor and charged. Summer would have been proud of me. I drove straight for the line of tanks. 200 yards. 100 yards. I picked my spot and aimed carefully and burst through the gap between two main battle tanks doing more than 80 miles an hour. I slowed down after a mile. After another mile, I stopped. Marshall was alive, but he was unconscious and he was bleeding all over the place. My aim had been good. His shoulder had a big, messy 9mm broken bone through and through gunshot wound in it, and he had plenty of other cuts from the hut's collapse. His blood was all mixed with cement dust like a maroon paste. I got him arranged on the seat and strapped him in tight with the harness. Then I broke out the first aid kit and put pressure bandages on both sides of his shoulder and jabbed him with morphine. I wrote M on his forehead with a grease pencil like he was supposed to in the field. That way the medics wouldn't overdose him when he got to the hospital. Then I walked around in the fresh air for a spell. Just walked up and down the track, aimlessly. I coughed and spat and dusted myself down as well as I could. I was bruised and sore from being pelted with concrete fragments. 2 miles behind me, I could still hear tanks firing. I guess they were waiting for a ceasefire order. I guess they were likely to run out of rounds before they got one. I kept the 240 AC going all the way back. Halfway there, Marshall woke up. I saw his chin come up off his chest. Saw him glance ahead, and then at me to his left. He was full of morphine, and his right arm was useless, but I was still cautious. If he grabbed the wheel with his left, he might force us off the track. He might run us over some unexploded debris. Or a tortoise. So I took my right hand off the wheel and reverse punched him square between the eyes. It was a good solid smack. It put him right back to sleep. Manual anesthetic. He stayed out, all the way back to the post. I drove him straight to the base hospital, called friends from the nurses' station, and ordered up a guard squad. I waited for them to arrive, and promised rank and medals for anyone who helped ensure Marshall saw the inside of a courtroom. I told him to read him his rights as soon as he woke up, and I told him to mount a suicide watch. Then I left them to it and drove back to Franz's office. My BDUs were torn up and stiff with dust, and I guess my face and hands and hair didn't look any better, because Franz laughed as soon as he saw me. "I guess it's tough taking desk jockeys down," he said. "Where's Summer?" I said. "Telex and Jag Corps," he said, "talking to people on the phone." "I lost your Beretta," I said. "Where?" "Somewhere it's going to take a bunch of archaeologists 100 years to find."
Is my Humvee okay? Better than Marshall's, I said. I found my bag in an empty VOQ room and took a long hot shower. Then I transferred all my pocket stuff to a new set of BDUs and trashed the damaged ones. I figured any quartermaster would agree they were deteriorated beyond reasonable future use. I sat on the bed for a while. Just breathed in, breathed out. Then I walked back to Franz's place. I found Summer there. She was looking radiant. She was holding a new file folder that already had a lot of pages in it.
"We're on track," she said. "Jagcor says the arrests were righteous."
Did you lay out the case?
"They say they'll need confessions."
I said nothing.
"We have to meet with the prosecutors tomorrow," she said, "in D.C.
You'll have to do it, I said. I won't be around.
"Why not?"
I didn't answer.
"You okay?"
Are Vassal and Coomer talking? She shook her head.
"They haven't said a word. Jagcor is flying them to Washington tonight. They've been assigned lawyers."
There's something wrong, I said.
"What?"
It's been way too easy. I thought for a moment. We need to get back to Bird, I said. Right now. Franz lent me $50 and gave me 2 blank travel vouchers. I signed them, and Leon Garber countersigned them, even though he was thousands of miles away in Korea. Then Franz drove us back to LAX. He used a staff car because his Humvee was full of Marshall's blood. Traffic was light, and it was a fast trip. We went in, and I swapped the vouchers for seats on the first flight to D.C. I checked my bag. I didn't want to carry it this time. We took off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We'd been in California 8 hours exactly. Flying east, the time zone stole back the hours we'd gained going west. It was 11 o'clock at night at Washington National when we landed. I reclaimed my duffel from the carousel, and we took the shuttle to the long-term lot. The Chevy was waiting there right where we left it. I used some of Franz's $50, and we filled the tank. Then Summer drove us back to Bird. She went as fast as always and took the same old route, down I-95, past all our familiar reference points. The state police barracks, the place where the briefcase was found, the rest area, the cloverleaf, the motel, the lounge bar. We were timed in through Fort Bird's main gate at 3 in the morning. The post was quiet. There was a night mist clamped down all over it. Nothing was stirring.
"Where to?"
Summer said. "The Delta station," I said. She drove us around to the old prison gates, and the sentry let us in. We parked in their main lot. I could see Trifonov's red Corvette in the darkness. It was all on its own, near the wall with the water hose. It looked very clean.
"Why are we here?"
Summer said. "We had a very weak case," I said. "You made that point yourself, and you were right. It was very weak. The forensics with the staff car helped, but we never really got beyond purely circumstantial stuff. We can't actually put Vassal and Coomer and Marshall at any of the scenes. Not definitively. We can't prove Marshall ever actually touched the crowbar. We can't prove he didn't actually eat the yogurt for a snack. And we certainly can't prove that Vassal and Coomer ever actually ordered him to do anything. If push came to shove, they could claim he was an out-of-control lone wolf."
"So?"
We walked in and confronted 2 senior officers who were doubly insulated from a very weak and circumstantial case. What should have happened?
"They should have fought it."
I nodded. They should have scoffed at it. They should have laughed it off. They should have gotten offended. They should have threatened and blustered. They should have thrown us out. But they didn't do any of that. They just sat still for it. And their silence kind of pled themselves guilty. That was my impression. That's how I took it.
"Me too,"
Summer said.
"Certainly."
So why didn't they fight? She was quiet for a spell.
"Guilty consciences?"
She said. I shook my head. "Spare me." She was quiet a moment longer.
"Shit,"
she said.
"Maybe they're just waiting. Maybe they're going to collapse the case in full view of everybody in D.C. tomorrow when they've got their lawyers there, to ruin our careers, to put us in our place. Maybe it's a vindictive thing."
I shook my head again. What did I charge them with?
"Conspiracy to commit homicide."
I nodded. I think they misunderstood me.
"It was plain English."
Oh, they understood the words, but not the context. I was talking about one thing, and they thought I was talking about a different thing. They thought I was talking about something else entirely. They pled guilty to the wrong conspiracy, Summer. They pled guilty to something they know can be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. She said nothing. The agenda, I said. It's still out there. They never got it back. Carbone double-crossed them. They opened the briefcase up there on I-95, and the agenda wasn't in it. It was already gone.
So where is it?
I'll show you where, I said. That's why we came back. So you can use it tomorrow, up in D.C. Use it to leverage all the other stuff, the things we're weak on. We slid out of the car into the cold, walked across the lot to the cell block door, stepped inside. I could hear the sounds of sleeping men. I could taste the sour dormitory air. We walked through corridors and turned corners in the dark until we came to Carbone's billet. It was empty and undisturbed. We stepped in, and I snapped the light on, stepped over to the bed, reached up to the shelf, ran my fingers along the spines of the books, pulled out the tall, thin Rolling Stones souvenir, held it, shook it. A 4-page conference agenda fell out on the bed. We stared at it. Brubaker told him to hide it, I said. I picked it up and handed it to Summer, turned the light back off, and stepped out into the corridor. Came face to face with the young Delta sergeant with the beard and the tan. He was in skivvies and a t-shirt. He was barefoot. He'd been drinking beer about 4 hours ago, according to the way he smelled.
Well, well, he said, look who we have here.
I said nothing.
You woke me up talking, he said, and flashing lights on and off.
I said nothing. He glanced into Carbone's cell.
Revisiting the scene of the crime?
This isn't where he died.
You know what I mean.
Then he smiled, and I saw his hands bunch into fists. I slammed him back against the wall with my left forearm. His skull hit the concrete and his eyes glazed for a second. I kept my arm hard and level across his chest, got the point of my elbow on his right bicep and spread my open fingers across his left bicep, pinned him to the wall, leaned on him with all my weight, kept on leaning until he was having trouble breathing.
Do me a favor, I said. Read the newspaper every day this week.
Then I fumbled in my jacket pocket with my free hand and found the bullet, the one he'd delivered, the one with my name on it. I held it with my finger and thumb right down at the base. It shone gold in the faint night light.
Watch this, I said.
I showed him the bullet. Then I shoved it up his nose. My sergeant was at her desk, the one with the baby son. She had coffee going. I poured 2 mugs and carried them into my office. Summer carried the agenda, like a trophy. She took the staple out of the paper and laid the 4 sheets side by side on my desk. They were original typewritten pages. Not carbons, not faxes, not photocopies. That was clear. There were handwritten notes and penciled amendments between the lines and in the margins. There were 3 different scripts. Mostly Kramer's, I guessed, but Vassel's and Coomer's as well, almost certainly. It had been a round-robin first draft. That was clear, too. It had been the subject of a lot of thought and scrutiny. The first sheet was an analysis of the problems that Armored was facing. The integrated units, the loss of prestige, the possibility of ceding command to others. It was gloomy, but it was conventional. And it was accurate, according to the Chief of Staff. The second page and the third page contained more or less what I'd predicted to Summer. Proposed attempts to discredit key opponents with maximum use of dirty laundry. Some of the margin notes hinted at some of the dirt, and a lot of it sounded pretty interesting. I wondered how they'd gathered information like that, and I wondered if anyone in JAG Corps would follow up on it. Someone probably would. Investigations were like that. They led off in all kinds of random directions. There were ideas for public relations campaigns. Most of them were pretty limp. These guys hadn't mixed with the public since they took the bus up the Hudson to start their plebe year at the Point. Then there were references to the big defense contractors. There were ideas for political initiatives inside the Department of the Army and in Congress. Some of the political ideas looped right back and tied in with the defense contractor references. There were hints of some pretty sophisticated relationships there. Clearly, money flowed one way, and favors flowed the other way. The Secretary of Defense was mentioned by name. His help was taken pretty much for granted. On one line, his name was actually underlined, and a note in the margin read, "Bought and paid for." Altogether, the first 3 pages were full of the kind of stuff you'd expect from arrogant professionals heavily invested in the status quo. It was murky and sordid and desperate, for sure. But it wasn't anything that would send you to jail. That stuff came on the 4th page. The 4th page had a curious heading: TEP, the Extra Mile. Underneath that was a typed quotation from The Art of War by Sun Tzu. "To fail to take the battle to the enemy when your back is to the wall is to perish." Alongside that, in the margin, was a penciled addendum in what I guessed was Vassal's handwriting. "While coolness in disaster is the supreme proof of a commander's courage, energy in pursuit is the surest test of his strength of will. Wavell."
Who's Wavell?
Summer said. "An old British field marshal," I said. "World War II. Then he was Viceroy of India. He was blind in one eye from World War I. Underneath the Wavell quote was another penciled note, in a different hand. Coomer's, probably. It said, "Volunteers? Me? Marshal?" Those 3 words were ringed and connected with a long, looping pencil line back to the heading, TEP, the Extra Mile.
What's that about?
Summer said. "Read on," I said. Below the Sun Tzu quote was a typed list of 18 names. I knew most of them. They were key battalion commanders from prestige infantry divisions like the 82nd and the 101st, and significant staffers from the Pentagon, and some other people. There was an interesting mix of ages and ranks. There were no really junior officers, but the list wasn't confined to senior people, not by any means. There were some rising stars in there. Some obvious choices, some offbeat mavericks. A few of the names meant nothing to me. They belonged to people I'd never heard of. There was a guy listed called Abelson, for instance. I didn't know who Abelson was. He had a penciled checkmark against his name. Nobody else did.
"What's a checkmark for?"
Summer said. I dialed my sergeant outside at her desk. "Ever heard of a guy called Abelson?" I asked her.
"No,"
she said. "Find out about him," I said. "He's probably a light colonel or better." I went back to the list. It was short, but it was easy enough to interpret. It was a list of 18 key bones in a massive evolving skeleton, or 18 key nerves in a complex neurological system. Remove them, and a certain part of the Army would be somewhat handicapped. Today, for sure. But more importantly, it would be handicapped tomorrow, too. Because of the rising stars. Because of the stunted evolution. And from what I knew about the people whose names I recognized, the part of the Army that would get hurt was exclusively the part with the light units in it. More specifically, those light units that looked ahead towards the 21st century, rather than those that looked backward at the 19th. 18 people was not a large number in a 1,000,000-man army, but it was a superbly chosen sample. There had been some acute analysis going on, some precision targeting. The movers and the shakers, the thinkers and the planners. The bright stars. If you wanted a list of 18 people whose presence or absence would make a difference to the future, this was it, all typed and tabulated. My phone rang. I hit speaker and we heard my sergeant's voice.
"Abelson was the Apache helicopter guy," she said. "You know, the attack helicopters, the gunships, always beating that particular drum."
"Was," I said.
"He died the day before New Year's Eve. Car versus pedestrian in Heidelberg, Germany, hit and run."
I clicked the phone off. "Swan mentioned that," I said, "in passing. Now that I think about it."
"The checkmark,"
Summer said. I nodded. 1 down, 17 to go.
"What does TEP mean?"
"It's old CIA jargon," I said. "It means terminate with extreme prejudice." She said nothing. "Assassinate," in other words, I said. We sat quiet for a long, long time. I looked at the ridiculous quotations again. The enemy, when your back is to the wall, the supreme proof of a commander's courage, the surest test of his strength of will. I tried to imagine what kind of crazy, isolated, ego-driven fever could drive people to add grandiose quotations like those to a list of men they wanted to kill so they could keep their jobs and their prestige. I couldn't even begin to figure it out. So I just gave it up and butted the 4 typewritten sheets back together and threaded the staple back through the original holes. I took an envelope from my drawer and slipped them inside it. It's been out in the world since the 1st of the year, I said, and they knew it was gone for good on the 4th. It wasn't in the briefcase, and it wasn't on Brubaker's body. That's why they were resigned. They gave up on it a week ago. They killed 3 people looking for it, but they never found it. So they were just sitting there, knowing for sure sooner or later it was going to come back and bite them in the ass. I slid the envelope across the desk. Use it, I said. Use it in D.C. Use it to nail their hides to the damn wall. By then, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and Summer left for the Pentagon immediately. I went to bed and got 4 hours sleep. Woke myself up at 8. I had one thing left to do, and I knew for sure there was one thing left to be done to me. I got to my office at 9 o'clock in the morning. The woman with the baby son was gone by then. The Louisiana corporal had taken her place. "Jag Corps here for you," he said. He jerked his thumb at my inner door. "I let them go straight in." I nodded, looked around for coffee. There wasn't any. Bad start. I opened my door and stepped inside. Found 2 guys in there. One of them was in a visitor chair. One of them was at my desk. Both of them were in Class A's. Both of them had JAG Corps badges on their lapels. A small gold wreath, crossed with a saber and an arrow. The guy in the visitor chair was a captain. The guy at my desk was a lieutenant colonel. "Where do I sit?" I said. "Anywhere you like," the colonel said. I said nothing. "I saw the telexes from Irwin," he said. "You have my sincere congratulations, Major. You did an outstanding job." I said nothing. "And I heard about Kramer's agenda," he said. "I just got a call from the Chief of Staff's office. That's an even better result. It justifies Operation Argonne all by itself." "You're not here to discuss the case," I said. "No," he said. "No, we're not. That discussion is happening at the Pentagon with your lieutenant." I took a spare visitor chair and put it against the wall under the map. I sat down on it, leaned back, put my hand up over my head and played with the pushpins. The colonel leaned forward and looked at me. He waited, like he wanted me to speak first. "You planning on enjoying this?" I asked him. "It's my job," he said. "You like your job?" "Not all the time," he said. I said nothing. "This case was like a wave on the beach," he said. "Like a big old roller that washes in and races up the sand and pauses and then washes back out and recedes, leaving nothing behind." I said nothing. "Except it did leave something behind," he said. "It left a big ugly piece of flotsam stuck right there on the waterline. And we have to address it." He waited for me to speak. I thought about clamming up. Thought about making him do all the work himself. But in the end, I just shrugged and gave it up. "The brutality complaint," I said. He nodded. "Colonel Willard brought it to our attention, and it's awkward. Whereas the unauthorized use of the travel warrants can be dismissed as germane to the investigation, the brutality complaint can't, because apparently the 2 civilians were completely unrelated to the business at hand." "I was misinformed," I said. "That doesn't alter the fact, I'm afraid." "Your witness is dead." "He left a signed affidavit. That stands forever. That's the same as if he were right there in the courtroom testifying." I said nothing. "It comes down to a simple question of fact," the colonel said. "A simple yes or no answer, really. Did you do what Carbone alleged?" I said nothing. The colonel stood up. "You can talk it over with your counsel." I glanced at the captain. Apparently, he was my lawyer. The colonel shuffled out and closed the door on us.
The captain leaned forward from his chair and shook my hand and told me his name.
"You should cut the colonel some slack," he said. "He's giving you a loophole a mile wide. This whole thing is a charade."
"I rocked the boat," I said. "The Army's getting its licks in."
You're wrong. Nobody wants to screw you over this. Willard forced the issue is all. So we have to go through the motions.
"Which are?"
All you've got to do is deny it. That throws Carbone's evidence into dispute, and since he's not around to be cross-examined, your Sixth Amendment right to be confronted by the witness against you kicks in, and it guarantees you an automatic dismissal.
I sat still. "How would it be done?" I said.
You sign an affidavit, just like Carbone did. His says black, yours says white. The problem goes away.
"Official paper?"
It'll take 5 minutes. We can do it right here. Your corporal can type it and witness it. Dead easy."
I nodded. "What's the alternative?" I said.
You'd be nuts to even think about an alternative.
"What would happen?"
It'd be like pleading guilty.
"What would happen?" I said again.
With an effective guilty plea? Loss of rank, loss of pay, backdated to the incident. Civilian affairs wouldn't let us get away with anything less.
I said nothing.
You'd be busted back to captain, in the regular MPs, because the 110th wouldn't want you anymore. That's the short answer. But you'd be nuts to even think about it. All you have to do is deny it.
I sat there and thought about Carbone. 35 years old, 16 of them in the service. Infantry, airborne, the Rangers, Delta. 16 years of hard time. He'd done nothing except try to keep a secret he should never have had to keep. And try to alert his unit to a threat. Nothing much wrong with either of those things. But he was dead. Dead in the woods. Dead on a slab. Then I thought about the fat guy at the strip club. I didn't really care about the farmer. A busted nose was no big deal. But the fat guy was messed up bad. On the other hand, he wasn't one of North Carolina's finest citizens. I doubted if the governor was lining him up for a civic award. I thought about both of those guys for a long time. Carbone and the fat man in the parking lot. Then I thought about myself. A major, a star, a hotshot special unit investigator, a go-to guy headed for the top. "Okay," I said. "Bring the colonel back in." The captain got up out of his chair and opened the door, held it for the colonel, closed it behind him, sat down again next to me. The colonel shuffled past us and sat down at the desk. "Right," he said. "Let's wrap this thing up. The complaint is baseless, yes?" I looked at him, said nothing. "Well?"
You're going to do the right thing.
"The complaint is true," I said. He stared at me. "The complaint is accurate," I said, "in every detail. It went down exactly like Carbone described."
Christ,
the colonel said.
Are you crazy?
The captain said. "Probably," I said. "But Carbone wasn't a liar. That shouldn't be the last thing that goes in his record. He deserves better than that. He was in 16 years. The room went quiet. We all just sat there. They were looking at a lot of paperwork. I was looking at being an MP captain again. No more special unit. But it wasn't a big surprise. I'd seen it coming. I'd seen it coming ever since I closed my eyes on the plane and the dominoes started falling, end over end, one after the other. "One request," I said. "I want a 2-day suspension included, starting now."
Why?
"I have to go to a funeral. I don't want to beg my CO for leave." The colonel looked away. "Granted," he said. I went back to my quarters and packed my duffel with everything I owned. I cashed a check at the commissary and left $52 in an envelope for my sergeant. I mailed 50 back to Franz. I collected the crowbar that Marshall had used from the pathologist, and I put it with the one we had on loan from the store. Then I went to the MP motor pool and looked for a vehicle to borrow. I was surprised to see Kramer's rental still parked there. "Nobody told us what to do with it," the clerk said. "Why not?" "Sir, you tell me.
It was your case.
I wanted something inconspicuous, and the little red Ford stood out among all the olive drab and black. But then I realized the situation would be reversed out in the world. Out there, the little red Ford wouldn't attract a second glance. "I'll take it back now," I said. "I'm headed to Dulles anyway." There was no paperwork, because it wasn't an Army vehicle. I left Fort Byrd at 10:20 in the morning and drove north towards Green Valley. I went much slower than before, because the Ford was a slow car, and I was a slow driver, at least compared to Summer. I didn't stop for lunch. I just kept on going. I arrived at the police station at 3:15 in the afternoon. I found Detective Clark at his desk in the bullpen. I told him his case was closed. Told him Summer would give him the details. I collected the crowbar he had on loan and drove the 10 miles to Sperryville. I squeezed through the narrow alley and parked outside the hardware store. The window had been fixed. The square of plywood was gone. I looped all 3 crowbars over my forearm and went inside and returned them to the old guy behind the counter. Then I got back in the car and followed the only road out of town, all the way to Washington, D.C. I took a short counterclockwise loop on the Beltway and went looking for the worst part of town I could find. There was plenty of choice. I picked a 4-block square that was mostly crumbling warehouses with narrow alleys between. I found what I wanted in the 3rd alley I checked. I saw an emaciated whore come out a brick doorway. I went in past her and found a guy in a hat. He had what I wanted. It took a minute to get some mutual trust going, but eventually cash money settled our differences, like it always does everywhere. I bought a little reefer, a little speed, and 2 dime rocks of crack cocaine. I could see the guy in the hat wasn't impressed by the quantities. I could see he wrote me off as an amateur. Then I drove to Rock Creek, Virginia. I got there just before 5 o'clock, parked 300 yards from 110th Special Unit Headquarters, up on a rise where I could look down over the fence into the parking lot. I picked out Willard's car with no trouble at all. He'd told me all about it. A classic Pontiac GTO. It was right there, near the rear exit. I slumped way down in my seat and kept my eyes wide open and watched. He came out at 5:15. Banker's hours. He fired up the Pontiac and backed it away from the building. I had my window cracked open for air, and even from 300 yards I could hear the rumble of the pipes. They made a pretty good V8 sound. I figured it was a sound Summer would have enjoyed. I made a mental note that if I ever won the lottery I should buy her a GTO of her own. I fired up the Ford. Willard came out of the lot and turned towards me. I hunkered down and let him go past. Then I waited. 1,000, 2,000. And U-turned and followed after him. He was an easy tail. With the window down, I could have done it by sound alone. He drove fairly slow, big and obvious up ahead, near the crown of the road. I stayed well back and let the drive-time traffic fill his mirrors. He headed east, towards the D.C. suburbs. I figured he'd have a rental in Arlington or McLean from his Pentagon days. I hoped it wasn't an apartment, but I figured it would more likely be a house, with a garage for the muscle car. Which was good, because a house was easier. It was a house. It was on a rural street in the no-man's land north of Arlington. Plenty of trees, most of them bare, some of them evergreen. The lots were irregular. The driveways were long and curved. The plantings were messy. The street should have had a sign. Divorced or single, male, middle-income government workers only. It was that kind of a place. Not totally ideal, but a lot better than a straight suburban tract with side-by-side front yards full of frolicking kids and anxious mothers. I drove on by and parked a mile away. Sat and waited for the darkness. I waited until 7 o'clock, and I walked. There was low cloud and mist. No starlight, no moon. I was in woodland-patterned BDUs. I was as invisible as the Pentagon could make me. I figured at 7 the place would still be mostly empty. I figured a lot of middle-income government workers would have ambitions to become high-income government workers, so they'd stay at their desks, trying to impress whoever needed impressing. I used the street that ran parallel to the back of Willard Street and found 2 messy yards next to each other. Neither house was lit. I walked down the first driveway and kept on going around the dark bulk of the house and straight through the backyard. I stood still. No dogs barked. I turned and tracked along the boundary fences until I was looking at Willard's own backyard. It was full of dead hummocked grass. There was a rusted-out barbecue grill abandoned in the middle of the lawn. In Army terms, the place was not standing tall and squared away. It was a mess. I bent a fence post until I had room to slip past it, walked straight through Willard's yard and around his garage to his front door. There was no porch light. The view from the street was half open, half obscured. Not perfect, but not bad. I put my elbow on the bell, heard it sound inside. There was a short pause, and then I heard footsteps. I stood back. Willard opened the door. No delay at all. Maybe he was expecting Chinese food, or a pizza. I punched him in the chest to move him backward, stepped in after him, and closed the door behind me with my foot. It was a dismal house. The air was stale. Willard was clutching the stair post, gasping for breath. I hit him in the face and knocked him down. He came up on his hands and knees, and I kicked him hard in the ass and kept on kicking until he finally took the hint and started crawling towards the kitchen as fast as he could. He got himself in there and kind of rolled over and sat on the floor with his back hard up against a cabinet. There was fear in his face, for sure, but confusion, too. Like he couldn't believe I was doing this. Like he was thinking, this is about a disciplinary complaint? His bureaucratic calculus couldn't compute it. "Did you hear about Vassal and Coomer?" I asked him. He nodded, fast and scared. "Remember Lieutenant Summer?" I asked him. He nodded again. "She pointed something out to me," I said. "Kinda obvious, but she said they would have gotten away with it if I hadn't ignored you." He just stared at me. "It made me think," I said. "What exactly was I ignoring?" He said nothing. "I misjudged you," I said. "I apologize. Because I thought I was ignoring a busybody careerist asshole. I thought I was ignoring some kind of a prissy, nervous idiot corporate manager who thought he knew better. But I wasn't. I was ignoring something else entirely." He stared up at me. "You didn't feel embarrassed about Kramer," I said. "You didn't feel sensitive about me harassing Vassal and Coomer. You weren't speaking for the Army when you wanted Carbone written up as a training accident. You were doing the job you were put there to do. Someone wanted 3 homicides covered up, and you were put there to do it for them. You were participating in a deliberate cover-up, Willard. That's what you were doing. That's what I was ignoring. I mean, what the hell else were you doing, ordering me not to investigate a homicide? It was a cover-up, and it was planned, and it was structured, and it was decided well in advance. It was decided on the 2nd day of January, when Garber was moved out and you were moved in. You were put in there so that what they were planning to do on the 4th could be controlled. No other reason." He said nothing. "I thought they wanted an incompetent in there, so that nature would take its course. But they went one better than that. They put a friend in there." He said nothing. "You should have refused," I said. "If you'd refused, they wouldn't have gone ahead with it, and Carbone and Brubaker'd still be alive." He said nothing. "You killed them, Willard, just as much as they did." I crouched down next to him. He scrabbled on the floor and pressed backward against the cupboard behind him. He had defeat in his eyes, but he gave it one last shot. "You can't prove anything," he said. Now I said nothing. "Maybe it was just incompetence," he said. "You thought about that? How are you going to prove the intention?" I said nothing. His eyes went hard. "You're not dealing with idiots," he said. "There's no proof anywhere." I took Franz's Beretta out of my pocket, the one I'd brought out of the Mojave. I hadn't lost it. It had ridden all the way with me from California. That was why I'd checked my luggage, just that one time. They won't let you carry guns inside the cabin. Not without paperwork. "This piece is listed as destroyed," I said. "It doesn't officially exist anymore." He stared at it. "Don't be stupid," he said. "You can't prove anything." "You're not dealing with an idiot either," I said.
You don't understand, he said. It was an order from the top. We're in the army. We obey orders.
I shook my head. That excuse never worked for any soldier anywhere.
It was an order, he said again.
From who? He just closed his eyes and shook his head. Doesn't matter, I said. I know exactly who it was, and I know I can't get to him. Not where he is, but I can get to you. You can be my messenger. He opened his eyes.
You won't do it, he said.
Why didn't you refuse?
I couldn't refuse. It was time to choose up sides. Don't you see? We're all going to have to do that.
I nodded. I guess we are.
Be smart now, he said. Please.
I thought you were one bad apple, I said. But the whole barrel is bad. The good apples are the rare ones. He stared at me. You ruined it for me, I said. You and your damn friends.
Ruined what?
Everything. I stood up, stepped back, clicked the Beretta's safety to fire. He stared at me. Goodbye, Colonel Willard, I said. I put the gun to my temple. He stared at me. Just kidding, I said. Then I shot him through the center of the forehead. It was a typical 9mm full metal jacket through and through. It put the back of his skull into the cupboard behind him and left it there with a lot of smashed china. I stuffed the reefer and the speed and the crack cocaine in his pockets, along with a symbolic roll of dollar bills. Then I walked out the back door and away through his yard. I slipped through the fence and through the lot behind his and walked back to my car. I sat in the driver's seat and opened my duffel and changed my boots. Took off the pair that had been ruined in the Mojave and put on a better pair. Then I drove west, toward Dulles, into the Hertz return bays. Car rental bosses aren't dumb. They know people get cars messy. They know they accumulate all kinds of crap inside. So they position big garbage cans near the return bays in the hope that renters will do the decent thing and clear some of the crap out themselves. That way they save on wages. Cut out even a minute a car, and staff costs drop a lot over the whole year. I put my old boots in one can and the Beretta in another. As many cars as Hertz rented in Dulles in a day, those cans were headed for the crusher on a regular basis. I walked all the way to the terminal. I didn't feel like taking the bus. I showed my military ID and used my checkbook and bought a one-way ticket to Paris, on the same Air France red-eye Joe had taken back when the world was different. I got to the Avenue Wrap at 8 in the morning. Joe told me the cars were coming at 10. So I shaved and showered in the guest bathroom and found my mother's ironing board and pressed my Class A uniform very carefully. I found polish in a cupboard and shined my shoes. Then I dressed. I put my full array of medals on, all 4 rows. I followed the correct order of wear regulations and the wear of full-size medals regulations. Each one hung down neatly over the ribbon in the row below. I used a cloth and cleaned them. I cleaned my other badges, too, including my Major's oak leaves. One last time. Then I went into the white-painted living room to wait. Joe was in a black suit. I was no expert on clothing, but I figured it was new. It was some kind of a fine material. Silk, maybe, or cashmere. I didn't know. It was beautifully cut. He had a white shirt and a black tie, black shoes. He looked good. I'd never seen him look better. He was holding up. He was a little strained around the eyes, maybe. We didn't talk. Just waited. At 5 to 10, we went down to the street. The Corbillard showed up right on time from the Dépôt Mortuaire. Behind it was a black Citroën limousine. We got in the limousine and closed the doors, and it moved off after the hearse, slow and quiet. Just us? I said. The others are meeting us there. Who's coming? Lemonnier, he said. Some of her friends. Where are we doing it? Père Lachaise, he said. I nodded. Père Lachaise was a famous old cemetery. Some kind of a special place. I figured maybe my mother's resistance history entitled her to be buried there. Maybe Lemonnier had fixed it. There's an offer in on the apartment, Joe said.
How much? In dollars, your share'd be about 60,000. I don't want it, I said. Give my share to Lemonnier. Tell him to find whatever old guys are still alive and spread it around. He'll know some organizations. Old soldiers? Old anybody. Whoever did the right thing at the right time. You sure? You might need it. I'd rather not have it. Okay, he said. Your choice. I watched out the windows. It was a gray day. The honey tones of Paris were beaten down by the weather. The river was sluggish, like molten iron. We drove through the Place de la Bastille. Père Lachaise was up in the northeast. Not far, but not so near you thought of it as close. We got out of the car near a little booth that sold maps to the famous graves. All kinds of people were buried at Père Lachaise. Chopin, Molière, Edith Piaf, Jim Morrison. There were people waiting for us at the cemetery gate. There was the concierge from my mother's building, and 2 other women I didn't know. The croque-mort lifted the coffin up on their shoulders. They held it steady for a second, and then set off at a slow march. Joe and I fell in behind, side by side. The 3 women followed us. The air was cold. We walked along gritty paths between strange European mausoleums and headstones. Eventually, we came to an open grave. Excavated earth was piled neatly on one side of it and covered with a green carpet that I guessed was supposed to look like grass. Lemonnier was there waiting for us. I guessed he'd gotten there well ahead of time. He probably walked slower than a funeral. Probably hadn't wanted to hold us up or embarrass himself. The pallbearers set the coffin down on rope slings that were already laid out in position. Then they picked it up again and maneuvered it over the hole and used the ropes to lower it down gently. Into the hole. There was a man who read some stuff from a book. I heard the words in French, and their English translations drifted through my mind. Dust to dust, certain it is, vale of tears. I didn't really pay attention. I just looked at the coffin, down in the hole. The man finished speaking, and one of the pallbearers pulled back the green carpet, and Joe scooped up a handful of dirt. He weighed it in his palm, and then threw it down on the coffin lid. It thumped on the wood. The man with the book did the same thing. Then the concierge. Then both of the other women. Then Lemonnier. He lurched over on his awkward canes and bent down and filled his hand with earth. Paused with his eyes full of tears, and just turned his wrist so that the dirt trailed out of his fist like water. I stepped up and put my hand to my heart and slipped my silver star off its pin. Held it in my palm. The silver star is a beautiful medal. It has a tiny silver star in the center of a much larger gold one. It has a bright silk ribbon in red, white, and blue, all shot through with a watermark. Mine was engraved on the back. J. Reacher. I thought, J for Josephine. I tossed it down into the hole. It hit the coffin and bounced once and landed right side up, a little gleam of light in the grayness. I called long distance from the Avenue Rap and got orders back to Panama. Joe and I ate a late lunch together and promised to stay in better touch. Then I headed back to the airport and flew through London and Miami and picked up a transport south. As a newly minted captain, I was given a company to command. We were tasked to maintain order in Panama City during the Just Cause endgame. It was fun. I had a decent bunch of guys. Being out in the field again was refreshing, and the coffee was as good as ever. They ship it wherever we go, in cans as big as oil drums. I never went back to Fort Byrd. Never saw that sergeant again, the one with the baby son. I thought of her sometimes, when force reduction began to bite. I never saw Summer again, either. I heard she talked up Kramer's agenda so much that JAG Corps wanted the death penalty for treason. And then she finessed confessions out of Vassell and Coomer and Marshall on all the other stuff in exchange for life in prison. I heard she got promoted captain the day after they went to Leavenworth. So she and I ended up on the same pay grade. We met in the middle. But our paths never crossed again. I never went back to Paris, either. I meant to. I thought I might go climb down under the Pont des Invalides late at night and just sniff the air. But it never happened.
I was in the Army, and I was always where someone else told me to be.